Okay. All right. Mic check 1 2. How we doing? Check check. Okay, that looks like we're good. That looks like we're good. All right, let me test the chats. Looks all right. That says I'm streaming. Okay. Okay. Is there a way? Followers only chat. Okay, let's see how quickly it happens. I'm gonna see how quickly it takes for a bot to show up in the chat because they've been out in force. Okay. Okay, that's all set. All right, very good. I'm gonna ask ChatGTP one question about some weird stuff that I've noticed, and then we're gonna get to. We got all the graphics I need for the hotkey tutorial, and we're gonna start recording the voiceover because the script is pretty much done. Let me post in the Discord though. Okay. All right. All right. Time to start recording the voiceover from the hotkey tutorial and edit it all together. We'll do some TWOW when it's all said and done. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, I think we're all set. Oh, well, you know what? Yeah, let me just hang out in here for a little bit. Okay. Okay, so let's ask it here. I stream a lot and I've noticed something weird. People will come into my chat, compliment my channel, then purport to want to help me help me with my channel or video editing, which is what my channel is about. But they are scant on details or specifics of exactly how or what this help will be, I have a link to my Discord server for anyone to join. And a lot of people and a lot of folk have done so. And my Discord community is really growing. But these users claim that the link either doesn't work or they insist that I add them on a friends list. Yeah. See, look, here we go. I got we've been streaming now for 6 minutes, and then there's the bot right there. So I think what I'll delete that, and then I think what I'll do, let's see how many more I get, and tomorrow I'll start turning on the subscriber only chat. Okay, now where was I? Okay, it's really growing, but these users claim that the link either doesn't work or they insist that I add them on a friends list. Even after I explain that they can simply join the Discord server like everyone else. And when I say insist, they repeatedly try to get me to add them on friends, even after I explain that the best way to communicate with me is on the Discord server, and my friends list is reserved for my actual friends. Let's see here. Then they eventually give up. Give up when they realize I will not let them violate my boundaries. And then there's another clue, and then there is another clue related to this. I've started noticing that bots are asking for me to add an account to my friends lists. I've seen 3 different stream chat usernames request that I add. All request that I add the same Discord account, the same Discord username. So that's how I know that they're bots. What is going on here? What kind of scam? What kind of scams are these folk attempting? There we go. Okay, why scammers push the friends list? Scammers and bots often try to get to your Discord friends list, bypass server protection. Servers have moderation tools like anti-spam bots, role restrictions, login bans. Oh, hey, Weltar. Yeah, you're not. He says asking an AI about bots that are likely powered by AI is a dystopian. Is dystopian. I have to say, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But this is how we win. We get the machines to fight each other. Scammers and bots try to get in your Discord friends list because this makes the most sense right here. Bypass server protections. Because I got all kinds of protections and stuff on my Discord server. Servers have moderation tools. Anti-spam bots, role restrictions, logging bans, etc. A direct friend connection lets them DM you freely, even if you share no server. This means they can keep messaging you even if you kick or ban them from your community server. Yeah, that's one thing I set up. Like, talk to me on the Discord server. You can't add me as a friend. My friends list is for my friends, and you guys can be my friends too. But when I say friends, it's like people I know IRL. Phishing and social engineering. Once in the DMs, they'll send you helpful links, editing tools, or sponsorship offers that are really phishing links or malware downloads. Sometimes they disguise these as Google Docs, Trello boards, YouTube collab requests, or beta software. Oh, so they want to DM it to you so like nobody else can see the link and be the wiser. Because if they posted it on like the server, then somebody else might be like, hey, next, don't click on that. It's a phishing link, right? Now it is all starting to become clear. Okay. Token credential theft. Discord accounts run on tokens. Malware or fake plugins steal these tokens, which give them instant access to your account, even bypassing passwords and 2FA. Oh my god. A lot of streamers have been hijacked this way and had their community spammed or nuked. Botnets and scaled targeting. You noticing different Twitch, YouTube chat names all funneling into the same Discord username is a red flag. That's a coordinated botnet. The goal is to make the scammer's Discord ID look popular and legitimate to increase chances someone eventually caves and adds them. Oh, when you add somebody on friends, does it show like how many friends they have or something? The specific scam variants you're encountering. Fake editor help scams. They pretend to offer video editing help but avoid specifics. Eventually they'll send you a file, a project file, a plugin, or a preset that is actually malware. Got it. Yeah, because every time they come in, it just rubs me the wrong way. And it's like almost 100 people have joined the Discord server, and we're all over there having a good time. And you're the one saying that you can't join. Like, that's bullshit. Sponsor partnership scam. Same tactic. Lots of flattery. No specifics. They try to get you to download a PDF or a media kit that's a virus. Got it. Friend request bot farm. Multiple accounts funneling you towards adding one Discord handle. That central account is likely the collector that pushes scams once friended. Persistence and manipulation. The repeatedly, but add me, it's the only way we can talk, is pressure tactic. They want you to compromise your boundaries so they can move you into a controlled channel, DMs. Why they give up if you resist. You've noticed they eventually give up when you stand firm. That's because these scams are high volume and low effort. If someone resists, it's a bad target. That's right, motherfuckers. They move on to easier prey who does accept the friend requests or download links. Scammers and bots are designed to fish with a wide net, not waste time on someone who knows better. Hold on. Do I? Oh, hold on. There we go. Yeah. How to protect yourself and your community. Never add strangers to your friends list. You're already doing this right. Disable everyone can DM me in your Discord privacy settings. I fucking totally did that after a bunch of weirdos just started like messaging me a bunch of nebulous stuff. Force them to use your server. It's done. That is done. Warn your community. Let them know that only official collab offers will come via your Discord server or verified email. Okay, so let's actually do this. Let's actually make a post. Watch for suspicious news. Members of your servers, bots sometimes try to sneak in there too. Log and ban. If 3 chat accounts funnel to one Discord server, ban all of them. It's a coordinated spam. Yeah. What's happening in a Discord friend request scam wave? Their goal is to move you out of your safe, moderated environment into DMs where they can push phishing links or malware. The repeated flattery, vagueness, and persistence are all red flags. By holding the boundary, use my Discord server, not my friend list, you're doing exactly the right thing, making yourself too costly a target. Would you like me to put together a streamer safe checklist you can pin in your Discord chat? What to ignore, what not to ban, what to ban, so your community also learns how to spot these attempts. Yeah, but okay. So let's do this. Authoring streaming. Okay, let's do, so here's the streaming channel. Hey, remember those weirdos that wanted me, that kept wanting me to add them to friends list and didn't want to use the server? Check it out. Also at here. This was the prompt. And this was the prompt. Boom. 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 There we go. Here we go. Attached screenshots of the output from the LLM. Okay. All right, what you're describing makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's get that screenshot. There we go. Save that one. Let's add that one real quick. There we go. And then there we go. Let's save that. Upload a file. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Give me the checklist. Okay. Here's a streamer safe checklist that you could open your Discord server, or even copy in your Twitch chat commands. In short, clear and train your viewers to spot the scams you've been seeing. Okay, scam and safety checklist for streamers and viewers. Safe practice. Use the server, not DMs or friend requests for communication. Double check any collab or sponsorship offers. Real partners provide clear details. Keep 2FA enabled and store backup codes safely. And make a Twitch chat like scam check that posts a quick reminder. Okay, let's copy that. Let me do the welcome and rules. There we go. And then let's do all things streaming. Viewers. There we go. Let's bold that. We'll make it look pretty. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, let me do edit message. Let's make that an @ here. Yeah, let's save that. And then let's pin both messages. Pin message right there. Yeah, pin it. And then pin that message right there. Oh yeah, pin it. Okay. Edit message. Then purport to want to help me with my channel or video editing, which is what my channel is about, but they are scant on details or specifics of exactly how or what this help will be. I have a link to my Discord server for anyone to join, and a lot of folk have done so, and my Discord community is really growing. If these users claim that the link either doesn't work or they insist that I add them on friends list even after I explain, they can simply join the Discord server like everyone else. And when I say insist, they repeatedly try to get me to add them on friends list even after I explain the best way to communicate with me is on the Discord server. And my friends list is reserved for my actual friends. Then they eventually give up when they realize I will not let them violate my boundaries. And then there's another clue related. Okay, cool. Oh, and we're going to say stay safe out there. Okay. All right. Okay, so I have good security practices, so that's good. Already catching these freaking weirdos. Actually, I'm a little curious. What do these scammers do when they trick someone into doing something that, how did they put it? Do something that gets them info via phishing or token credential theft. Oh, well, see, well, Dar, not really. I went to I've got a degree in network engineering, and one of the first things I was doing, on the second job out of college, I was doing penetration testing stuff. So not really. I've already had that stuff kind of drilled into me, just from taking the type of education that I had, and I wasn't born yesterday. Plus, like a lot of these people, just like they come into the chat and I try to be polite, but they're just like pushy, and like I instantly don't like them. But I try to keep it civil. So, yeah, because it's like the thing is, they're like, oh, I can help you with your channel. It's like, okay. It's like, do you want to learn more about video editing? Sure, man. I'm always willing to learn. And they're like, okay, add me to friends list. I'm like, well, here, wait a minute, bro. I've been editing videos for like 25 years. What is it that you purport to want to help me with? Like, what do you think I need to improve on? Right? And then they can't even give me an answer. They can't even respond to that. And then they move on because, you know, like it says I'm a bad target. So they use stolen Discord token to log in instantly. Victim may not even realize it first. Discord is okay. They often change email and password immediately to lock the victim out. Okay. Once inside, scammers weaponize the account. They spread malware, phishing links. They DM all the victims' friends and server members. Check out my new project. This spreads the same malware to infect them in the first place. Because the messages come from a trusted friend, others are far more likely to click. Some scammers pretend to be the victim, continue in casual conversation, then slip in a link. Community damage: they may spam, delete, or nuke servers if the victim has admin privileges. Bots can be added to servers, scrape data, or push more phishing links. Oh my god, I feel super responsible now. Like, one, I'm doing the right thing, and two, I must continue to do the right thing. Because if I got admin privileges to my server, like, I have to be eternally vigilant because I don't want to screw up my community. Scammers look for a way to turn stolen accounts into money. Sell the account. They steal linked info. Crypto. Oh, that's why I don't have anything else linked to the Discord. And my Discord, the way that I sign into my Discord account is with one of my many, you know, alternate login accounts. So like my YouTube account that I log in with is on a separate email than the one that I use to log into Discord. Crypto and gift card scams, bot farming. Why is it? I'm cold. The AC's really working today. There we go. I'm doing a little shivering over here. Why streamers are prime targets. Streamers have public visibility. Their accounts often have large, trusting communities ripe for spreading scams. Those motherfuckers. If an attacker hijacks your account, they can damage your reputation quickly by spamming your fans. How to break the chain. Immediate password reset. Force logout. Revoke. Auth apps that may have been authorized. Enable 2FA if not already. Alert your community. Okay. In short, once they trick someone, scammers convert the account into a weapon to spread malware, fish more victims, and possibly sell or exploit the account for money. It's like a chain reaction. One hacked user becomes bait for the next. Okay. Very good. Not today, Satan. Okay, we got that image of the carpal tunnel. I think we're done. Okay. Okay, we got that. There's the image. We're going to use that. That's for the mechanical keyboard. Okay, and that's for explaining stuff. And then this is for the end, when I think Deathforge for the air fryer. Oh, here, let's do this. Here, what's a good way? Let's do that. And then let's take this one and move that one over there. Yeah, now let's move this one. Like that. Okay, good. That gives people the idea. Okay, because Deathforge donated for me to get a brand new air fryer, and it finally came in. I ordered that thing like a month ago. It finally got here. Okay. Let's do file save. Okay, I want to get, all right, hold on. Here is the script, and we're gonna go read, and I gotta read through this to get the voiceover, and then I'm gonna put the voiceover in the timeline. Okay. And I'll chop it all up so it's, you know, it's just going, and then I'll add the music. Yeah, so voiceover, edit the voiceover, add the music, and then it will basically be a matter of adding the visuals on top of the voiceover. And I have a goodly amount of them, so I've created all of these graphics here. Okay. All right, so this is gonna be good. But I need to jump up and use the restroom really quick. I'm like squirming in my seat here. Yeah, let me. Right here, let's move that there. Okay, let me just take a quick bio break. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes, but I do need to jump up for a couple minutes. I will be right back, y'all, and then we're gonna get to recording the voiceover, and then we'll actually be loading up World of Warcraft because there's a lot of stuff in the script, as you will soon hear, that I need to record because I'm going to show people, like folks who aren't familiar with MMOs or whatever. Here's how you set up your hotkeys in an MMO or whatever. So I'll be right back. Okay, AFK, I'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes. I'll be right back. food too. Check, check, check. There we go. Okay, test, test. Oops. All right, let's move that. Okay, there we go. All right, let's minimize that. Okay. All right, let's pause that. Here we go. All right, so I'm getting set up to record the voiceover. Let me pound my green tea real quick. I need some caffeine. So many scammers. Okay. Excuse me. All right. We're gonna kill the music. That's really good tea. Okay. All right, so let me read through this really quick while my tea settles. I got some sort of dryness in my throat. Give me a minute. So I'm going to just read through this really quick. I want to check something really quick. Okay, here's all the graphic stuff. Okay. Let's do a thing at Type Racer really quick. I just want to practice. Enter a typing race. Here we go. A movie is not good because it arrives at conclusions you share, or bad because it does not. A movie is not about what it is about. It is about how it is about it. About considers its subject matter, and about how its subject may be quite different from the one it seems to provide. Okay. Where does the text come from? It typically shows where the... Oh, Awake in the Dark by Roger Ebert. Okay. So it must be some sort of thing about film reviews or whatever. Okay. I probably should have recorded that one. I'll record another one because this is going to go... I suggest that people learn how to type or practice typing anyway. in Type Racer, and then that'll make you good at hitting hotkeys. By practicing typing a lot. Okay. Interface settings. All right, let's get started. Okay, key bindings. Ooh, one thing I need to do. Let's see, are there any updates or anything? No. What about mods? What is this? Okay, so we're gonna update that. Got it. Oh, apply. All right, we're all good there. And then here's all the add-ons. But what I need to do, I need to prep something. I need to prep for recording. What is this? Okay, yep. Okay, hold on. No peeking. There we go. Okay, and we're actually going to use the Warlock. And we're going to disable all, and we're going to enable the custom add-on that I created for this tutorial. All right, so let's hit OK. Okay, cool. And that's it. That's what the custom add-on does. Puts that line right there. It shows you what's in front and what's in back. And we will illustrate this with a bunch of videos soon. All right, but the canvas is prepared. All right, so all right, we're ready. I can exit out of it. That's fine. Okay. Whoa. Okay, this is going to be a lot. This is very information dense. Okay, let me turn up the desktop audio. There we go. In fact, let me mute the desktop audio so it's just my microphone. There we go. And if I do that, oh, well, that's going to be, you guys won't be able to hear it either, so that's fine. I was thinking maybe I could put the music back on, but you guys wouldn't be able to hear it. So, all right, here we go. The purpose of this tutorial is to introduce player. I gotta get rolling. The purpose of this tutorial is to introduce players to the world of hotkeys. I'm using World of Warcraft as an example, but the concepts covered in this video will apply to any video game you play with a keyboard and mouse. When I first started playing WoW back in 2004, I clicked on spells in my hotbar. I was able to get pretty far in the game doing this. It wasn't until I started dueling and PvP that the limitations of clicking abilities with the mouse in the hotbar became apparent. I don't believe that there is a right or a wrong way to play a video game, especially WoW. It has one of the most diverse player bases I've experienced. I know plenty of players to this day that still get by clicking spells and abilities in their hotbar. They are comfortable doing this, and they approach the game from a much more relaxed or laid-back manner than I do. I freely admit I'm a hardcore competitive player, and that isn't the way the majority of players want to experience the game. However, players that want to improve their response time to become more competitive have consistently requested that I create a hotkey tutorial. I am pleased to announce that I am honoring those requests. This tutorial essentially boils down to improving accuracy and response times. One can only move the mouse cursor around at a maximum speed to ensure accuracy in successfully targeting the This tutorial essentially boils down to improving accuracy and response time. One can only move the mouse cursor around at a maximum speed to ensure accuracy in successfully targeting the desired ability or spell in the hotbar. Hotkeys eliminate this speed limit while increasing accuracy. For those interested in PvP and late in-game content, this increase in accuracy and speed will pay dividends in your next raid, battleground, or both. I have intentionally released the first 2 videos of the TWoW tutorial series simultaneously in order for those players who wish to learn and master hotkeys may begin establishing habitual muscle memory immediately upon creating and playing their first characters. However, even if you've played for a long time without hotkeys, it's never too late to begin incorporating the instructions provided here into your gameplay. It will take some time for muscle memory to establish itself, but once it does, your response time to critical gameplay moments will come as a natural reflex. One only needs to put in the time to first configure hotkeys and practice enough with them for this eventuality to become a reality. Okay, so we're doing types, keyboards, NK rollover. Before we begin, it's worth noting that your keyboard's hardware can affect how many keys you can press at once without missed inputs. Keyboards generally come in 2 main types. Mechanical and membrane. Mechanical keyboards use individual switches under each key, giving a distinct tactile feel and quicker response. They often support full in-key rollover, meaning every key pressed is registered, no matter how many you press simultaneously. Membrane keyboards use a rubber or silicon dome over a shared circuit sheet. They feel softer or mushier with less precise feedback, but most modern models can register around 6 simultaneous key presses without ghosting, more than enough for gaming. For this tutorial, you'll never need to press more than 5 keys at once, so any reasonably modern keyboard, mechanical or membrane, will work fine. If your keyboard or laptop is over 10 years old, you might encounter limitations, so it's worth keeping that in mind before continuing. Okay, let's take a break with the recording stuff. Let's grab that. And heaven forbid the power go out and I lose all that stuff. Okay, we can delete that one. This will be voiceover. 001. Got it. And then let's go back to... Yep, here we go. New folder. Voiceover. Okay. I think I can get through this part. Yeah, and this part. Okay, let me read all that. And then we'll throw it in the timeline. And I'm going to have to get footage of my wrist rests and stuff. All right, here goes. Gamers, writers, and IT workers spend countless hours at a keyboard. And while that's great for productivity or fun, it's also a recipe for wrist problems if you're not careful. Growing up, I remember seeing adults wearing wrist braces for carpal tunnel syndrome, and I've always kept that image in mind. Carpal tunnel syndrome happens when the median nerve in your wrist gets compromised, often from repetitive movements like typing. The result? Numbness, tingling, weakness, and pain that can make even basic tasks miserable. The good news, most of it's preventable. For me, that means using both keyboard and mouse wrist rests, paying close attention to desk height, and keeping my posture aligned. Especially since I'm a bigger guy who spends long hours working and gaming. Your setup might be different, so find what works for you. The AC water pump thing came on, and I know this mic is picking that up, so we're just going to wait. And I'll start from the top here. Here it goes. Okay. The good news? Most of it's preventable. For me, that means using both keyboard and mouse wrist rests, paying close attention to desk height, and keeping my posture aligned, especially since I'm a bigger guy who spends long hours working and gaming. Your setup might be different, so find what works for you. If you've never been taught proper typing posture, take the time to look up a guide or watch a quick tutorial online. A few small adjustments today could save you from a lot of pain later. My goal is for you to enjoy gaming without sacrificing your long-term health. If you haven't taken a typing class, you may have wondered what those little bumps are over the F and J keys. These are tactile markers to help you ensure that your hands are in the right spots over the keyboard without needing to look down at your hands. Take a look at the keyboard you're in front of right now and notice what they look like on your keyboard. On both my laptop and my desktop keyboard, both the F and J keys have this little raised line towards the bottom of those keys. Also notice how no other keys have these tactile markers. Home row. The index finger on your left hand... Okay, I should read this part. Tactile markers. If you haven't taken a typing class, you may have... Jesus. I got a little piece of coffee or something on the back of my throat. All right, here we go. Tactile markers. If you haven't taken a typing class, you may have wondered what those little bumps are over the F and J keys. These tactile markers, tactile markers. If you haven't taken a typing class, tactile markers. If you haven't taken a typing class, you may have wondered what those little bumps are over the F and J keys. These are tactile markers to help you ensure that your hands are in the right spots over the keyboard without needing to look down at your hands. Take a look at the keyboard you're in front of right now and notice what they look like on your keyboard. On both my laptop and my desktop keyboard, both the F and J keys have this little raised line towards the bottom of those keys. You'll also notice how no other keys have these tactile markers. Home row. The index finger on your left hand is supposed to rest on the F key. Home row. The index finger on your left hand is supposed to rest on the F key, and the index finger on your right hand is supposed to rest on the J key. This is why all of the keys along this row are known as home row. Key assignment by hand. From the home row, the available keys are divided for each hand. This visual illustrates how this is done. The spacebar can be pressed by either thumb and is the only key with shared assignment. Every vertical column of keys are for your individual fingers with 2 vertical columns in the middle for each index finger. When gaming, your dominant hand is always on the mouse, so that just leaves the non-dominant hand on the keyboard to press keys. For the purpose of brevity in this tutorial, all following infographics will assume right hand dominance, with the left hand as the non-dominant. Sorry, lefties, just kidding. It should be easy to extrapolate the inverse of these infographics. Movement keys. Since the mid-90s, all right, here we go. WASD's movement keys. Since the mid-90s, WASDs have been the movement keys for virtually all 3D games, especially first-person shooters. I realize that not everyone has played FPSs, but if you have, these keys will certainly feel natural. A little later, this tutorial A little later in this tutorial, we will cover movement. A little later in this tutorial, we will cover movement with Watts in World of Warcraft. A little later in this tutorial, we will cover. A little later in this tutorial, we will cover movement with Watts in World of Warcraft in detail. In all following infographics, Watts will remain shaded in red because they are reserved for your movement keys, and thus in all following infographics, Watts will remain shaded in red because they are reserved for your movement and thus considered movement keys and not hotkeys. Available hotkeys with large hands. If you're like me and have super big hands, you have a few advantages and a few disadvantages. For advantages, you can easily reach the function keys as additional hotkeys. You are also really good at opening jars, and you may even be able to palm a basketball. For disadvantages, us big hand people need help digging out a small screw from a computer case or reaching into a small or narrow place to do something. For the rest of this tutorial, the infographics will assume one has average size hands, but for the rest of this tutorial, the infographics will assume one has average-sized hands. But for those of us that have trouble finding gloves that fit, know that you have a few extra buttons there for hotkeys along that function row. Available hotkeys with... Available hotkeys. These are your standard unmodified hotkey options, which gives us 18 in total. We'll get into modifiers in a minute, but you can easily see what your options are with your hand resting over the Watts movement keys. It shouldn't be much of a stretch at all to easily hit all of the highlighted keys around the Watts area. Hotkey modifiers. A hotkey modifier is a key that you can hold down, then press. A hotkey modifier is a key you can hold down, then press an available hotkey to trigger a different effect. The most common usage of a key modifier is Shift. It's used a few billion times a day every time someone needs to capitalize a letter. The second most common usage would be for keyboard shortcuts, copy, cut, and paste. You easily have access to 2, maybe 3 hotkey modifiers depending on what feels comfortable to you. We have Shift, which is the most common. Control comes in second, and usually Alt comes in third. However, I know plenty of players that prefer to use Alt as a key modifier over Control just because it feels more natural to them. I'm showing you all 3, and it's up to you to determine your preference based on what feels right. Available hotkeys modified with Shift. By using Shift as a hotkey modifier, we go from 18 available hotkeys to 36. All you have to do is hold down Shift and hit the hotkey, then boom, new ability. Available hotkeys modified with Control. Further expanding with key modifiers. We use Control as the key modifier. Further expanding with key modifiers, when we use Control as the key modifier, we jump up to 54 available hotkeys. Available hotkeys modified with Alt. Finally, the next step would be to use Alt, giving us a grand total of 72 individual actions bound to a hotkey. Therefore, by following this tutorial with its basic scheme, you can easily have access to around 72 hotkeys. Now it's time to set up the game to take advantage of them. Practice typing. A quick side note. Definitely check out play.typeracer.com. It's a fun website that you can practice on to boost your accuracy. The website basically gives you a quote from a book or movie, sometimes song lyrics, and all you have to do is type the words on the screen to get your car to the finish line. The faster and more accurate you type, the faster you get there. By practicing typing a lot, it will help you build muscle memory, which in turn will help you strike your hotkeys. As you can see here, I type about 70 words per minute with some pretty high accuracy. But don't be discouraged But don't be discouraged when you're starting out if your numbers are low. I started out that way as well, but I was starting out more than 30 years ago. I have a few decades of practice, as you can see. Okay. All right. I think this is going to be voiceover 2. Gamers, writers, and IT workers spend countless hours at a keyboard. Yeah. And while that's great... Here we go. There we go. I need to put a little space there. Okay. All right. So we're going to switch gears a little bit because my tongue starts getting tied. Let's go import media. And let's go grab those voiceover tracks. 1, 2, 3 right there. All right, now we're going to put it all down in the timeline. I should have plenty of room. Because this is a whole hour right there. So there's no... Yeah, there we go. There's plenty of time. Okay, what are we at? We're at basically the 15-minute mark, yeah. And then we're about halfway. Yeah, so this is going to be about a 30-minute video, I'm pretty sure. All right. So now it's basically... Let me zoom in a bit more. Okay. And then let's make it a little bit bigger, and this way we can see the peaks and stuff better. Because right now, I'm focused on the audio. I always wonder what I look like when I do this, so I'm going to leave the video up there so I can see my what I look like when I do this. All right, here we go. The purpose of this tutorial is to introduce players to the world of hotkeys. I'm using World of Warcraft as an example, but the concepts covered in this video will apply to any video game you play with a keyboard and mouse. When I first started playing WoW back in 2004, what do you guys think? Like, am I such a perfectionist that I want to edit out me taking a breath? I mean, does that throw things off for you guys? Like, would you... Like, I guess, here, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's I was able to get pretty... Whoa. Let's actually listen to it. And maybe I'm just such a damn stickler. Okay, so this is edited without, and basically what it is was I took this little breath and this pause out. Okay, so let's listen to it from here, and then we're gonna with the pause, and you can hear me take a breath like that, and then this one it just keeps going, like inhuman, because you never hear me take the breath. So you know, I'm really interested to hear what you guys think sounds better. Or if they sound the same, or if you're fucking crazy in Exodus, just edit the damn video. Any video game you play with a keyboard and mouse. When I first started playing WoW back in 2004, I clicked on spells in my hotbar. Okay, now here's with the edit. Any video game you play with a keyboard and mouse. When I first started playing WoW back in 2004, I clicked on spells in my hotbar. I actually like the edit. I like the edit because we got a bunch of information to get through. We need to, you know, I took out 2 or 3 seconds there, and with as many sentences are in here, you know, we're going to save a couple of minutes. This will be the difference between the video being 35 minutes and 30 minutes long, honestly. All right, so let's back this up. There we go. Kill that. Kill that. Kill that. Kill that. There we go. All right. So this will be our first edit and mouse. When right there. Let's go in even more. There we go. Okay. Keyboard and mouse. When I first started playing WoW back in 2004, I clicked on spells in my hotbar. I was able to get pretty far in the game doing this. It wasn't until I started dueling and PvP that the limitations of clicking abilities with the mouse in the hotbar became apparent. I don't believe that there is a right or a wrong way to play a video game, especially WoW. It has one of the most diverse player bases I've experienced. I know plenty of players to this day that still get by clicking spells and abilities in their hotbar. They are comfortable doing this, and they approach the game from a much more relaxed or laid-back manner than I do. I freely admit I'm a hardcore competitive player, and that isn't the way that... Okay. I'm a hardcore competitive player, and that isn't the way the majority of players want to experience the game. However, players that want to improve their response time to be... However, players that want to improve their response time to become more competitive have consistently requested that I create a hotkey tutorial. I am pleased to announce that I am honoring those requests. Well, here, what is the next part? Maybe I do want this pause here. This tutorial essentially boils down... That's a bit much. This tutorial essentially those requests. This tutorial essentially boils down to improving accuracy and response times. One can only move the mouse cursor around at a maximum speed to ensure accuracy in successfully targeting the This tutorial essentially... Okay, so... One can only move the mouse cursor around at a maximum speed to ensure accuracy in successfully targeting the One can only... This tutorial essentially boils down to improving accuracy. This tutorial... Okay, so that means I didn't like any of that. This tutorial is... Right. This tutorial essentially boils down to improving accuracy and response time. One can only move the mouse cursor around at a maximum speed to ensure accuracy in successfully targeting the desired ability or spell in the hotbar. Hotkeys eliminate this... Hotbar. Hotkeys eliminate this speed limit while increasing accuracy. For those interested in in the hotbar, hotkeys eliminate this speed limit while increasing accuracy. For those interested For those interested in PvP and late in-game content, this increase in accuracy and speed will pay dividends in your next raid, battleground, or both. I have intentionally released the first two videos of the WoW tutorial series simultaneously in order for those players who wish to learn and master hotkeys may begin establishing habitual muscle memory immediately upon creating and playing their first characters. However, even if you've played for a long time without hotkeys, Even if you've played for a long time without hotkeys, it's never too late to begin incorporating the instructions provided here into your gameplay. It will take some time for muscle memory to establish itself, but once it does, your response time to critical gameplay moments will come as a natural reflex. One only needs to put in the time to fit. One only needs to put in the time to first configure hotkeys and practice enough with them for this eventuality to become a reality. Okay, so we're doing types, keyboards, NK rollover. Before we begin, it's worth noting that before we become a reality. Before we begin, it's worth noting that your keyboard's hardware can affect how many keys you can press at once without missed inputs. Keyboards generally come in two main types. Keyboards Keyboards generally come in two main types, mechanical and membrane. Mechanical keyboards use individual switches under each key, giving a distinct tactile feel and quicker response. They often support full in-key rollover, meaning every key pressed. They often support full in-key rollover, meaning every key rollover, meaning every key pressed is registered, no matter how many you press simultaneously. Membrane keyboards use a rubber or silicon dome over a shared circuit sheet. They feel softer or mushier with its sheet. They feel softer or mushier with less precise feedback, but most modern models can register around 6 simultaneously. But most modern models can register around 6 simultaneous key presses without ghosting, more than enough for gaming. For this tutorial, you'll never need to press more than 5 keys at once, so any reasonably modern keyboard, mechanical or membrane, will work fine. If your keyboard or laptop is over 10 years old, you might encounter limitations, so it's worth keeping that in mind before continuing. Gamers, writers, and IT workers spend countless hours at a keyboard. And while that's great for productivity or fun, it's also a recipe for wrist problems if you're not careful. Growing up, I remember seeing adults wearing wrist braces for carpal tunnel syndrome, and I've always kept that image in mind. Carpal tunnel syndrome happens when the median nerve in your wrist gets compromised, often from repetitive movements like typing. The result? numbness, tingling, weakness, and pain that can make even basic tasks miserable. The good news, most of it's preventable. For me, that means using The good news, most of it's preventable. For me, that means using both keyboard and mouse wrist rests, paying close attention to desk height, and keeping my posture aligned, especially since I'm a bigger guy who spends long hours working and gaming. Your setup might be different, so find what works for you. For you. Oh, you can hear it. Find what works for you. Hold on. You can hear that. So find what works for you. Yeah, you can hear it. Okay, where did I start up again? The AC water pump thing came on, and okay, hold on. Let's stop it right there. Oops. The noise gate does a good job of it, like not picking up when I'm not talking, but when I'm talking, it picks it up. And I'll start from the top here. Wait, I want to see. Because I bet that's it right there. Yeah. Yeah, there it goes. It goes. Okay. The good news? All right. In gaming, your setup might be different, so find what works for you. The good news? Be different, keeping my posture aligned, especially since I'm a bigger guy who spends long hours working and gaming. Your setup might be different, so find what works for you. Wow, I really backed that one up, huh? Keyboard and mouse wrist rests, paying close attention to desk height and keeping my posture aligned, especially since I'm a The good news? Most of it's preventable. For me, that means using both keyboard and mouse wrist rests, paying close attention. Okay, so tasks miserable. The good news, most of it's preventable. Okay. The good news, most of it's preventable. For me, that means using both keyboard and mouse wrist rests, paying close attention to desk height, and keeping my posture aligned, especially since I'm a bigger guy who spends long hours working and gaming. Your setup might be different, so find what works for you. If you've never been taught proper typing posture, be different, so find what works for you. If you've never been taught proper typing posture, take the time to look up a guide or watch a quick tutorial online. A few small adjustments today could save you from a lot of pain later. My goal is for you to enjoy gaming without sacrificing your long-term health. If you haven't taken a typing class, you may have wondered what those little bumps are over the F and J keys. These are tactile markers to help you ensure that your hands are in the right spots over the keyboard without needing to look down at your hands. Take a look at the keyboard. Take a look at the keyboard you're in front of right now. Take a look at your hands. Take a look at the keyboard you're in front of right now and notice what they look like on your keyboard. On both my laptop and my desktop keyboard, both the F and J keys have this little raised line towards the bottom of those keys. Also notice how no other keys have these tactile markers. Home row. Home row. The index finger on your left hand. Okay, I should read this part. Tactile markers. If you have. Oh, we backed all the way up. Okay. Also notice how no other key. Okay, hold on a second. keys have these tactile markers. Home row. The index finger on your left hand... Okay, I should read this part. Tactile markers. If you haven't been... board you're in front, take a look at the key. These are tactile markers. Taking a typing class, you may have wondered what those little bumps are over the F. Tactile markers. If you haven't taken a typing class... Okay, we back it the fuck up. In a typing class, if you haven't taken a typing class... Tactile markers. If you haven't been... Tactile markers. If you haven't taken a typing class, you may have... Jesus. Tactile markers. If you haven't taken a typing class, you may have wondered what those little bumps are over the F and J keys. These tactile markers... These are... Tactile markers. Oh my gosh. Tactile markers. If you haven't taken a typing class, you may have wondered what those little bumps are over the F and J keys. These tactile markers... These are... Tactile markers. If you haven't taken a typing class... Tactile markers. If you haven't taken a typing class... I'm getting mad. Tactile markers. If you haven't taken a typing class, you may have wondered what those little bumps are over the F and J keys. These are tactile markers to help you ensure that your hands are in the right spots over the keyboard without needing to look down at your hands. Take a look at the keyboard you're in front of right now and notice what they look like on your keyboard. On both my laptop and my desktop keyboard, both the F and J keys have this little raised line towards the bottom of those keys. You'll also notice how no other keys have these tactile markers. Home row. The index finger on your left hand is supposed to rest on the F key. Home row. The index finger on your left hand is supposed to rest on the F key, and the index finger on your right hand is supposed to rest on the J key. This is why all of the keys along this row are known as... This is why all of the keys along this row are known as home row. Key assignment by home row. Key assignment by hand. From the home row, the available keys are divided for each hand. This visual illustrates how this is done. The spacebar can be pressed by either thumb and is the only key with shared assignment. Every vertical column of keys are for your individual fingers, with 2 vertical columns in the middle for each index finger. When gaming, your dominant hand is always on the mouse. So that just leaves the non-dominant hand on the keyboard to press keys. For the purpose of brevity in this tutorial, all following infographics will assume right hand dominance, with the left hand as the non-dominant. Sorry lefties, just kidding. It should be easy to extrapolate the inverse of these infographics. Movement keys. Movement keys. Since the mid-90s, all right, here we go. WASD's movement keys. WASD's movement keys. Since the mid-90s, WASDs have been the movement keys for virtually all 3D games, especially first-person shooters. I realize that not everyone has played... It's an odd pause there. Let's see if we can get that out of there. These for virtually all 3D games, especially first-person shooters. I realize that not everyone has played FPSs, but if you have, these keys... I realize that not everyone has played FPSs, but if you have, these keys will certainly feel natural. A little later, in this tutorial, we will cover movement. A little later in this tutorial, we will cover movement with watts in World of Warcraft. A little later in this tutorial, we will cover A little later in this tutorial, we will cover A little later in this tutorial, we will cover movement with watts in World of Warcraft in detail. In all following infographics, watts will remain shaded in red because they are reserved for your movement keys, and thus in all watts will remain infographics. Watts will be in all following in all following Warcraft in detail. In all following infographics, watts will remain shaded in red because they are reserved for your movement and thus considered movement keys and not hotkeys. Available hotkeys with large hands. If you're like me and have super big hands, you have a few advantages and a few disadvantages. For advantages, you can easily reach the function keys as additional hotkeys. You are also really good at opening jars, and you may even be able to palm a basketball. For disadvantages, us big hand people need help digging out a small screw from a computer case or reaching into a small or narrow place to do something. For the rest of this tutorial, the infographics will assume one has average size hands, but for the rest graphics will assume one has tutorial, the infographic for the rest of this tutorial for the rest of this For the rest of this tutorial, the infographics will assume one has average-sized hands, but for those of us that have trouble finding gloves that fit, know that you have a few extra buttons there for hotkeys along that function row. Available hotkeys with... Let's just a variable hotkey. What did I even say there? Row. Available hotkeys. These are your standard unmodified hotkey options, which gives us 18 in total. We'll get into modifiers in a minute, but you can easily see what your options are with your hand resting over the watts movement keys. It shouldn't be much of a stretch to... It shouldn't be much of a stretch at all to easily hit all of the highlighted keys around the watts area. Hotkey modifier. Hotkey modifiers. A hotkey modifier is a key that you can hold down, then press. A hotkey. A hot A hotkey modifier is a key you can hold down, then press an available hotkey to trigger a different effect. The most common usage of a key modifier is shift. It's used a few billion times a day every time someone needs to capitalize a letter. The second most common usage would be for keyboard shortcuts, copy, cut, and paste. You easily have access to 2, maybe 3 hotkey modifiers. You easily have access to 2, maybe 3 hotkey modifiers depending on what feels comfortable to you. We have Shift, which is the most common. Control comes in second, and usually Alt comes in third. However, I know plenty of players that prefer to use Alt. However, I know plenty of players that prefer to use Alt as a key modifier over Control just because it feels more natural to them. I'm showing you all 3, and it's up to you to determine your preference based on what feels right. Available hotkeys modified with Shift. By using Shift as a hotkey modifier, we go from 18 available hotkeys to 36. All you have to do is hold down Shift and hit the hotkey, then boom, new ability. Available hotkeys modified with Control. I'm actually going to leave that there. Available hotkeys modified with Control. Further expanding with key modifiers. Further expanding with key modifiers, we use Control as the key modifier. Further expanding with key modifiers, when we use Control as the key modifier, we jump up to 54 available hotkeys. Available hotkeys modified with Alt. Available hotkeys modified with Alt. Hey Daisy, how's it going? Finally, the next step would be to use Alt, giving us a grand total of 7. Finally, getting this voiceover edited. Available hotkeys modified with Alt. Finally, the next step would be to use Alt, giving us a grand total of 7. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm editing a video. This is my favorite thing to do. 22 individual actions bound to a hotkey. Therefore, by following this tutorial with its basic scheme, you can easily have access to around 72 hotkeys. Now it's time to set up the game to take advantage of them. I think that's good. Now it's time to set up the game to take advantage of them. Practice typing. A quick side note. Definitely check out play.typeracer.com. It's a fun website that you can practice on to boost your accuracy. The website basically gives you a quote from a book or movie, sometimes song lyrics, and all you have to do is type the words on the screen to get your car to the finish line. The faster and more accurate you type, the faster you get there. By practicing typing a lot, Yeah, I just, a bunch of people asked me to start streaming on Kick, so I created an account. Here we go. Will help you build muscle memory, which in turn will help you strike your hotkeys. As you can see, your hotkeys. As you can see here, I type about 7. Help you strike your hotkeys. as you can see here, I type about 70 words per minute with some pretty high accuracy. But don't be discouraged when but don't be discouraged by high accuracy. But don't be discouraged when you're starting out if your numbers are low. I started out that way as well, but I was starting out more than 30 years ago. I have a few decades of practice, as you can see. There we go. Is that all of it? Oh, okay. We got through all of it, and we're at 9 minutes already. Damn. Okay. All right, let me jump up and take a quick break. I definitely need to eat something, so I think we're going to take a break while I eat something. Well, I edit, I play video games, and then I make videos from what I play in the video games. So I'm actually making a hotkey tutorial right now to teach people how to set up hotkeys on in an MMO. Yeah, I mean, I'll take a look. You got a website or something? Oh no, Daisy, I've got Chat GTP that does most of the art that I need, and then I have a couple of volunteers that do stuff for free. I'm trying to keep my costs low, so between paying for Chat GTP and then the volunteers, like I'm good. Good luck with your sales though. I'm gonna go AFK for a second, and I'll be right back. BRB bio. All right. Okay. All right, I think I should just keep going. All right. Let's pause the music again. And let's see here. Where did we end it? But don't be discouraged when you're starting out if your numbers are low. Okay, so type eraser. All right. Okay. Okay, so we gotta get through interface settings, key bindings. Key bindings to unbind and Y. Okay. Okay, so interface settings. All right, let's get started. Okay, let me make sure.
Starting out more than 30 years ago. I have a few decades of practice, as you can see.
All right, we're done. Oops. Okay, as you can see. All right, interface settings. All right, let me get ready. All right, here goes nothing.
Interface settings. Interface settings. All right, let's get started. Once you get signed into WoW and you have control of your character, the first thing you want to do is press escape and click on interface options. We're going to enable some things first before we get to binding all the keys. In interface options, under the controls section, be sure to check off auto self-cast. Oh, let's change that.
And then hold on. Because one of my buddies was saying to get rid of the check off and just say check. Be sure to check. In the spirit of helping you configure, go ahead and check the box on the right hand side in a later video on screen. Under action bars, check everything, always show, put a check mark next to, put a check next to show and show action right bars. Once you've enabled all that, click the OK button in the bottom right. You will notice how a lot of empty. Okay. Let's go here. Let's get rid of that. All right.
Interface settings. All right, let's get started. Once you get signed into WoW and you have control of your character, the first thing you want to do is press escape and click on interface options. We're going to enable some things first before we get to binding all of the keys. In interface options, under the controls section, be sure to check the auto self-cast option. This will save you from needing to manually target yourself first before casting a spell or ability on your character. Believe me when I say this will help increase your response time. While still in interface options, under the display section, be sure to check instant quest text and buff durations if you haven't already. This isn't specifically related to hotkeys, but it will speed up gameplay and provide critical information about buffs on yourself and others. Next, click on the advanced option tabs in the top left-hand corner. In the spirit of helping you configure the interface to present helpful information, go ahead and check off. In the spirit of helping you configure the interface to present helpful information. In the spirit of helping you configure the interface to In the spirit of helping you configure the interface to present helpful information, go ahead and check the box on the right-hand side for Enable Floating Combat Text. In a later video for this series, we will cover some add-ons that will provide you even more on-screen information, but turning this on for beginners is a great start. Finally, under the action bars section at the top, check everything. Lock action bars, always show action bars, show right action bar 2 below it, and put a check next to show bottom left action bar and show bottom right action bar. Once you've enabled all of that, click the OK button in the bottom right. You will now notice a lot more hotkey spaces available on the screen. You won't need them right away at lower levels, but we are preparing the canvas for you to paint your hotkey masterpiece. All right. Key bindings. The main menu should still be up on your screen if it's key bindings. The main menu should still be up on your screen. If it is not, all you have to do is press escape again. Now it's time to click on the Key Bindings button in the middle of the screen. Let's go over some of the basics first. In the top right-hand corner of the window, you will see the option of Character-Specific Key Bindings. If you check this off, you will need to manually go through the key bindings configuration for each different character you create. To save yourself time in the long run, I recommend leaving it unchecked. When you leave this option off and create a new character, you will simply need to drag spells and abilities into the place on the hotbar that has already been configured to use a specific key. Next, we configure the movement keys. We will configure WOTS so that the A and D keys are strafe left and strafe right, not turn left and turn right. For turn left, click on the field containing A and click Unbind Key. For turn right, click on the field containing D and click Unbind Key. For strafe left, click on the field containing Q and press the A key. For strafe right, click on the field containing E and press the D key. WoW Basics, Strafe Running, and the 180-degree cast line. Now before we go any further, let's take a minute to review how movement in WoW works with this key configuration, how to ensure you are maximizing your mobility, and that you understand when the game considers you are facing your target and when you have your back to a target. This is primarily important for any and all ranged attacks or abilities, even for warriors using things like intercept. And it is also very important for rogues and druids, as several abilities can only be triggered when you are considered behind your target. Let us start with an extremely simplified view of the 180-degree line. This black dot is considered your player character for your target. This black dot is considered your player character or your target as viewed from the top down. For the player character, everything above the 180-degree line is considered ahead of you, and everything below the line is considered behind you. The same goes for players and mobs you can target in the game. If your character is ahead of the 180-degree line from the target's top-down perspective, they are considered to be facing you, and they are considered to have their back to you if your character is behind their 180-degree line. Again, from the target's top-down perspective. Let me show you how all this works with a very simple add-on installed that will draw the 180-degree line. Let's start with the obvious. This rat is directly in front of my character. I will now cast Shadow Bolt. Success! One dead rat. Now, this rat is directly behind my character. I will now attempt to cast Shadow Bolt. It fails, and the error message displays that the target needs to be in front of you. Now let's take it to an extreme. I'm going to line up the rat in front of me at the most extreme angle I can manage while ensuring that target is above the line, and thus the game understands that I am facing the target. Now I cast Shadow Bolt. Notice how the Shadow Bolt appears to project at a virtual 90-degree angle, but that the cast is still successful. Now using the same extreme, let me have the target ever so slightly behind the 180-degree line. I now cast Shadow Bolt. Failure, and in pops the error message that the target needs to be in front of me. Now let's switch gears for a movement. Now let's switch gears for a moment and cover why you want to strafe instead of turn. It all boils down to speed. Holding W will move your character forward. Notice how quickly we travel. Holding S will move your character backwards. Notice how we move at a reduced speed. Holding A or D will cause your character to strafe in the left or right direction. Notice how your character moves at the same speed strafing as they do moving forward. Now let me move forward and use the keyboard to turn instead of the mouse. Notice how janky it is to maintain the target above the 180-degree line. Now let me strafe in one direction and use the mouse to turn. See how much smoother it is keeping the target above the line. Now let me put distance between myself and the target using strafe while using the mouse to ensure the target is still above the line. Now let me combine strafing and running forward while using the mouse to ensure the target is above the line. We gotta wait for the AC. The AC's making noise and I know the mic picks it up. Okay. Now let me combine strafing and running forward while using the mouse to ensure the target is above the line. Notice how smooth and easy the movement appears while keeping the target in front of me. If you have already experienced playing first-person shooters, you should be able to pick this up rather quickly. If your background is different, then you will need to spend some time practicing it, but it shouldn't take long before everything clicks. Default keys to unbind and why. Let's take a minute to unbind a few of the default keys, and I'll explain along the way. Bring up the key bindings menu again and scroll down to Interface Panel Functions. Click where it says C for the character pane and click the unbind key. I recommend doing this because it's better to have C and Shift C available as hotkeys for abilities, knowing you can simply click on the character pane icon in the UI to access the same window. I have my character pane bound to Control C, as I have eventually gotten tired of clicking on the icon for it. Again, there's no right or wrong here. I'm merely attempting to free up some of the easiest to strike hotkeys so they can be used for something more important, which is combat, instead of looking at your character pane, I am merely attempting to free up some of the easiest to strike hotkeys so they can be used for something more important, which is combat, instead of looking at your character pane, which you will only do outside of combat. Click where it says B for toggle backpack and click unbind key. Again, we're freeing up B for combat. I have my B set to bandage appropriately. enough. I have my B set to bandage appropriately enough, and I use the default Shift B to open all of my bags at the same time, not just the one backpack in the furthest right bag slot. Next, in the key binding settings, let us scroll up to Action Bar Functions and find where it says Previous Action Bar and Next Action Bar. In the Key To column on the right-hand side, click where you see Shift mouse wheel up and click the Unbind Key button, and right below it, click where you see Shift mouse wheel down and again click the Unbind Key button. This will prevent you from losing your key bindings simply because you were holding Shift to use hotkeys while scrolling your mouse wheel to zoom the camera in or out. It is very common for new players to get confused by this default keybind because it makes it look like the icons disappear when you aren't paying attention. Here is what holding Shift and scrolling up or down looks like with the default keybind. Notice how all of the icons change to empty and then back while the hotbar number towards the right increases or decreases. Binding your first 24 hotkeys and moving non-combat items to the sidebars. I'm sure you're anxious to start playing, so let's wrap this up and let me walk you through binding keys for 2 full hotbars that will total 24 hotkeys. That will definitely be enough to get you through your first 10 to 20 levels, and will also move non-combat items and abilities to the sidebar where you can click on them at your leisure. From the key binding interface, scroll down to Action Bar Functions. Leave 1 through 5 right where they are. Click 6 and press Q. Click 7 and press E. Click 8 and press F. Click 9 and press G. Click 0 and press Z. Click minus and press X. Click plus and press Z. Now scroll down to multi-action bar bindings. Next to bottom left action button 1, click Not Bound, hold Shift, and press 1. Next to bottom left action button 2, click Not Bound, hold Shift, and press 2. Next to bottom left action button 3, click Not Bound and hold Shift and press, you guessed it, 3. Below that, click Not Bound, hold Shift, press 4. Below that, click Not Bound, hold Shift, and press 5. You may have noticed we are mirroring the primary action bar keys with the Shift key modifier. So to continue, below that, click Not Bound, hold Shift, press Q. Below that, click Not Bound, hold Shift, press E. Below that, click Not Bound, hold Shift, press F. Below that, click, hold Shift, and press G. Below that, click, hold Shift, and press Z. Below that, click, hold Shift, and press Z. Below that, click, hold Shift, and press X. So now you should have the primary action bars all configured. And the one directly on top of it using the same keys in the same order, but they are triggered with Shift as the modifier. This way the bar below is no Shift and the bar above is with Shift. Now that we've gotten all of the hotkeys configured, I suggest moving the food and self buffs out of your configured hotkey area. See how I move demon armor and the food and water over to the right side hotbar. I do this because I use my right side hotbar primarily for non-combat abilities. As a warlock, I would rarely auto-attack anything because I'm a caster, so I simply remove the attack ability from the hotbar altogether. I can still auto-attack by running up to something and right-clicking on it. However, as a casting class, I do use a wand attack. Open up your spellbook by pressing B. However, as a casting class, I do use a wand attack. If you are a casting class, open up your spellbook by pressing P. In the General tab, you will see an icon next to the word Shoot. Drag the icon from the spellbook to a place in the hotbar with the key you want to use to trigger your wand ability. You do not get a wand right away, but you will soon. You will not get a wand right away, but you will soon get one from a quest, or at the very least buy one off the auction house. I also move the undead racial ability Cannibalize over to the non-combat hotbars, as it is something I can click on after the target is dead, and I am thus out of combat. Now, as you level and gain new abilities, you can drag them from your spellbook into one of these two hotbars and begin building the use of muscle memory for those combat abilities. All right, let's stop that. All right, we're going to keep going. Let me do... So that should be voiceover 4. There we go. Okay. All right. Tab targeting. Now there's still a truckload of things to cover when it comes to hotkeys in WoW, but we'll cover those in a later video. I want to turn you loose to get you started on your adventure and enjoy the game, but let's cover one more thing before I let you go. Tab targeting. Anything that isn't a critter you can target with tab targeting. A critter is like this rat. A critter is basically anything that doesn't give you experience when it dies. Other critters are things like sheep, squirrels, bugs, etc. Imagine an invisible cone in front of your character. Anything within that cone that isn't a critter will be selected when you press tab, and the first thing that will be targeted is the mob closest to you. If you press tab again, it will target the next furthest away. If you press tab again, it will target the next furthest thing away from you, and so on. Notice how mobs to the extreme right or left of my character Notice how the mobs to the extreme right or left of my character are not targeted as they are outside of the invisible cone. Also notice that you can reverse the targeting order by holding Shift and pressing tab. Now I can cycle through them forwards or backwards based on these rules. This will help improve your response time and increase accuracy, as you can sometimes miss when you click on mobs. Tab targeting is more accurate than clicking. Go forth and conquer. That's enough to get you started along the right path. Make sure you subscribe to my channel so you are notified when the next video in this series is released. Next video, we will cover things like what the global cooldown is and how to maximize your damage output by combining... Next video, we will cover things like what the global cooldown is and how to maximize your damage output by combining your casting time spells and abilities with the instant cast spells and abilities. Hit this video with a like and post a comment letting me know what you thought of the video. Let me know if there's anything I could explain further, or Let me know if there's anything I could explain further, or let me know if there is anything I could explain further or anything you want me to specifically cover in the next video. Also, feel free to stop by the live streams and hang out while I'm writing a script or gathering footage for the next few videos. I'd be happy to see you there. Speaking of next video, we will have some class-specific sections for hunters and warlocks that have pets, for warriors that use stances, and rogues and druids that depend more heavily on positioning than other classes. Many of you have requested that I start streaming on Kick. Good news, I just created a channel over there. Heading over there and giving me a follow will really help support the growth of my channel. I think I'll join the 21st century and create a TikTok account next, so stay tuned for that. If you enjoyed this video, please consider supporting me via Ko-Fi/SupportNexius. I would greatly appreciate the help. A special shout out to two of my supporters. First off, Deathforge, who donated an air fryer because mine broke after getting near. A special shout out to two of my supporters. First off, Deathforge, who donated an air fryer because mine broke after getting nearly daily use for about 2.5 years. As you can see, I got a lot of use out of the old one, and I'll start making some cooking videos with Nexius soon. As you can see, I got a lot of use out of the old one, and I'll start making some cooking with Nexius videos using the new one in the next few days. Another special shout out to Above and Beyond. Thank you for gifting all of those Twitch subs. Thank you for the great suggestions on improving my Twitch channel. And finally, thank you for the donations. I really appreciate it. Last but not least, a huge thank you to all of my supporters on Ko-Fi. Shout out to everyone by name. Let me thank you all again. Deathforge, Flame Mage, Phoebus, For Beer, Next Fan for Life, Dadbro, Joel, Ben, Swanty, Random Late Viewer 54, and Above and Beyond. Thank you all, and I'll see you next video. Okay, we got through it. Okay, so let's name this one. So it's going to be voiceover 005. Okay, there we go. All right, now we got 1, 2, 3 right there. So let's add the last two. Import media. Whew. Those two right there. Import. Drag these over here. Plop them right there. Okay. Okay, so once I edit this. Okay, yeah. So it's going to be. It's going to be around 30 minutes. We're at 29 minutes right now. I'll probably it'll be between 25 and 30 minutes long. Is how long this first video is going to be. I'm really glad that I decided to cut the Warlock pet stuff and overdo another video. Okay. Okay, it's 7:30 right now. I'm debating on whether I should get some tea or not. No, I'll get some tea because I need to keep going. I need to keep editing this. So let me get some tea that'll keep me alert, all that caffeine. And then I'm going to edit this last bit here, and then it'll just be a matter of starting to put the graphics on top of everything. So, I've generated a bunch of I don't know why that. There we go. Tactile markers, left, right, key assignment by hand. See, we've got all these keys, and then I'm going to have to record a bunch of stuff. Hold on a sec. I just remembered something. It'll be... What was it? I... 'Cause, 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 I remember thinking about adding something to the next list of stuff to cover.
Okay.
That none of those things were what I had in mind, though. Okay. All right, let me jump up and get some tea really quick, and then basically just need to chop this down. I did a lot better job reading this, so it shouldn't take that much editing. And then we'll know how long the video is going to be, and then we basically just start building stuff on top of this. You won't see this. You'll see the graphics that I've created, and then I got to record a bunch of stuff in game. Like that red line that I was talking about, I made a special add-on just for that, and I got to record that footage too, and then I got to record myself going through the binding the hotkeys and stuff like that, so people have a visual. And this should be a really good video for beginners or anybody who just doesn't know how to use hotkeys. There's people out there that just have a different background than I do, and they just been clicking on things, and that's fine. That's you can play that way. I certainly did for a while. But you just have a better response time with hotkeys, and if that's something you want to do, then great. I'm not telling you how to play the game. I'm just showing you how I do it, basically. Okay, let me jump up and grab something. Let's see here. Let's put the away message up there. BRB. Let's do that. There we go. BRB 5 minutes. Okay, I should definitely be back in less than 5 minutes, but I'm gonna go take a quick bio break, and then I'll be back with some tea, and then we'll knock this out. So bear with me. I'll see you after the break.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's get rid of that. We can update the current thing. This is going to be editing hotkey tutorial. There we go. All right. Okay.
Decades of practice, as you can see. Interface settings. All right, let's get started. Once you get signed into WoW and you have control of your character, the first thing you want to do is press escape and click on interface options. We're going to enable some things first before we get to binding all of the keys. In interface options, under the controls section, be sure to check the auto self-cast option. This will save you from needing to manually target yourself first before casting a spell or ability on your character. Believe me when I say this will help increase your response time. While still in interface options, under the display section, be sure to check instant quest text and buff durations if you haven't already. This isn't specifically related to hotkeys, but it will speed up gameplay and provide critical information about buffs on yourself and others.
I read this so much better than the first couple of takes. There we go.
Next, click on the Advanced Option tabs in the top left-hand corner. In the spirit of helping you configure the interface to present helpful information, go ahead and check off. In the spirit of helping interface to present helpful information. In the spirit of helping you configure the interface to present helpful information, go ahead and check off. In the spirit of helping you configure the interface to present helpful information. In the spirit of helping you configure the interface to
Of course, I just compliment myself, and now I'm fumbling.
Spirit of helping you configure the interface to present helpful information, go ahead and check the box on the right-hand side. Present helpful information. Go ahead and check the box on the right-hand side for Enable Floating Combat Text. In a later video for this series, we will cover some add-ons that will provide you even more on-screen information, but turning this on for beginners is a great start. Finally, under the action bars section at the top, check everything. Lock action bars, always show action bars, show right action bar 2 below it, and put a check next to show bottom left action bar and show bottom right action bar. Once you've enabled all of that, click the OK button in the bottom right. You will now notice a lot more hotkey spaces available on the screen. You won't need them right away at lower levels, but we are preparing the canvas for you to paint your hotkey masterpiece. Key bindings. The main menu should still be up on your screen if it's key bindings. The main menu should Key bindings. The main menu should still be up on your screen. If it is not, all you have to do is press escape again. Now it's time to click on the key bindings button in the middle of the screen. Let's go over some of the basics first. In the top right hand corner of the window, you will see the option of character specific key bindings. If you check this off, you will need to manually go through the key bindings configuration for each different character you create. To save yourself time in the long run, I recommend leaving it unchecked. When you leave this option off and create a new character, you will simply need to drag spells and abilities into the place on the hotbar that has already been configured to use a specific key. Next, we configure the movement keys. We will Next, we configure the movement keys. We will configure watts so that the A and D keys are strafe left and strafe right, not turn left and turn right. For turn left, right. For turn left, click on the field containing A and click Unbind Key. For turn right, click on the field containing D and click Unbind Key. For strafe left, click on the field containing Q and press the A key. For strafe right, click on the field containing E and press the D key.
This is going to look really good with the visuals.
WoW
Gotta get those
basics,
next.
strafe running, and the 180-degree cast line. Now before we go any further, let's take a minute to review how movement in WoW works with this key configuration, how to ensure you are maximizing your mobility, and that you understand when the game considers you are facing your target and when you have your back to a target. This is primarily important. This is primarily important for any and all ranged attacks or abilities, even for warriors using things like intercept. And it is also very important for rogues and druids, as several abilities can only be triggered when you are considered behind your target. Let us start with an extremely simplified view of the 180-degree line. This black dot is considered your player character for your target. This black dot is considered your player character or your target as viewed from the top down. For the player character, everything above the 180-degree line is considered ahead of you, and everything below the line is considered behind you. The same goes for players and mobs you can target in the game. If your character is ahead of the 180-degree line from the target's top-down perspective, they are considered to be facing you, and they are considered to have their back to you if your character is behind their 180-degree line, again, from the target's top-down perspective. Let me show you how all this works with a very simple add-on installed that will draw the 180-degree line. Let's start with the obvious. This rat is directly in front of my character. I will now cast Shadow Bolt. Success! One dead rat. Now, this rat is directly behind my character. I will now attempt to cast Shadow Bolt. It fails, and the error message displays that the target needs to be in front of you. Now let's take it to an extreme. I'm going to line up the rat in front of me at the most extreme angle I can manage while ensuring that target is above the line, and thus the game understands that I am facing the target. Now I cast Shadow Bolt. Notice how the Shadow Bolt appears to project at a virtual 90-degree angle, but that the cast is still successful. Now using the same extreme, let me have the target ever so slightly behind the 180-degree line. I now cast Shadow Bolt. Failure, and in pops the error message that the target needs to be in front of me. Now let's switch gears for a moment. Now let's switch gears for a moment and cover why you want to strafe instead of turn. It all boils down to speed. Holding W will move your character forward. Notice how quickly we travel. Holding S will move your character backwards. Notice how we move at a reduced speed. Holding A or D will cause your character to strafe in the left or right direction. Notice how your character moves at the same speed. Notice how your character moves at the same speed strafing as they do moving forward. Now let me move forward and use the keyboard to turn instead of the mouse. Notice how janky it is to maintain the target above the 180-degree line. Now let me strafe in one direction and use the mouse to turn. See how much smoother it is keeping the target above the line. Now let me put distance between myself and the target using strafe while using the mouse to ensure the target is still above the line. Now let me combine strafing and running forward while using the mouse to ensure the target is above the line. We gotta wait for the AC. Ensure the target is above the line.
Oh, I can probably. I think it happened right at the end of the sentence, so we should be okay.
The AC's making noise and I know the mic picks it up.
Yeah, I can hear it. You can hear that shit? Okay.
Now let me combine strafing and running forward while using the mouse to ensure the target is above the line. Notice how smooth and easy the movement appears while keeping the target in front of me. If you have already experienced playing first-person shooters, you should be able to pick this up rather quickly. If your background is different, then you will need to spend this up rather quickly. If your background is different, then you will need to spend some time practicing it, but it shouldn't take long before everything clicks. Default keys to unbind and why. Let's take a minute to unbind a few of the default keys and I'll explain along the way. Bring up the key bindings menu again and scroll down to Interface Panel Functions. Click where it says C for the character pane and click the unbind key. I recommend doing this because it's better to have C and Shift C available as hotkeys for abilities, knowing you can simply click on the character pane icon in the UI to access the same window. I have my character pane bound to Control C as I have eventually gotten tired of clicking on the icon for it. Again, there's no right or wrong here. I'm merely attempting to free up some of the easiest to strike hotkeys so they can be used for something more important, which is combat, instead of looking at your character pane, I am merely attempting to free up be used for something more important to strike hotkeys so they can be used for something more important, which is combat, instead of looking at your character pane. Right or wrong here, I am merely wrong here.
There we go. There we go. What I need is what I need.
Right or wrong here, I am merely attempting to free up some of the easiest to strike hotkeys so they can be used for something more important. I am merely no right or wrong here. I am merely attempting to free up some of the easiest to strike hotkeys so they can be used for something more important, which is combat, instead of looking at your character pane, which you will only do outside of combat. Click where it says B for toggle backpack and click unbind key. Again, we're freeing up B for combat. I have my B set to bandage appropriately. I have my B set to bandage. I have my combat. I have my B set to bandage appropriately enough. I have my B set to bandage appropriately enough. Combat. I have my B set to bandage appropriately enough, and I use the default Shift B to open all of my bags at the same time, not just the one backpack in the furthest right bag slot. Next, in the key binding settings, let us scroll up to Action Bar Functions and find where it says Previous Action Bar and Next Action Bar. In the Key To column on the right-hand side, click where you see Shift mouse wheel up and click the Unbind Key button. And right below it, click where you see Shift mouse wheel down and again click the Unbind Key button. This will prevent you from losing your key bindings simply because you were holding Shift to use hotkeys while scrolling your mouse wheel to zoom the camera in or out. It is very common for new players to get confused by this default keybind because it makes it look like the icons disappear when you aren't paying attention. Here is what holding Shift and scrolling up. Here is what holding Shift and scrolling up or down looks like with the default keybind. Notice how all of the icons change to empty and then back while the hotbar number towards the right increases or decreases. Binding your first 24 hotkeys and moving non-combat items to the sidebars. I'm sure you're anxious to start playing, so let's wrap this up and let me walk you through binding keys for 2 full hotbars that will total 24 hotkeys. That will definitely be enough to get you through your first 10 to 20 levels and will also move non-combat items and abilities to the sidebar where you can click on them at your leisure. From the key binding interface, scroll down to Action Bar Function. Them at your leisure. From the key binding interface, scroll down to Action Bar Functions. Leave 1 through 5 right where they are. Click 6 and press Q. Click 7 and press E. Click 8 and press F. Click 9 and press G.
I think this is going to look really good once I get the footage to go along with it.
Click 0 and press Z. Click minus and press X. Click plus and press C. Now scroll down to multi-action bar bindings. Next to bottom left action button 1, click Not Bound, hold Shift and press 1. Next to bottom left action button, next to press 1. Next to bottom left action, press 1. Next to bottom left action button 2, click Not Bound, hold Shift and press 2. Next to bottom left action button 3, click Not Bound and hold Shift and press, you guessed it, 3. Below that, click Not Bound, hold Shift, press 4. Below that, click Not Bound, hold Shift and press 5. You may have noticed we are mirroring the primary action bar keys with the Shift key modifier. So I got it. That's a reminder for me to eat my food. To continue, below that click Not Bound, hold Shift, press Q. Below that click Not Bound, hold Shift, press E. Below that click Not Bound, hold Shift, press F. Below that, click, hold Shift, and press G. Below that, click, hold Shift, and press Z. Below that, click, hold Shift, and press Z.
Yeah, I already did that one.
Hold Shift, and press Z. Click, hold Shift.
Yeah.
Below that, click, hold Shift, and press Z. Below that, click, hold Shift, and press Z. Below that, click, hold Shift, and press X. So now you should have the primary action bars all configured. So now you should have the primary action bar all So now X. So now you should have the primary action bar all configured and the one directly on top of it using the same keys in the same order, but they are triggered with shift as the modifier. This way the bar below is no shift and the bar above is with shift. It makes sense to me. It'll look even better with the visuals. Maybe a little text overlay. With the zoom in, slow pan over. Now that we've gotten all of the hotkeys configured, I suggest moving the food and self buffs out of your configured hotkey area. See how I move demon armor and the food and water over to the right side hotbar. I do this because I use my right side hotbar primarily for non-combat abilities. As a warlock, I would rarely auto-attack anything because I'm a caster, so I simply remove the attack ability from the hotbar altogether. I can still auto-attack. Together. I can still auto-attack by running up to something and right-clicking on it. However, as a casting class, I do use a wand attack. Open up your spellbook by pressing B. However, open up as a casting class. However, by running up to something and right-clicking on it. However, as a casting class, I do use a wand attack. If you are a casting class, open up your spellbook by pressing P. In the General tab, you will see an icon next to the word Shoot. Drag the icon from the spellbook to a place in the hotbar with the key you want to use to trigger your wand ability. You do not get a wand right away, but you will soon. You will not get a wand right away, but you will soon get one from a quest, or at the very least buy one off the auction house. I also move the undead racial ability Cannibalize over to the non-combat hotbars, as it is something I can click on after the target is dead, and I am thus out of combat. Now, as you level and gain new abilities, you can drag them from your spellbook into one of these two hotbars and begin building the use of muscle memory for those combat abilities. Tab targeting. Now there's still a truckload of things to cover when it comes to hotkeys and WoW, but we'll cover those in a later video. I want to turn you loose. And WoW, but we'll cover those in a later video. I want to turn you loose to get you started on your adventure and enjoy the game, but let's cover one more thing before I let you go. Tab targeting. Anything that isn't a critter you can target with tab targeting. A critter is like this rat. A critter is basically anything that doesn't give you experience when it dies. Other critters are things like sheep, squirrels, bugs, etc. Imagine an invisible cone in front of your character. Anything within that cone that isn't a critter will be selected when you press tab, and the first thing that will be targeted is the mob closest to you. If you press tab again, it will target the next furthest away. If you press to you. If you press tab again, it will target the next furthest thing away from you, and so on. Notice how mobs to the extreme right or left of my character Notice how the mobs to the extreme right or left of my character are not targeted as they are outside of the invisible cone. Also notice that you can reverse the targeting order by holding shift and pressing tab. Now I can cycle through them forwards or backwards based on these rules. This will help improve your response time and increase accuracy, as you can sometimes miss when you click on mobs. Tab targeting is more accurate than clicking. Go forth and conquer. That's enough to get you started along the right path. Make sure you subscribe to my channel so you are notified when the next video in this series is released. Next video, we will cover things like what the global cooldown is and how to maximize your damage output by combining. Next video, we will is released. Next video. Next video, we will cover things like what the global cooldown is and how to maximize your damage output by combining your casting time spells and abilities with the instant cast spells and abilities. Hit this video with a like and post a comment letting me know if you hit this video with a like and post hit this and abilities. Hit this video with a like and post a comment letting me know what you thought of the video. Let me know if there's anything I could explain further, or let me know if there's let me know let me know if there's anything I could explain further, or let me know if there is anything I could explain further. Let me know if there is anything I could explain further or anything you want me to specifically cover in the next video. Also, feel free to stop by the live streams and hang out while I'm writing a script or gathering footage for the next few videos. I'd be happy to see you there. Speaking of next video, we will have some class-specific sections for hunters and warlocks that have pets. Speaking of next video, we will have some class-specific sections for hunters and warlocks that have pets, for warriors that use stances, and rogues and druids that depend more heavily on positioning than other classes. Many of you have requested that I start streaming on Kick. Good news, I just created a channel over there. Heading over there and giving me a follow will really help support the growth of my channel. I think I'll join the 21st century and create a TikTok account next, so stay tuned for that. If you enjoyed this video, please consider supporting me via Ko-Fi/supportnexius. I would greatly appreciate the help. A special shout out to two of my supporters. First off, Deathforge, who donated an air fryer because mine broke after getting near. A special shout out to two of my supporters. A special shout out to two of my supporters. First off, Deathforge, who donated an air fryer because mine broke after getting nearly daily use for about 2.5 years. As you can see, it got a lot of use out of, as you can see, I got a lot of use 2.5 years. As you can see, it got a lot of use out of, as you can see, I got a lot of use out of the old. As you can see, I got a lot of use out of the old one, and I'll start making some cooking videos with Nexius soon. As you can see, I got a lot of use out of the old one, and I'll start making some cooking with Nexius videos using the new one in the next few days. Another special shout out to Above and Beyond. Thank you for gifting all of those Twitch subs. Thank you for the great suggestions on improving my Twitch channel, and finally, thank you for the donations. I really appreciate it. Last but not least, a huge thank you to all of my supporters on Ko-Fi. Shout out to everyone by name. Let me thank you all again. Deathforge, Flame Mage, Phoebus, Fort Beer, Next Fan for Life, Dadbro, Joel, Ben, Swanty, Random Late Viewer 54, and Above and Beyond. Thank you all, and I'll see you next video.
Okay, not bad. Let's leave that right there. All right, now I'm just going to watch it one time from the top. Make sure it all flows really well. And then we can start adding the visuals on top of it.
The purpose of this tutorial is to introduce players to the world of hotkeys. I'm using World of Warcraft as an example, but the concepts covered in this video will apply to any video game you play with a keyboard and mouse. When I first started playing WoW back in 2004, I clicked on spells in my hotbar. I was able to get pretty far in the game doing this. It wasn't until I started dueling and PvP that the limitations of clicking abilities with the mouse in the hotbar became apparent. I don't believe that there is a right or a wrong way to play a video game, especially WoW. It has one of the most diverse player bases I've experienced. I know plenty of players to this day that still get by clicking spells and abilities in their hotbar. They are comfortable doing this, and they approach the game from a much more relaxed or laid-back manner than I do. I freely admit I'm a hardcore competitive player, and that isn't the way the majority of players want to experience the game. However, players that want to improve their response time to become more competitive have consistently requested that I create a hotkey tutorial. I am pleased to announce that I am honoring those requests. This tutorial essentially boils down to improving accuracy and response time. One can only move the mouse cursor around at a maximum speed to ensure accuracy in successfully targeting the desired ability or spell in the hotbar. Hotkeys eliminate this speed limit while increasing accuracy. For those interested in PvP and late in-game content, this increase in accuracy and speed will pay dividends in your next raid, battleground, or both. I have intentionally released the first two videos of the TWoW tutorial series simultaneously in order for those players who wish to learn and master hotkeys may begin establishing habitual muscle memory immediately upon creating and playing their first characters. However, even if you've played for a long time without hotkeys, it's never too late to begin incorporating the instructions provided here into your gameplay. It will take some time for muscle memory to establish itself, but once it does, your response time to critical gameplay moments will come as a natural reflex. One only needs to put in the time to first configure hotkeys and practice enough with them for this eventuality to become a reality. Before we begin, it's worth noting that your keyboard's hardware can affect how many keys you can press at once without missed inputs. Keyboards generally come in two main types, mechanical and membrane. Mechanical keyboards use individual switches under each key, giving a distinct tactile feel and quicker response. They often support full in-key rollover, meaning every key pressed is registered, no matter how many you press simultaneously. Membrane keyboards use a rubber or silicone dome over a shared circuit sheet. They feel softer or mushier with less precise feedback, but most modern models can register around 6 simultaneous key presses without ghosting. More than enough for gaming. For this tutorial, you'll never need to press more than 5 keys at once, so any reasonably modern keyboard, mechanical or membrane, will work fine. If your keyboard or laptop is over 10 years old, you might encounter limitations, so it's worth keeping that in mind before continuing. Gamers, writers, and IT workers spend countless hours at a keyboard, and while that's great for productivity or fun, it's also a recipe for wrist problems if you're not careful. Growing up, I remember seeing adults wearing wrist braces for carpal tunnel syndrome, and I've always kept that image in mind. Carpal tunnel syndrome happens when the median nerve in your wrist gets compromised, often from repetitive movements like...
The reason I'm just listening to it one time through is just to make sure that it flows well and that I edited it correctly and I didn't like repeat myself or anything like that.
Typing. The result? Numbness, tingling, weakness, and pain that can make even basic tasks miserable. The good news? Most of it's preventable. For me, that means using both keyboard and mouse wrist rests, paying close attention to desk height, and keeping my posture aligned, especially since I'm a bigger guy who spends long hours working and gaming. Your setup might be different, so find what works for you. If you've never been taught proper typing posture, take the time to look up a guide or watch a quick tutorial online. A few small adjustments today could save you from a lot of pain later. My goal is for you to enjoy gaming without sacrificing your long-term health. Tactile markers. If you haven't taken a typing class, you may have wondered what those little bumps are over the F and J keys. These are tactile markers to help you ensure that your hands are in the right spots over the keyboard without needing to look down at your hands. Take a look at the keyboard you're in front of right now and notice what they look like on your keyboard. On both my laptop and my desktop keyboard, both the F and J keys have this little raised line towards the bottom of those keys. You'll also notice how no other keys have these tactile markers. Home row. The index finger on your left hand is supposed to rest on the F key, and the index finger on your right hand is supposed to rest on the J key. This is why all of the keys along this row are known as home row. Key assignment by hand. From the home row, the available keys are divided for each hand. This visual illustrates how this is done. The spacebar can be pressed by either thumb and is the only key with shared assignment. Every vertical column of keys are for your individual fingers, with 2 vertical columns in the middle for each index finger. When gaming, your dominant hand is always on the mouse, so that just leaves the non-dominant hand on the keyboard to press keys. For the purpose of brevity in this tutorial, all following infographics will assume right hand dominance, with the left hand as the non-dominant. Sorry lefties, just kidding. It should be easy to extrapolate the inverse of these infographics. WASD's movement keys. Since the mid-90s, WASDs have been the movement keys for virtually all 3D games, especially first-person shooters. I realize that not everyone has played FPSs, but if you have, these keys will certainly feel natural. A little later in this tutorial, we will cover movement with WASD in World of Warcraft in detail. In all following infographics, WASDs will remain shaded in red because they are reserved for your movement and thus considered movement keys and not hotkeys. Available hotkeys with large hands. If you're like me and have super big hands, you have a few advantages and a few disadvantages. For advantages, you can easily reach the function keys as additional hotkeys. You are also really good at opening jars, and you may even be able to palm a basketball. For disadvantages, us big hand people need help digging out a small screw from a computer case or reaching into a small or narrow place to do something. For the rest of this tutorial, the infographics will assume one has average sized hands, but for those of us that have trouble finding gloves that fit, know that you have a few extra buttons there for hotkeys along that function row. Available hotkeys. These are your standard unmodified hotkey options, which gives us 18 in total. We'll get into modifiers in a minute, but you can easily see what your options are with your hand resting over the WASD movement keys. It shouldn't be much of a stretch at all to easily hit all of the highlighted keys around the WASD area. Hotkey modifiers. A hotkey modifier is a key you can hold down, then press an available hotkey to trigger a different effect. The most common usage of a key modifier is shift. It's used a few billion times a day every time someone needs to capitalize a letter. The second most common usage would be for keyboard shortcuts, copy, cut, and paste. You easily have access to 2, maybe 3 hotkey modifiers depending on what feels comfortable to you. We have shift, which is the most common. Control comes in second, and usually Alt comes in third. However, I know plenty of players that prefer to use Alt as a key modifier over Control just because it feels more natural to them. I'm showing you all 3, and it's up to you to determine your preference based on what feels right. Available hotkeys modified with Shift. By using Shift as a hotkey modifier, we go from 18 available hotkeys to 36. All you have to do is hold down Shift and hit the hotkey, then boom, new ability. Available hotkeys modified with Control. Further expanding with key modifiers, when we use Control as the key modifier, we jump up to 54 available hotkeys. Available hotkeys modified with Alt. Finally, the next step would be to use Alt, giving us a grand total of 72 individual actions bound to a hotkey. Therefore, by following this tutorial with its basic scheme, you can easily have access to around 72 hotkeys. Now it's time to set up the game to take advantage of them. Practice typing. A quick side note. Definitely check out play.typeracer.com. It's a fun website that you can practice on to boost your accuracy. The website basically gives you a quote from a book or movie, sometimes song lyrics, and all you have to do is type the words on the screen to get your car to the finish line. The faster and more accurate you type, the faster you get there. By practicing typing a lot, it will help you build muscle memory, which in turn will help you strike your hotkeys. As you can see here, I type about 70 words per minute with some pretty high accuracy. But don't be discouraged when you're starting out if your numbers are low. I started out that way as well, but I was starting out more than 30 years ago. I have a few decades of practice, as you can see. Interface settings. Alright, let's get started. Once you get signed into WoW and you have control of your character, the first thing you want to do is press escape and click on interface options. We're going to enable some things first before we get to binding all of the keys. In interface options, under the controls section, be sure to check the auto self-cast option. This will save you from needing to manually target yourself first before casting a spell or ability on your character. Believe me when I say this will help increase your response time. While still in interface options, under the display section, be sure to check instant quest text and buff durations if you haven't already. This isn't specifically related to hotkeys, but it will speed up gameplay and provide critical information about buffs on yourself and others. Next, click on the Advanced Option tabs in the top left-hand corner. In the spirit of helping you configure the interface to present helpful information, go ahead and check the box on the right-hand side for Enable Floating Combat Text. In a later video for this series, we will cover some add-ons that will provide you even more on-screen information, but turning this on for beginners is a great start. Finally, under the Action Bars section at the top, check everything. Lock action bars, always show action bars, show right action bar 2 below it, and put a check next to show bottom left action bar and show bottom right action bar. Once you've enabled all of that, click the OK button in the bottom right. You will now notice a lot more hotkey spaces available on the screen. You won't need them right away at lower levels, but we are preparing the canvas for you to paint your hotkey masterpiece. Key bindings. The main menu should still be up on your screen. If it is not, all you have to do is press Escape again. Now it's time to click on the Key Bindings button in the middle of the screen. Let's go over some of the basics first. In the top right-hand corner of the window, you will see the option of Character-Specific Key Bindings. If you check this off, you will need to manually go through the key bindings configuration for each different character you create. To save yourself time in the long run, I recommend leaving it unchecked. When you leave this option off and create a new character, you will simply need to drag spells and abilities into the place on the hotbar that has already been configured to use a specific key. Next, we configure the movement keys. We will configure WATS so that the A and D keys are strafe left and strafe right, not turn left and turn right. For turn left, click on the field containing A and click Unbind Key. For turn right, click on the field containing D and click Unbind Key. For strafe left, click on the field containing Q and press the A key. For strafe right, click on the field containing E and press the D key. WoW basics, strafe running, and the 180-degree cast line. Now before we go any further, let's take a minute to review how movement in WoW works with this key configuration, how to ensure you are maximizing your mobility.
So far, so good. We're about halfway through. It's 25 minutes long. Yeah, I figured. It's about 25 minutes long, and just everything's flowing really good. It's very information dense. I'm not jerking anybody around or wasting any time. Like, we're getting shit done. Next, we configure the movement keys. We will configure WATS so that the A and D keys are strafe left and strafe right, not turn left and turn right. For turn left, click on the field containing A and click Unbind Key. For turn right, click on the field containing D and click Unbind Key. For strafe left, click on the field containing Q and press the A key. For strafe right, click on the field containing E and press the D key. WoW basics, strafe running, and the 180-degree cast line. Now before we go any further, let's take a minute to review how movement in WoW works with this key configuration, how to ensure you are maximizing your mobility, and that you understand when the game considers you are facing your target and when you have your back to a target. This is primarily important for any and all ranged attacks or abilities, even for warriors using things like intercept. And it is also very important for rogues and druids, as several abilities can only be triggered when you are considered behind your target. Let us start with an extremely simplified view of the 180-degree line. This black dot is considered your player character or your target as viewed from the top down. For the player character, everything above the 180-degree line is considered ahead of you, and everything below the line is considered behind you. The same goes for players and mobs you can target in the game.
If your character is ahead of the 180-degree line from the target's top-down perspective, they are considered to be facing you, and they are considered to have their back to you if your character is behind their 180-degree line, again, from the target's top-down perspective. Let me show you how all this works with a very simple add-on installed that will draw the 180-degree line. Let's start with the obvious. This rat is directly in front of my character. I will now cast Shadow Bolt. Success! One dead rat. Now, this rat is directly behind my character. I will now attempt to cast Shadow Bolt. It fails, and the error message displays that the target needs to be in front of you. Now let's take it to an extreme. I'm going to line up the rat in front of me at the most extreme angle I can manage while ensuring that target is above the line, and thus the game understands that I am facing the target. Now I cast Shadow Bolt. Notice how the Shadow Bolt appears to project at a virtual 90-degree angle, but that the cast is still successful. Now, using the same extreme, let me have the target ever so slightly behind the 180-degree line. I now cast Shadow Bolt. Failure, and in pops the error message that the target needs to be in front of me. Now let's switch gears for a moment and cover why you want to strafe instead of turn. It all boils down to speed. Holding W will move your character forward. Notice how quickly we travel. Holding S will move your character backwards. Notice how we move at a reduced speed. Holding A or D will cause your character to strafe in the left or right direction. Notice how your character moves at the same speed strafing as they do moving forward. Now let me move forward and use the keyboard to turn instead of the mouse. Notice how janky it is to maintain the target above the 180-degree line. Now let me strafe in one direction and use the mouse to turn. See how much smoother it is keeping the target above the line. Now let me put distance between myself and the target using strafe while using the mouse to ensure the target is still above the line. Now let me combine strafing and running forward while using the mouse to ensure the target is above the line. Now let me combine strafing and running forward while using the mouse to ensure the target is above the line. Notice how... Now let's switch gears for a moment and cover why you want to strafe instead of turn. It all boils down to speed. Holding W will move your character forward. Notice how quickly we travel.
That's fine.
Holding S will move your character backwards. Notice how we move at a reduced speed.
That's right.
Holding A or D will cause your character to strafe in the left or right direction.
Right.
Notice how your character moves at the same speed strafing as they do moving forward.
I repeated something here.
Now let me move forward and use the keyboard. There we go. Now let me move forward and use the keyboard to turn instead of the mouse. Notice how janky it is to maintain the target above the 180-degree line. Now let me strafe in one direction and use the mouse to turn. See how much smoother it is keeping the target above the line. Now let me put distance between myself and the target using strafe while using the mouse to ensure the target is still above the line. Now let me combine strafing and running forward while using the mouse to ensure the target is above the line. Now let me combine strafing and running
There it is.
Forward while using the mouse to ensure the target is above the line. Notice how smooth and...
Okay, let's get rid of the first one.
See, this is why we do it. That's why I go through the whole thing. There we go. I knew mistakes like that happen, and I caught it. Now let me combine strafing and running forward while using the mouse to ensure the target is above the line. Notice how... So far, so good. We're at 15 minutes in, and I only made one mistake so far, so we're doing all right. Smooth and easy the movement appears while keeping the target in front of me. If you have already experienced playing first-person shooters, you should be able to pick this up rather quickly. If your background is different, then you will need to spend some time practicing it, but it shouldn't take long before everything clicks. Default keys to unbind and why. Let's take a minute to unbind a few of the default keys, and I'll explain along the way. Bring up the key bindings menu again and scroll down to Interface Panel Functions. Click where it says C for the character pane and click the unbind key. I recommend doing this because it's better to have C and Shift C available as hotkeys for abilities, knowing you can simply click on the character pane icon in the UI to access the same window. I have my character pane bound to Control C as I have eventually gotten tired of clicking on the icon for it. Again, there's no right or wrong here. I am merely attempting to free up some of the easiest to strike hotkeys so they can be used for something more important, which is combat, instead of looking at your character pane, which you will only do outside of combat. Click where it says B for toggle backpack and click unbind key. Again, we're freeing up B for combat. I have my B set to bandage appropriately enough, and I use the default Shift B to open all of my bags at the same time, not just the one backpack in the furthest right bag slot. Next, in the key binding settings, let us scroll up to Action Bar Functions and find where it says Previous Action Bar and Next Action Bar. In the Key To column on the right-hand side, click where you see Shift mouse wheel up and click the Unbind Key button. And right below it, click where you see Shift mouse wheel down and again click the Unbind Key button. This will prevent you from losing your key bindings simply because you were holding Shift to use hotkeys while scrolling your mouse wheel to zoom the camera in or out. It is very common for new players to get confused by this default keybind because it makes it look like the icons disappear when you aren't paying attention. Here is what holding Shift and scrolling up or down looks like with the default keybind. Notice how all of the icons change to empty and then back while the hotbar number towards the right increases or decreases. Binding your first 24 hotkeys and moving non-combat items to the sidebars. I'm sure you're anxious to start playing, so let's wrap this up and let me walk you through binding keys for 2 full hotbars that will total 24 hotkeys. That will definitely be enough to get you through your first 10 to 20 levels, and will also move non-combat items and abilities to the sidebar where you can click on them at your leisure. From the key binding interface, scroll down to Action Bar Functions. Leave 1 through 5 right where they are. Click 6 and press Q. Click 7 and press E. Click 8 and press F. Click 9 and press G. Click 0 and press Z. Click minus and press X. Click plus and press C. Now scroll down to multi-action bar bindings. Next to bottom left action button 1, click Not Bound, hold Shift and press 1. Next to bottom left action button 2, click Not Bound, hold Shift and press 2. Next to bottom left action button 3, click Not Bound and hold Shift and press, you guessed it, 3. Below that, click Not Bound, hold Shift, press 4. Below that, click Not Bound, hold Shift and press 5. You may have noticed we are mirroring the primary action bar keys with the Shift key modifier. So to continue, below that click Not Bound, hold Shift, press Q. Below that click Not Bound, hold Shift, press E. Below that click Not Bound, hold Shift, press F. Below that, click, hold Shift and press G. Below that, click, hold Shift and press Z. Below that, click, hold Shift, and press X. So now you should have the primary action bar all configured and the one directly on top of it using the same keys in the same order, but they are triggered with Shift as the modifier. This way the bar below is no Shift and the bar above is with Shift. Now that we've gotten all of the hotkeys configured, I suggest moving the food and self buffs out of your configured hotkey area. See how I move Demon Armor and the food and water over to the right side hotbar. I do this because I use my right side hotbar primarily for non-combat abilities. As a Warlock, I would rarely auto-attack anything because I'm a caster, so I simply remove the attack ability from the hotbar altogether. I can still auto-attack by running up to something and right-clicking on it. However, as a casting class, I do use a wand attack. If you are a casting class, open up your spellbook by pressing P. In the General tab, you will see an icon next to the word Shoot. Drag the icon from the spellbook to a place in the hotbar with the key you want to use to trigger your wand ability. You will not get a wand right away, but you will soon get one from a quest, or at the very least buy one off the auction house. I also moved the undead racial ability Cannibalize over to the non-combat hotbars, as it is something I can click on after the target is dead and I am thus out of combat. Now, as you level and gain new abilities, you can drag them from your spellbook into one of these two hotbars and begin building the use of muscle memory for those combat abilities. Tab targeting. Now there's still a truckload of things to cover when it comes to hotkeys. Wait, did you guys hear that? Tab for those combat abilities. Tab targeting. Now there's still a truckload of things to cover when it comes to hotkeys in WoW, but we'll cover those in a later video. I want to turn you... Okay, I thought I heard like something wrong. It's not there. Those combat abilities. Tab targeting. Now there's still a truckload of things to cover when it comes to hotkeys in WoW, but we'll cover those in a later video. I want to turn you loose to get you started on your adventure and enjoy the game, but let's cover one more thing before I let you go. Tab targeting. Anything that isn't a critter you can target with tab targeting. A critter is like this rat. A critter is basically anything that doesn't give you experience when it dies. Other critters are things like sheep, squirrels, bugs, etc. Imagine an invisible cone in front of your character. Anything within that cone that isn't a critter will be selected when you press tab, and the first thing that will be targeted is the mob closest to you. If you press tab again, it will target the next furthest thing away from you, and so on. Notice how the mobs to the extreme right or left of my character are not targeted, as they are outside of the invisible cone. Also notice that you can reverse the targeting order by holding shift and pressing tab. Now I can cycle through them forwards or backwards based on these rules. This will help improve your response time and increase accuracy, as you can sometimes miss when you click on mobs. Tab targeting is more accurate than clicking. Go forth and conquer. That's enough to get you started along the right path. Make sure you subscribe to my channel so you are notified when the next video in this series is released. Next video, we will cover things like what the global cooldown is and how to maximize your damage output by combining your casting time spells and abilities with the instant cast spells and abilities. Hit this video with a like and post a comment letting me know what you thought of the video. Let me know if there is anything I could explain further or anything you want me to specifically cover in the next video. Also, feel free to stop by the live streams and hang out while I'm writing a script or gathering footage for the next few videos. I'd be happy to see you there. Speaking of next video, we will have some class-specific sections for hunters and warlocks that have pets, for warriors that use stances, and rogues and druids that depend more heavily on positioning than other classes. That's what I was gonna add. Pets, warlock, hunter, stances, warrior, rogue, druid. That's what it was. Many of you have requested that I start streaming on Kick. Good news, I just created a channel over there. Heading over there and giving me a follow will really help support the growth of my channel. I think I'll join the 21st century and create a TikTok account next, so stay tuned for that. If you enjoyed this video, please consider supporting me via Ko-Fi/supportnexius. I would greatly appreciate the help. A special shout out to two of my supporters. First off, Deathforged, who donated an air fryer because mine broke after getting nearly daily use for about 2.5 years. As you can see, I got a lot of use out of the old one, and I'll start making some cooking with Nexius videos using the new one in the next few days. Another special shout out to Above and Beyond. Thank you for gifting all of those Twitch subs. Thank you for the great suggestions on improving my Twitch channel, and finally, thank you for the donations. I really appreciate it. Last but not least, a huge thank you to all of my supporters on Ko-Fi. Shout out to everyone by name. Let me thank you all again. Deathforge, Flame Mage, Phoebus, For Beer, Next Fan for Life, Dadbro, Joel, Ben, Swanty, Random Late Viewer 54, and Above and Beyond. Thank you all, and I'll see you next video. Okay. Okay. All right, I gotta get some. I need to switch gears and do some other stuff. Let me make sure we're on just chatting. There we go. There we go. Done. Edit. Just chatting. Save. Okay, we're gonna. Okay, so the audio here's done. The audio here's done. I promised I'd help my roommate out with his online business, and that basically means I just need to do some data entry for about an hour. Okay. So I'm gonna call it for tonight on editing the video. I will start getting all the footage and stuff tomorrow. I'm happy with the way the voiceovers turned out really good. It flows really quick. I'm not dicking around. We cover a buttload of ground in this, what is it, 25 minutes? Yeah, 25 minutes, 2 seconds, and 8 frames. Okay. So yeah, we are not dicking around. That is it's like a 4,500 word essay in, let's see. Okay, yeah, that's a 4,700 word essay covered in 25 minutes. So that's pretty good. It's very information dense. And then we've got a lot of infographics that's going to help people grasp all of these concepts. And then what I'll also do is, like, when I record some of my movement in the game, I'll set up the webcam to look at my hand on the keyboard, my hands at the keyboard and mouse. So I will combine that with the stuff on the screen so everybody can see what's going on. So let's do this. Let us switch gears. I need a break. I've been cooking and cleaning. I got up super early today. I've been working. All right. Now, where was that video about the aliens? Yeah, that's the thing you just heard Nexia say. Where's the video about the aliens? Where is it? Videos for live streamer, right there. Oh, and then there's that one. It's called Apple's Greed is Finally Backfiring. Okay, so let's copy that. Put that over there. Okay, that one. And that's from a YouTube channel called Apple Explained. That's interesting. All right, so this is for going down the alien rabbit hole. My friend Phoebus sent this to me. Okay. Wait, that's the wrong one. Come on. Come on, Nex. There we go. Okay. There's that. All right, let's close this. Okay, so the current thing is we are reacting to alien video. Personal stuff. Okay. All right, and then let's update the banner here. So the banner, recording, editing, MMO hotkey tutorial.
Finishing personal work. And then we're going to level the priest. Okay. Finishing personal work. Okay, good. Now, this is called The Horrible Truth About the Alien Deal from a channel called Debriefed. And I'm basically just going to be over here on the laptop. I will pause and react to the video and stuff as thing comes along. There we go, right there. Got it. Okay, I gave this video, like, I thought I saw like the first couple of minutes of it. Here, let me link this in the chat so you guys can give them a little love too. There we go. If you like it, I mean, let's give the video a shot and see what this is about. I actually want to read the description. Today I'm reading through the famous document submitted to Paranet in 1987 by John Lear about the deal that the U.S. government made with aliens back in 1954. Okay. The U.S. government's making deal with aliens. I'm not surprised. Actually, I kind of am. I guess this might be the thing the X-Files is based on. All right. Well, let me shut up. Let's watch it, and then I'm going to sign in the laptop over here. Oh, you know what? Let me jump up real quick. I don't like to have the whoops. I don't like to have the videos running while I'm AFK. So we'll start the video as soon as I get back. I'm not going to be gone for 5 minutes. I'm going to be gone for more like 3 or 4. I just need to take a quick break, and then I can be settled in, get the data entry done for my personal goals, and then we can kick back and do some gaming. So I'll see you in 2-3 minutes, and then we're going to check out a video on aliens, on the deal aliens made with the government. Jesus. Okay. All right, so let's get rid of that. I'll minimize this. All right, I'm gonna pause the music. All right, now let's see them aliens. I'm gonna work over here on the laptop.
On December 12th, 2024, around 6:05 p.m. Eastern, I walk right past my balcony window. I live right across the river from the Newark FBI office, and I saw a massive 50-foot, approximately Vonta black boomerang go right past my window. Thailand floated right across the river, right through the buildings downtown Newark. 3 white lights, 2 red, in a line on the back, made no noise.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Debriefed. My name is Chris Ramsey, and today we're going to take a good hard look at a document submitted to the Paranet website in 1987 by none other than the godfather of conspiracy, John Lear. But before we do that, I would highly encourage you guys to leave a like, subscribe, maybe hit the notification bell if you do enjoy these uploads. And if you're listening on audio, one thing that you could do that costs absolutely nothing is leave us a 5-star review on whatever platform it is you're listening to this episode on. And, maybe a comment on why it is you like these deep dives. It goes a very long way, actually, in helping us propel into a favorable algorithm on Spotify and iTunes, etc. And if you can't get enough of Area 52 debriefed and the likes, head
Yep, I already gave him a like. I'll throw a comment on there after I have something to comment on.
over to our membership. You can do so by joining and becoming a member here on YouTube or going to patreon.com/Area52Investigations, where we upload weekly vlogs, behind the scenes, extra episodes, extended interviews. It is a vastly growing community where we continuously every day have deep discussions on the Discord, which, by the way, you can also join, and I'll leave all the links to that below. Folks, we've paid the bills. I think it's time to get into it. Okay, before I read these out, I will give you a brief history on Mr. Lear himself. So John Lear is a former aviation captain, a commercial pilot, but also happens to be the son of Learjet inventor Bill Lear. John Lear, until he passed away a few years ago, was one of the most prominent figures in the UFO landscape. He not only had multiple FAA certifications, but also flew on several missions for the CIA, which inevitably made him a little bit more credible when he came out with the information that someone he knew worked for a secret facility within the United States government at Area 51 called Section 4, otherwise known as S4. Yes, folks, he introduced the world to Bob Lazar. He met with George Knapp and set up the most famous interview in ufology, I believe, to date.
Well, there's several, actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs that are out there of extraterrestrial origin.
However, over time, Lear's assertions became increasingly outlandish. He would go on rants about lunar bases, the moon being a hologram, and mind control projects. And while some admired him as a whistleblower, others felt his credibility waned as he got into more and more extreme conspiracies. And say what you want about the guy, but this guy was talking about mind control things before MKUltra went public. He was also talking about underground military bases where they were reverse engineering alien craft before we even heard of Area 51. Now, there is an entire other side to this, is that he potentially could be a psyop, meaning that the government used him in an active disinformation campaign, which would not be unheard of. And in fact, John Lear admits to this. He says that there is a potential that they fed him false information, and that would muddy up the actual correct information that he was able to leak out. And that's the way a lot of these disinformation campaigns function, is that they will put out a vast majority of truth and insert only 1 or 2 fibs. But these fibs sounding so extreme and bizarre in nature that it makes you literally throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, well, I guess they're lying about everything. Now, what those lies are, I guess, is up to the public to decide. And that's something we're going to try to get to the bottom of today, as we're going to read through a statement that he put out so many years ago in 1987, detailing the government's involvement with EBEs, or extraterrestrial biological entities, UFOs, the reverse engineering, and the government's role in future disclosure. This all begins with a nice cover letter. This is from John W. White. If I'm not mistaken, John White is also a UFO researcher, and he is just forwarding this document that was put up on their version of Reddit, essentially. And he's saying the following, dear somebody, I don't know who that is, but it says, I'm sending this astounding document about UFOs to you because I feel you will be interested and or have a need to know. I obtained it by downloading it from an electronic bulletin board called Paranet, which is headquartered in Arizona and has regional nodes. Paranet is dedicated to disseminating information about paranormal phenomena and acting as a forum for discussion. Memberships in Paranet is free and open to the public. All it takes is a computer and a modem. You can dial in at 603-837-0062. Then find the original node nearest you so your phone charges will be minimized. Sincerely, John White. And whoever this was directed to wrote underneath a few questions that my guess is he faxed back to this person back then, and underlining Paranet and saying, who set this up? Who sustains it financially? And why? Who benefits from those who really know things identifying themselves and their views via this bulletin board? I smell federal deceit. So even the person that this was sent to back in 1987 thought that this also was a psyop. And folks, we stand on the very shaky shoulders of a lot of conspiracy theorists before us. Let's get into his document. It starts by saying, John Lear has requested that the following file be published on Paranet. It is our philosophy to encourage debate on paranormal issues, no matter how controversial, and we welcome his input. The information contained in this file has not been verified by Paranet, nor do the opinions expressed herein necessarily reflect those of the administrator or other Paranet staff members. We can state, however, that John is who he says he is, and has numerous contacts in sensitive positions that could conceivably allow him to access information of this type. And that, folks, has been known for a very long time, is that John was working in the CIA and did say on numerous occasions that he was being fed information by people who were on the inside, or otherwise known as people in the program. So here is the statement. We begin. This is December 29th, 1987, folks. Almost 40 years to the day. That is insane. John Lear, a captain for a major U.S. airline, has flown over 160 different types of aircraft in over 50 different countries. He holds 17 world speed record in Learjet and is the only pilot ever to hold every airline certificate issued by the Federal Aviation Administration. Lear has flown missions worldwide for the CIA and other government agencies.
Okay, so he really knows how to fly a plane. I get it.
Former Nevada State Senator candidate, he is the son of William P. Lear, designer of the Learjet executive airplane, the 8-track stereo, and founder of Lear-Siegler Corporation. Lear became interested in the subject of UFOs 13 months ago after talking with United States Air Force personnel who had witnessed a UFO landing at Bentwaters Air Force Base near London, England, and 3 small aliens walking up to the wing commander. So the Lakenheath Bentwaters incident, now when saying, is it Lakenheath, Lakenheath, I'm not sure, but that does sound familiar. Isn't that the current Air Force base that is being incurred by a lot of these unexplainable drone activities? So the Lakenheath Bentwaters incident was a series of radar and visual contacts with UFOs over air bases in eastern England on the night of August 13th and 14th in 1956. So it involved personnel from the Royal Air Force and the United States Air Force. I mean, some of these targets were detected approaching Bentwaters from the east at a speed estimated from 2,000 to 4,000 miles an hour. It passed overhead. A rapidly moving white light was observed from the ground, while the pilot of a C-47 at 4,000 feet over Bentwaters reported a similar light had passed beneath his craft. At this point, Bentwaters alerted the U.S. tenanted RAF Lakenheath base 40 miles to the northwest to look out for targets, and then ground personnel at Lakenheath made visual sightings of several luminous objects, including 2 which arrived, made a sharp change in course, and appeared to merge before moving off. And so what Mr. Lear is getting to here, that it didn't stop with radar or moving off. And so arrived,
is that
made
AI
a sharp
generated?
change in course, and appeared to merge before moving off. And so arrived, made a sharp...
Okay, well, I guess you need your visuals for your conspiracy video. I guess we'll let that pass.
Change in course, and appeared to merge before moving off. And so what Mr. Lear is getting to here, that it didn't stop with radar and visual sightings of a UFO, but that it continued with 3 small aliens walking up to the wing commander. All right, we carry on here. Note to the press, the government of the United States continues to rely on your person.
That's a cool transition, how it gets all pixelated and then fades to white, and then he throws the text on top of it. That's cool.
And professional gullibility to suppress the information contained herein. Your cooperation over the past 40 years has exceeded our wildest expectations and we salute you. The sun does not revolve around the Earth. The United States government has been in business with little gray extraterrestrials for about 20 years. The first truth stated here got Giordano Bruno burned at the stake in 1600 AD for daring to propose that this was real. The second truth has gotten far more people killed trying to state it publicly than will ever be known. That is a dark fact right there. Wow. But the truth must be told. The fact that the Earth revolves around the sun was successfully suppressed by the church for over 200 years. It eventually caused a major upheaval in the church, government, and thought.
He calls it a fact, even though at the very beginning he read this big disclaimer that they couldn't verify anything, and it wasn't the thoughts or beliefs of anybody working at the place that released the paper. And now we're developing a false equivalence with this information and scientific development history that people have been put to death by the church and other places for proposing radical scientific discoveries or theories that at the time were unpalatable by the powers that be. Again, like I love X-Files. X-Files is like one of my favorite TV series. The writing on it is, but it's funny how this is all structured, and I find the word choice extremely interesting.
A realignment of social and traditional values, that was in the 1800s. Now, about 400 years after the first truth was pronounced, we must again face the shocking facts, the horrible truth. The government has been hiding from us for over 40 years. Unfortunately, the horrible truth is far more horrible than the government had ever imagined. In its effort to protect democracy, our government sold us to the aliens. And here's how it happened. But before I begin, I'd like to offer a word in
This is literally the plot to the X-Files.
the defense of those who bargained us away. They had the best of intentions. Well, you know that saying. The road to hell was paved with good intentions. Germany may have recovered a flying saucer as early as 1939. General James H. Doolittle went to Sweden in 1946 to inspect a flying saucer that had crashed there in Spitsbergen. In 1947, President Truman established a group of 12 of the top military scientific personnel of their time. They were known as MJ-12, or Majestic 12.
The people that control this information is a organization that we know of as MJ-12.
Although the group exists today, none of the original members are still alive. The last one to die was Gordon Gray, former Secretary of the Army, in 1984. As each member passed away, the group itself appointed a new member to fill the position. There is some speculation that the group known as MJ-12 expanded to at least several more members. There were several more saucer crashes in the late 1940s, one in Roswell, New Mexico, one in Aztec, New Mexico, and one near Laredo, Texas, about 30 miles inside the Mexican border. Consider, if you will, the position of the United States government at the time. There are several crashes reported here, one of which is mentioned is Aztec, New Mexico, and this is one I'm currently looking into as I'm reading a book on it, and there seems to be a substantial and overwhelming amount of evidence, of documentation of this retrieval to have happened, and that this craft was eventually, potentially, brought into Los Alamos. You know, by looking at the 4chan whistleblower, if you haven't checked that video out yet, I highly recommend, but we did a deep dive on this person who said he basically worked for a secret branch of the government that did these crash retrievals. But he would say that, yeah, near Mexico and New Mexico, that's where they would go down. They avoid that spot like the plague currently, but back then they would find quite a bit of them go down in that vicinity. It really, really makes you ponder that during that time, obviously there was the Manhattan Project that came from this, and, you know, Oppenheimer and all of that, where the Germans were racing against the Russians and the Americans to try and build a nuke. And during that time, you know, there was a ton of nuclear work being done, and thus UFO incursions were happening at all these bases. And namely, if you want to check it out, there's an amazingly brilliant video by YouTuber Jesse Michaels, American Alchemy, who put that out. Go check that out. What a fun rabbit hole to jump down. He did a brilliant job on that. So think about this. The government, we know that during the Cold War, when they even heard about psychics or Russia's sort of psychic activity into mind reading and mind control and all that, they started their own branches of the very same work because they said, hey, if this stuff is real, we can't take a chance and not look into it. We have to at least pour some resources into it and look at it, ourselves. The same has to be said about the UFO thing. I mean, Foo Fighters in the war were avoiding these things because they were almost colliding with them during their missions. There had to be an extreme amount of research into this topic by both the Axis and the Allies back then. You'd be a fool to think they weren't at least trying to uncover what was going on and militarizing it somehow. I digress. Consider, if you will, the position of the United States government at that time. They proudly thought of themselves as the most powerful nation on Earth, having recently produced the atomic bomb, an achievement so stupendous it would take Russia 4 years to catch up, and only with the help of traitors to democracy. They had built a jet aircraft that had exceeded the speed of sound in flight. They had built jet bombers with intercontinental range that could carry weapons of enormous destruction. The post-war era and the future seemed bright. Now imagine what it was like for those same leaders, all of whom had witnessed the panic of Orson Welles' radio broadcast, The War of the Worlds, in 1938.
We are bringing you an eyewitness account of what's happening on the Wilmuth Farm, Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
Lord, they're turning into flames. Now the whole field's caught up by the woods, the barns, the gas tanks for the automobiles.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to circumstances beyond our control, we are unable to...
So it was a dramatized radio show. Like they just did a bunch of sound effects and audio. And the production values were really high. The bad thing is that this is back when everybody got their news from... when everybody got their news from the radio, so people couldn't tell the difference. They didn't put any disclaimers or any like commercial breaks that like, hey, this is just for funsies. This is a fictional creation, and it freaked a lot of people out. If you didn't know about it, it was kind of a big deal back in its time.
To continue the broadcast from Grover's Mill.
Thousands of Americans panicked at a realistically presented invasion of Earth by beings from another planet. Imagine their horror as they actually viewed the dead bodies of these frightening-looking little creatures with enormous eyes, reptilian skin, and claw-like fingers. Imagine their shock as they attempted to determine how these strange saucers were powered and could discover no part even remotely similar to components they were familiar with. No cylinders or pistons, no vacuum tubes or turbines or hydraulic actuators. It is only when you fully understand the overwhelming helplessness the government was faced with in the late 1940s that you can comprehend their perceived need for a total, thorough, and sweeping cover-up, to include the use of deadly force. When something this paradigm-shifting on the military battlefield is encountered, you have to acknowledge that putting this in the wrong hands can lead to devastating and obviously world-changing consequences. So their use of deadly force to protect this secret, according to them, was justified. The cover-up was so successful that as late as 1985, a senior scientist with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, Dr. Al Hibbs, would look at a videotape of an enormous flying saucer and state the record, "I'm not going to assign anything to that UFO phenomena without a lot more data." Dr. Hibbs was looking at the naked emperor and saying he certainly looks naked, but that doesn't prove he's naked. Sounds a lot like Arrow. In July of 1952, a panicked government watched helplessly as a squadron of flying saucers flew over Washington, D.C. and buzzed the White House, the Capitol building, and the Pentagon. It took all the imagination and intimidation the government could muster to force that incident out of the memory of the public.
I am here to discuss the so-called flying saucers. We can say that the recent sightings are in no way connected with any secret development by any department of the United States.
A pretty incredible incident. Had that happened today, it kind of is happening today if you think about it. Thousands of sightings occurred during the Korean War, and several more saucers were retrieved by the Air Force. Some were stored at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Some were stored at Air Force bases
How many more UFO sightings are there now that like drones have become kind of ubiquitous?
near the location of the crash site. What I'm going to read to you next is interesting because this was actually echoed by Ross Coulthard recently. As recent as last year, Ross had said that there was a giant UFO somewhere that was too big to move, so they built the base around it. And that really made headlines in the UFO community.
People are going to question what I'm about to say. What if some of that shit is so big it can't be moved? So big they built a building over it in a country outside of the United States of America.
But in fact, John Lear, he's got it right here. One saucer was so enormous and the logistic problems in transportation so enormous that it was buried at the crash site and remains there today. The stories are legendary on transporting crashed saucers over long distances, moving only at night, purchasing complete farms, slashing through forests, blocking major highways, sometimes driving 2 and 3 lowboys in tandem with an extraterrestrial load 100 feet in diameter. On April 30th, 1964, the first communication between these aliens and the U.S. government took place at Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. 3 saucers had landed at a prearranged area, and a meeting was held.
Oh, look, we got the AI-generated footage of the aliens hanging out, and they got that same pixelation effect around it.
Between the aliens and intelligence officers of the U.S. government. All right, folks, the Holloman Air Force incident is pretty infamous in UFO lore. And one of the reasons why is because there was a documentary actually put out by the CIA back in the day. And at the very end of this documentary is about an 8-second clip. This 8-second clip is what seems to be, has a flying saucer coming down on sort of desert terrain and about to land, and the video feed cuts. Turns out I believe, director of that very documentary says that video exists uncut. And that as the video goes on, this craft comes to the ground, lands, and exiting from it are multiple alien beings. And that's where a meeting happened. But hidden in plain sight, they decided to keep in footage in this documentary. And here's a clip.
And in 1973, they go to Bob Emenegger and Alan Sandler, 2 producers in Los Angeles, and they ask them to do a UFO documentary. And Bob Emenegger is a total UFO skeptic, said, "What do you mean this is for real?" And at that point, the security manager, Paul Shardle, at Norton Air Force Base said, what would you say if I told you an alien ship landed at Holloman Air Force Base, 6 o'clock in the morning in May of 1971, and we filmed it from 3 different vantage points, 2 on the ground, 1 in a helicopter, and we will allow you to use the film for your documentary. So he puts his documentary, and then what happens at the end of the documentary is they say, we can't use the film. We can't allow, it's the Watergate, it's bad timing, we can't allow you to use the film, and they pull the film. And then I find out that there's 8 seconds of the Holloman Air Force Base film in the film. So Bob's my friend, I phone up Bob. There's 8 seconds of film in there. And he goes, well, yeah. And I said, you told me they pulled the film. Oh, no, he said, it's background. And I said, background? What do you mean it's background? And he said, it didn't show anything. And what it is you see the hills of Holloman, and you see this object, this brilliantly lit object at 6 o'clock in the morning coming over the hills, but it's in a distance. So you don't see it close up, and you don't see the alien when the alien gets out. That's the classified part. So they want you to know that Holloman happened, and they allowed them to use the 8 seconds of the film, but the rest of the film, the classified part, was pulled.
Make of that what you will, but that is one compelling story. So during the period of 1969 to 1971, MJ-12, representing the U.S. government, made a deal with these creatures called EBEs, or extraterrestrial biological entities, named by Detlev Bronk. He was an original MJ-12 member and 6th president of Johns Hopkins University. The deal was that in exchange for technology they would provide to us, we agreed to ignore the abductions that were going on and suppress information on the cattle mutilations. And to further illustrate this point, here's a 1988 episode of Gumby.
No, not Gumby. Gumby gets probed.
Hey, what's going on here? We need samples of genes and chromosomes from your kind to develop a stronger breed of people. Because on our planet, radiation damages our DNA so that we are dying off to extinction. We'll help you, but
Whoa.
you know, we need help too. What do you need? The people on Earth are suffering from many kinds of pollution. We need your advanced technology to help us develop a clean source of energy.
The EBEs assured MJ-12 that the abductions, usually lasting about 2 hours, were merely the ongoing monitoring of developing civilizations. And here John lists out the purposes for the abductions and what they turned out to be. Number 1, the insertion of a 3mm spherical device through the nasal cavity of the abductee into the brain. The device is used for the biological monitoring, tracking, and control of the abductee. This is something touched on in several books by thousands of abductees, actually, which is interesting. You know, looking at the work of John Mack, David Jacobs, Bud Hopkins, this would come up quite frequently, that this rod, which had a very tiny ball on the end of it, was inserted into the nasal cavity way far up, and then when extracted, that ball was gone. What's also interesting to me is that it says to control.
Does it? Oh, I was about to say, isn't that what extract means, to remove? But I guess maybe he meant when they were extracted from the aircraft and not that the device itself was extracted. Again, the wording's weird.
The abductee, which makes me think that these gray beings, maybe perhaps not the other beings, but the gray ones specifically, couldn't mind control you maybe without it? Number 2, implementation of post-hypnotic suggestion to carry out a specific activity during a specific time period, the actuation of which will occur within the next 2 to 5 years. Well, there's that. I mean, this was 1987. That would make it 1992 at the latest. Maybe they did, I don't know, carry out some specific activity.
When did the X-Files start originally? September 10th, 1993. And it ran until 2002. That's fucking great.
Activity that is unbeknownst to us, that has perhaps little or no consequence to our daily lives. I don't know. But that seems speculatory at best. Number 3, termination of some people so that they could function as living sources for biological material and substances. Okay. Number 4, termination of individuals who represent a threat to the continuation of their activity.
In the last couple of years, have you had incidences?
Wait, hold on. Termination of some people so they could function as living sources for biological material and substances. You mean food?
So that they could function as living sources for biological material and substances. Okay. Number 4.
That's a long way of saying they needed to eat somebody.
Termination of individuals who represent a threat to the continuation.
Hey Gus, good to see you, man. I'm working on some stuff in the background. As soon as I'm done, we're gonna start playing Turtle WoW. I got the hotkey tutorial script finished. I got the voiceover recorded, and then I'm gonna get it across the finish line tomorrow. I missed my deadline because of the damn hurricane, so I'm trying not to beat myself up about it.
Continuation of their activity.
In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that?
Number 5, affect genetic engineering experiments. Number 6, impregnation of human females and early termination of pregnancies to secure the crossbreed infants. It seems
giggity
like the craziest, but honestly, this is the most widely reported among abductees. is the genetic engineering that has taken place on board, and most of the time has to do with what seems to be some type of high.
There's a... Hold on. This is great. X-Files. Scully. Pregnant. Where's the episode? There's an episode where she's preggers. I think it's that one. She got big old belly, and they take the alien baby from her. This is like everything he talks about is an X-Files episode.
Hybridization program. Again, this isn't stuff that I'm making up. It's stuff that I've read, and that's quite expansive in terms of the literature that's out there and the documentation of this. Like, this has been documented extensively, mainly through post-hypnotic regression, because for some reason, apparently the people who've been abducted, they just, their memories are wiped, but for some reason, I guess these EBEs don't have access to the subconscious. The impregnation thing, I mean, that comes up quite a bit. Does this mean all extraterrestrials are doing this? No. Does this mean any of them are doing this? No, but it does suggest it. With extraordinary claims, I mean, you require extraordinary evidence. And the only evidence that exists that's out there today currently is, for the most part, at best, anecdotal. And let's be clear, that doesn't imply that I'm invalidating this anecdotal evidence, but it is someone's word against another. What is interesting is that there are thousands of these someone who are saying essentially the same things. And I think when that happens and you gain enough human intelligence testimony, I think you have to start looking at it more seriously. And I think that's what some of the work of a lot of these researchers did.
You could also look into something called mass delusions. Those are a thing too.
Including, potentially here, John Lear. Believe it, don't believe it. We're going to keep reading. I think this is really interesting. I'm not saying that this is what's going on, by the way.
I want to believe. I do. That was part of the X-Files too.
Folks. All right, so don't work yourselves up for this. I would love to hear your opinion on this, and whether you think it's true or not, but I would encourage you to at least do some research on it, because you'll find that in the research that I've done with multiple people who have, great educational backgrounds and varying degrees of credibility, have talked about this very thing for a very long time. It's kind of like the dark side, like ufology and the UFO stuff. There's the UAP, the drone, all this, but then there's like a deeper, more nefarious section to ufology that he's touching on. And it can be disturbing for some to look down that road, and others choose just to ignore it completely. And that's totally fine. So the U.S. government was not initially aware of their far-reaching consequences of their deal. They were led to believe that the abductions were essentially benign. And since they figured the abductions would probably go on anyway, whether they agreed to or not, they merely insisted that a current list of abductees be submitted on a periodic basis to MJ-12 and the National Security Council. Does this sound incredible? An actual list of abductees sent to the National Security Council? Read on, because I have news for you. All right, here we go into what I assume is some speculation. I mean, this whole document might just be speculatory, but regardless. The EBEs have a genetic disorder in that their digestive system is atrophied and non-functional. Some speculate that they were involved in some type of accident or nuclear war, or possibly on the backside of an evolutionary genetic curve, meaning they're like devolving. In order to sustain themselves, they used an enzyme or hormonal secretion obtained from the tissue that they extract from humans and animals. Note that cows and humans are genetically similar. In the event of a national
You mean food?
disaster, cow's blood can be used by humans. We've talked about this before with the EBO document. The secretions obtained are then mixed with hydrogen peroxide, applied on the skin by spreading or dipping parts of their bodies in the solution. The body absorbs the solution, then secretes the waste back out through the skin. This sounds familiar. Obviously, this document came out way before the EBO document came out, suggesting that the pores on their skin were made to sort of secrete whatever it was. But what he says here is the secretions are mixed with hydrogen peroxide to disinfect. Like, why would that be necessary? The EBO document said that they assumed that they drank liquids. What John Lear is alluding to here is that instead they dipped parts of their body or spread this solution. Now, how can you tell the difference between what you're consuming and what you're excreting, like your body, for instance? It doesn't make sense. That's like feeding ourselves through our own anuses. Like, it just doesn't seem, obviously it doesn't seem delectable.
I knew we couldn't get through this this video without the A word.
But it also doesn't seem very logical. Yeah, who knows? So the cattle mutilations that were prevalent throughout the period from 1973 to 1983 and publicly noted through newspaper and magazine stories and included a documentary produced by Linda Howe for the Denver CBS affiliate KMGH-TV were for the collection of these tissues by the aliens. The mutilations included genitals taken, rectums cored out to the colon, eyes, tongue, and throat all surgically removed with extreme precision. In some cases, the incisions were made by cutting between the cells, a process that we are not yet capable of performing in the field. That's really interesting. Wow. How can you even verify that? In many of the mutilations, there was no blood found at all in the carcass. Yet there was no vascular collapse of the internal organs. This has been also noted in the human mutilations. One of the first of which was Sergeant Jonathan P. Louette at the White Sands Missile Test Range in 1956, who was found 3 days after an Air Force major had witnessed his abduction by a disc-shaped object at 0300 hours while on a search for missile debris downrange. And the following is a little explicit, folks. Forewarned. His genitals had been removed, rectum cored out in a surgically precise plug up to the colon, eyes removed, and all blood removed with, again, no vascular collapse. From some of the evidence, it is apparent that this surgery is accomplished in most cases while the victim, animal or human, is still alive. The various parts of the body are taken to various underground laboratories, one of which is known to be near the small New Mexico town of Dulce. This jointly occupied CIA-alien facility has been described as enormous with huge tiled walls that go on forever, in quotes.
Dude, these people are writing science fiction. I mean, this is, I don't. Oh, there we go. There's video clips from a movie called Close Encounters of the Third Kind. If you haven't seen the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind, you should. It's a really good alien movie. InternetMovieDatabase.com. Let me pull it up. Close Encounters. Oh yeah, it's got Richard Dreyfuss in it. Came out in 1977. An Indiana electrician lineman finds his quiet and ordinary daily life turned upside down after a close encounter with the UFO, spurring him to an obsessed cross-country quest for answers as a momentous event approaches. Yeah, it's directed by Steven Spielberg. This is probably like one of the epitomes of the 1970s slow burn film. They don't make them like this anymore, man. Like it just goes slow and it builds 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 and it builds. And then there's a fucking huge payoff, but there's like barely any action in it. It's all like character driven. It's a great drama. It really is. I highly, if you haven't seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind, that's a really, I didn't know Steven Spielberg directed it. That's probably one of the reasons why it's so good. Yeah, man. Richard Dreyfuss is magnificent in it. He really carries the whole fucking thing. What does that say? Okay. Yeah, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Okay, well, all right. Here's what we're gonna do. I've had enough. If I wanted to see this, I would just watch the X-Files. I'm sure people get a lot of entertainment. Look at this. This has got like a million point three views, 1,000,003 views. Bless him. Bless him. He's making money. YouTube lifted the banned original videos back. Sorry for the roundout. Probably because he used pictures of like the YouTube censors are the AI is crazy about doing stuff like this now. You have to distort the footage so much.
Counters of the Third Kind.
Yeah, see, he probably got dinged just for doing this. I've been dinged for some crazy crap now. It's because they all got all AI just hunting around searching for this stuff, and they just tag everything. Even if, like, I only used 4 seconds of something, it was like really small, and the music wasn't even on, and I got dinged for it. So, yeah. Anyway, all right. Let us switch gears. I have maybe less than 30 minutes left of stuff to do, but I need to jump up and go to the bathroom. And I think it's wrong to let the video play while I'm not sitting here reacting to it. So let's put this on here. And then when I get back, we're gonna check out. Here, let's update that current thing. Reacting to, and this will be the Apple video. While working on personal stuff. There we go. Okay, let's put that right there, and then wait, Mrs. BRB. Okay, cool. Let me. All right, I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. I just need to jump up real quick, go to the bathroom. I'll shut up. When we come back, we're gonna check out the why Apple is like failing to its own greed or something like that. And Apple is a hell of a company. If the European Union has done anything right, it was take Apple to court for those fucking stupid proprietary plug-in things. So now, thanks to the European Union, Apple iPhone users can actually charge their phone with the USB-C. And the reason Apple had that proprietary plug is because they didn't make their own charging cables, but they licensed out the right to make those charging cables to other manufacturers. So they were making money off of all of the manufacturers that were making those cables. USB-C is a universal standard, so nobody has to pay a licensing fee to create a USB-C cable as long as it's in standard of the IEEE standard. So, yeah, Apple was always about this walled garden. Oh, and then Apple's actually been busted. They lost a class action court case because like their new iPhone came out. I forget what the number was. Their new iPhone came out and they released an update that made the older iPhone model run slower, and they proved this in court. So, it'll be I'm happy to see, what Apple has to deal with now if it's oh no, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions, or of their own actions. All right, I'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes. See you. Okay. All right. So I'm going to get done reacting to this Apple video. I should be done with all the stuff I need to do. And then we'll kick back and play some WoW. Excuse me. Dinner is still settling. Okay, let's do that. Let's minimize that. Okay, we're going to pause the music. Whoops. Well, I didn't mean to delete that comment, but whatever. Okay, yeah, we're done with this. I gave them a like. This is an interesting video. Okay, so Apple's greed is finally backfiring. I like to check out the, this got 1.4 million views. Apple was the most valuable company in the world from 2001 to 2003, but in 2024 they fell to second place, with Microsoft claiming the title for half of the year. Now in 2025, Apple has fallen to third place behind NVIDIA and Microsoft. Oh my God. NVIDIA's selling all them, those, quote unquote AI GPU stuff. And NVIDIA's got like, AI chips that are the size of a fucking server rack. Those aren't, generally available to the public. I mean, they cost damn near $1 million a piece, and they're built to be installed in data centers, not somebody's house. In just 4 months, Apple's value shrank by 28%. So what happened? Okay, well, I guess, overpriced iPhones have led to stagnant sales, lack of innovation. Yeah, when was the last time Apple put out anything innovative? They put out the iPod, and then the next logical step was to put a fucking phone on it. So they put out the iPhone. And then what? Wireless earbuds, maybe. I know they didn't invent those. They just like made their version of it. Allowed their competitors to catch up, and their anti-competitive business practices earned them several lawsuits. Maybe he'll talk about the USB cable thing. Let's see. What's this dude named? Apple Explained. Okay, so he runs. In fact, let me look at his channel really quick, and then I'll get back to doing what I'm supposed to be doing. iPhone 7, all the colors. What to expect. History of Apple's command key. Why Apple skipped iOS 19. iOS 26. Why new iPhones aren't exciting anymore? That might be interesting. Apple lied about Siri. Did it? Why iPhone automatically edits your photos. Interesting. Okay. All right, well, let's see.
Apple was the most valuable company in the world from 2021 to 2023, but in 2024 they fell to second place, with Microsoft claiming the title for half the year. And now in 2025, Apple has fallen to third place, behind NVIDIA and Microsoft. In just 4 months, Apple's value shrank by 28%, amounting to a $1.1 trillion loss. Overpriced iPhones have led to stagnant sales, lack of innovation has allowed competitors to catch up, and their anti-competitive business practices has earned them several lawsuits. So how did this happen? Well, Apple's greed resulted in profit taking priority over products. It was a slow transition that began in 2011, when Steve Jobs stepped down as Apple's CEO and gave the job to Tim Cook. He famously told Cook to, quote, "not ask what would Steve do, just do what's right." The problem is, what's considered right depends on who you ask. To Jobs, great products were the secret to Apple's success. He proved this in the late 90s when the company faced bankruptcy. At the time, prominent figures like Gil Amelio and Michael Dell shared how they would save Apple. Examples included breaking up the company, selling off their hardware division, or even shutting down Apple entirely and returning money to shareholders. The most interesting piece of advice came from Oracle CEO Larry Ellison. He was a close friend of Jobs and advised him to move away from hardware and focus on software instead, since those were the companies making the most money. Microsoft, for example, enjoyed a profit margin of about 80%, while Apple's hovered around 35%. But Jobs created his own plan to save Apple from bankruptcy, one centered entirely on hardware.
Hold on, is that really a 35% profit margin? You know how many industries the profit margin is like less than a penny on sales?
While Apple's hovered around 35.
Jeez. Wow.
But Jobs created his own plan to save Apple from bankruptcy, one centered entirely on hardware. He cut Apple's portfolio of about 20 different computer models to just 4, with the first being a consumer desktop called iMac. It went on to become Apple's best-selling computer at the time, helping fuel long-term profitability and restore shareholder confidence. Had Jobs followed the advice of those around him, we may have never seen products like the iMac, iPod, or even iPhone, since Apple would have likely abandoned hardware and become a software and services company instead. When it came to Apple's stock price, Jobs didn't really worry about it. During a Q&A session in 1997, he said, "What we need to do is keep our eye on the prize. That's turning out great products and communicating with our customers, then the stock price will take care of itself." To his credit, that's exactly what happened. When returning to Apple in 1997, the stock price was 10 cents. In 2011, 14 years later, he left Apple with a stock price of $11.50, growing the company by 11,400%. Great hardware is exactly what fueled this unprecedented growth, with Apple releasing the iMac, iBook, iPod, iPod mini, MacBook, iPhone, and iPad. That's a major new product release about every other year. Now that doesn't mean Jobs didn't care about Apple's valuation. He famously sent a company-wide email in 2006 when their market cap surpassed Dell, saying, quote, "Team, it turned out that Michael Dell wasn't perfect at predicting the future. Based on today's stock market close, Apple's worth more than Dell. Stocks go up and down and things may be different tomorrow, but I thought it was worth a moment of reflection today." Then in 2010, when Apple surpassed Microsoft, he sent out a similar email. But that wasn't because Jobs thought market cap was the best indicator of success. It was just proof that his hardware-focused business strategy, which many others advised against, had not only worked, but outperformed the competition. In fact, Apple was doing so well that by the end of 2010, they were sitting on almost $27 billion in cash and didn't know what to do with it. So Jobs reached out to Warren Buffett, seeking his opinion. Buffett shared 3 ways Apple could spend their extra cash: through acquisitions, dividends, and stock buybacks. An acquisition would mean buying another company. Dividends are an optional small payment companies can give to shareholders, typically once every 3 months, as a reward for buying and holding their stock. This typically benefits companies by attracting more investors. And a stock buyback is exactly what it sounds like, when a company buys its own stock back from investors. This lowers the number of shares on the market, which typically increases their stock price. Jobs had already purchased the Siri app for about $200 million earlier that year, and there weren't any other companies he was interested in acquiring. As for dividends and stock buybacks, these were 2 things Jobs refused to do. In fact, the only time Apple had ever paid dividends was from 1987 to 1995, during Jobs' absence. When asked why he never paid a dividend or allowed Apple to buy back its own stock, Jobs said, "Our goal is to increase enterprise value. Which would you rather have us be, a company with our stock price and $40 billion in the bank, or a company with our stock price and no cash in the bank?" That meant Jobs' priority was strengthening Apple rather than directly rewarding shareholders. But near the end of 2011, Tim Cook took over as CEO, and he had a different plan for the company's cash. Before becoming CEO, Cook had been Apple's chief operating officer, ensuring the goals set by Jobs became a practical reality. Cook was known for his logistics skills that allowed companies to cut costs and maximize revenue. If Jobs was considered a product genius, Cook could be considered a financial genius. The two complemented each other well. In just 13 years, they took Apple from near bankruptcy to generating billions in profit each year. But when Jobs left Apple and gave Cook complete control, the company's focus began shifting from industrial engineering to financial engineering. In 2012, less than 7 months after becoming CEO, Cook implemented Apple's first dividend and stock buyback program, initially planning to spend $45 billion from 2012 to 2015, but they ended up almost doubling that amount, spending $80 billion instead. And Apple's stock price responded, moving from $17 in 2012 to $27 in 2015. This caught the attention of people like Warren Buffett, who was happy to see Cook following his financial advice, something Jobs refused to do 6 years earlier. Buffett was so confident in Apple that he invested $1 billion in the company in 2016. This came as a surprise to Cook and many others, since Buffett was historically against investing in tech companies, saying Berkshire Hathaway prefers, quote, simple businesses. If there's lots of technology, we won't understand it. So Buffett investing in Apple under Cook and not under Jobs carried a couple implications. That the company's shift toward financial engineering was something Buffett understood, and therefore felt comfortable putting his money into, and that prioritizing stock price could mean putting product development on the back burner. It's no secret that Cook isn't a product person. He allegedly visits Apple's design studio about once a month, while Jobs was there almost every day. A former employee said, when Jobs was alive, there was a lot of effort toward Steve's coming to the studio today, so we have to have a lot for him to see. When he died, that went away. Changes like these were also felt by Chief Design Officer Jonathan Ive, who previously was considered the most powerful person within Apple after Jobs. But under Cook's leadership, that was no longer true. Some of his decisions were met with resistance, especially if they drove up costs. For example, when they were developing the Apple Watch, Ive felt it was primarily a fashion accessory similar to traditional watches, so he wanted its upcoming introduction to be as extravagant as a high-end fashion show. The event would be held at the Flint Center in Cupertino, which is a fairly small auditorium without much space for a hands-on area. So Ive wanted Apple to build one by relocating 24 trees that lined the plaza and constructing a temporary building in their place. This elaborate plan would cost Apple $25 million. This shocked the finance team, who considered it an unnecessary expense, while the marketing team preferred a more traditional product introduction, showcasing what the watch could do rather than how it looked. But I've felt reviews from magazines like Vogue would be more important than opinions of tech journalists. Cook was reluctant to spend the $25 million, but eventually interrupted the discussion between Ive and the marketing team by saying, we should just do it. While Ive did end up getting his way, it came at too high a cost. For the first time ever, his ideas were being challenged by finance and marketing executives, and worst of all, Cook appeared to be on their side. It was during this period when Ive began to distance himself from Apple by working from home, showing up late to meetings, and delegating tasks to other designers. During his absence, Cook began reshaping the company. He replaced board member Mickey Drexler, a marketer who built Gap and J. Crew.
I was just checking out a video called Apple's Greed is Finally Backfiring. I got done helping my... Yeah, I thought you'd get a kick out of that. Give me 30 seconds here. Let me make sure everything's okay. My roommate gave me his bank info to pay off my car. And I'm doing that right
what
now.
What a G, dude.
He is. He totally is.
All right, yeah, I'll let you do that. Take your time, do it proper,
Yeah. No, everything's already plugged in. I'm just going to hit continue and pray it works. So here we go. Fingers crossed. I accept the terms and conditions. Confirm. Okay, your payment will be effective as the scheduled payment date. However, okay, so let me just take a screenshot of this. Okay, actually, you know what, man? I'm actually getting ready to load up Turtle WoW.
All right.
Now that this is all done, and I got the final draft of the hotkey tutorial done, and I've got all of the audio recorded and all of the audio edited. So now it's just a matter of getting the footage to go on top of it, but I'm fucking tired. Because I was helping my roommate with some of his he's got his own online business, and I've been doing data entry for the last hour and a half. So on top of making the video and stuff. So I missed the fucking deadline because of the hurricane. I'm not going to beat myself up about it. I'll get it done tomorrow or something like that.
No, dude, yeah, the amount of people that are like swinging by, it's like the server's kind of capped out, dude. people keep coming back. There's a
Right.
lot of level 1s in Ambershire, and there's going to be a lot of level 1s in Ambershire for like weeks, I'd say.
Right.
Um, dude, like trying to do some of those starting quests is rough.
Because it's so yeah, it's like they.
Dude,
I mean,
there's been 1,000
it's
people.
super easy to kill Hogger. I bet you get a raid party to fucking take out Hogger. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's the population has just
Good
the sheer
good
size.
luck.
If you get ahead,
Good luck mining copper in
Yeah.
Westfall or fucking Elwyn Forest, right?
Yeah, I think. Oh my God, disconnected from server. Oh no. Handshaking. Success. I'm trying to connect now, dude. I don't think.
Oh yeah, here let me sign out of my CarMax thing. Let's see here. Sign out. Would you like to sign out? Yes.
Well, okay, Northern R. Let's go. Connect. There you go. All right. Yeah, it just took forever to load.
Okay, that's funny. All right, let me click off of this. All right, let me close all of my stuff. All right, do I have any other PII open? Let me close all that. I think we're good. Okay, let me make sure I'm off of that. Turn to WoW. Okay, I think we're okay. I think we're all set. All right, let me minimize this. Let me minimize that. That's fine. Main display right there. Let's turn that off. Okay. Okay. Let me jump up and take like a quick bio, and then I'll be able to settle in. We could just hang out.
Fair enough, man. Yeah. I managed to connect. It just took a bit.
You may what?
I managed to connect to the
Okay.
server. It just took a bit. Yeah.
All right. Well, I will try signing in myself in a minute. I'll see you in a few.
All right, man.
All right, y'all. Just a quick break, and then I'll be back, and we'll be settled in to do some WoW and just hang out. I'll
Yeah,
be
I'm
back
gonna
in
make some coffee,
3
dude.
minutes tops. headset on. Okay. All right, we're all set. Now let's get rid of that. Now, I don't want anybody peeking at my login, so give me a sec. There we go. Okay. I still look like a hobo. I do like how I got the little glowing things on my eyes, though. Looks like I got some X-ray goggles on. Okay. Whoops. Oh, I guess I was just testing to see if the bandage worked. I guess we can use that moonberry juice. Scroll of stamina 3. What is that? Mithril? I want the mithril. Give me the mithril. Gibbs. Gibbs. Oh, I'm gonna put my gloves on. Oh, that's right. Oh no. Oh, it's this one. You gotta work for this one. Look, you gotta go up this way and then around like that. There's no way to actually come up over here to get it. And I am less than a bar away from hitting 43.
43?
Yes. Or, excuse me, 53. 53.
Gonna say, dude.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, was that a vanilla item? I don't think it was.
I'm not by my computer.
Oh, it's a trinket. You get it from a quest reward from Thorium Brotherhood dudes, and it's called the Lufa. And the only use is that it removes one bleed effect. That is
bleed. Yeah.
Yeah. That was from vanilla, huh?
Yeah, that's a true vanilla trinket right there.
Okay.
Very specific use, very long cooldown.
Right.
Like,
let me see.
who made this? I don't know.
Let me see. Let me actually look at the cooldown time. I actually want to see what the cooldown time is. If it's fucking 30 minutes, I'm gonna laugh. Oh, 3 minutes. Okay, that's not fucking terrible, but... Okay, now I have a quest to kill these fucking things. Alright, cool. Hey Flame, how's it going, man? Zach, did you see what I posted about the safety stuff and the All Things streaming channel?
Wait, safety stuff?
Did you like fucking Discord is unbelievably insecure.
Oh yeah.
Unbelievably, is then you can get like a token injection from clicking on the wrong fucking file or website.
Yeah. Yeah, this is terrible. Dude.
Discord's fucking horrible, man. I'm glad I
Yeah.
set everything up the way I did. Like, I was just like, okay, if people are going to talk to me, let's talk to me over Discord, over the server, and let me disable people from, like, adding me to their friends list because I don't want the weirdos out there doing stuff. And I knew there were scams and crap like that, but now it all makes sense when the people are like, add me to your friends list. And I'm like, why? Just join the server. Like, but I can help you, add me to your friends list. But help me with what?
Yeah, a lot of scams, dude. A lot of man, like people are desperate out there. There's a lot of stuff going on, dude.
Well,
Craigslist is like the hotbed for scams, dude. Facebook Marketplace. Forget which other one. But you get like the hey, can you PayPal? Can I PayPal you or some stuff like that? Come up at some point, and then the scam is on.
The scam is on.
Dog. So I gotta make coffee, and I gotta break into the new coffee.
What'd you get?
Some garbage tier coffee.
Garbage. You got the Folgers Instant too?
Nah.
Best part of waking up.
No, it's some Colombian brand, but it's not exactly choice. It's like really bad roast.
Okay.
Like stuff. It's like I'm over here with my sister. Picking some fruit from the frozen fruit pack.
Oh, get closer to the mic. Get closer.
Sorry, so she's
I know you can do
eating fruit out of a frozen like fruit packet, right?
The dog?
And no, my niece, dude. And I'm going up there, right? And I grab a piece of fruit. She keeps me away. I'm grabbing fruit from this thing.
That's funny.
I make coffee. I forgot where I left the coffee at. There's still some of the cereal. Alright, this is the problem. Where's my coffee? Oh no, I need the beans, man. The beans. It's gotta be around here somewhere, I'm sure. Let me go out. I'll be back.
Good luck. Look at him go. He must have epic riding on. He's moving fast on that turtle. What day is it? Oh, it's Monday. These people be going to Molten Core, I can tell. Look at them. Look. When you see that many people geared out ride by that way, you know they got a raid going on. Soon I will join them. And I will get the gear too. We had somebody leave the guild, and he didn't even say anything. So I had to type in guild chat. He didn't even say goodbye. Rude. What I need is a baby boom. Hey, above and beyond, it's going good, man. I got a lot of stuff done today. I got up pretty early today too. Is he gonna mine that dark iron? Oh, is that mithril? I'm gonna get that mithril. Okay. Let's see. I got the final draft of the hotkey tutorials done. I've got the entire voiceover track for it recorded and edited. So now all I have to do is put the visuals on top of it. And the video is going to be 25 minutes and 2 seconds long. And I'll probably get it done tomorrow because I'm tired. I ran out of steam. I also helped my roommate with his online business. Oh my gosh, get off me. Oh, did you know that elementals are immune to fear? But not blockout procs. What did I say? Blockout? I meant blackout. There we go. Yeah, it was a pretty productive day. And then my roommate helped me out and helped me make the last car payment. I gotta pay him back, but now I'm not stressing about losing the car. I had a loan on that car for 7 years, never missed a fucking payment. Wasn't about to start. And now I'll own the thing outright. So that'll be nice. Look at the true silver deposit. Look at that. Look at that. It's right there. Say it. It's right there. Okay, man, there's a buttload of mining nodes open right now. I'm just gonna... I'm a little concerned. This is one of the first times I've signed in and I didn't have some mail. And that means that the things that I put in the auction house did not sell. Which is maybe a little concerning. Uh-oh. Let's see. I put up 2 salt shakers. It's right there. There's nothing up there. Oh well. Maybe we can get up this way. Oh, there we go. Look at me. More true silver. Two true silvers. Ah. A proposal video? Well, proposal video. Wait, your wife was it like a business proposal thing, or was it like you proposing for marriage, or? I'm just curious. I could help you out with something like that. Oh, okay. Well, hey, tell you what. You're gonna have the wedding and you're gonna have the party after the wedding, so you could have like a little video play, at that, and if you want some help, with that, let me know. We can figure something out. If you've got like a ton of pictures or something, or some video of you guys together, we could develop some sort of funny tongue-in-cheek narrative, and then I could edit together with the narration and the music and that kind of stuff. We could even do stuff like take y'all's pictures about how, like, maybe you guys go on your honeymoon or your vacation or something like that together, and then it would just be the normal pictures, like you just slideshow normal, and then we use AI to make it like you guys met some aliens. You got abducted by aliens or something. And we start playing the X-Files music or something. I don't know. I'm just coming up with shit. That would be fun. Yeah, I wouldn't mind helping you out with something like that. I did get up mad early today. I got up at 8 a.m. No, I finally got out of bed. I got up at 8 and I fought it. I fought falling back to sleep, and I got up at 9. And I've been up ever since. Now that my roommate's gone, I'm trying to reset my schedule to get back on more of a day schedule. So tomorrow, I should hopefully start streaming a lot earlier. I just have this routine when I wake up in the morning. Like I like to clean, I like to cook. I like to clean the kitchen, do stuff with my hands, get a bunch of other stuff done, and then I like to sit down at the computer when everything else is done. And I've been putting that off because, my roommate's been sleeping late, and that's fine. I ain't mad. But like, I don't want to disturb him either. I want to be a good roommate. So like, I kind of hold off banging and framming in the kitchen and stuff until he's up, and he don't get up until like 2-3 o'clock. So now that he's gone, like, I'm not gonna feel that way. Yes, yeah, we worked at he got hired on at the company that I worked at. He worked there for about 6 months before I did. He was like the 5th person the company ever hired. I think I was the 7th. And we were basically just two technical guys that understood and knew how crypto works. back in 2018, that was our job qualifications. I had a degree in network engineering. I have some really good technical skills. I'm good at documentation. I kind of had an idea what project management was back then. But after working with a couple of project managers and finding out, like, hey, there's a whole structure to this, and it's a whole industry position and all that stuff. Dude, I wish I knew about project management back when I was working for Swifty. I really, really could have done some shit back then if I'd have known what I know now. But as it stands, yeah, I just like to get the channel built back up. I can't wait till I can start applying some project management concepts to like filmmaking. Oh my god, it's gonna be so great. There's that dark iron. Yeah, I went to I dropped out of normal college, and I ended up going into bartending. Was that an Arcanite crystal? Yes, arcane crystal. Perfect. And I'm doing a bunch of bartending down in Miami, and I lived that lifestyle for about 2 or 3 years, and then I realized that like the guy I was the guy's protege, and he was like 35, but he looked like he was 45 because of that lifestyle, and I realized, like, oh man, I don't want to. I don't need to be burning the candle at both ends. So I went to a technical college. And got a degree in network engineering. And then my first job out of college was working as a network operations specialist for the school board of Broward County, which is the second largest school district in the nation. So the network that we ever saw was huge. Like each middle school, high school, and elementary school had their own domain and their own domain controller. And I ended up quitting that job because the housing. So in Florida, the housing market burst back in 2008. And the first thing all the fucking principals did to save money was fire the local IT guy at the school, because they're like, well, Janet knows how to change out the backup tapes, and everything else is working. So yeah, we can just let this guy go because his salary's more than the teachers, and now we can just get one of the teachers do it, and I'll just give her a $5 a year raise or some shit. And then after about 6 months, shit started to break. And then I had to start explaining to Janet how a fucking domain controller worked. Hey, Yar Priest. Yeah, I never got my CCNA. I could program a Cisco switch if my life depended on it, though. I know I could do that. It's been a while, but I'm sure I could do it. But yeah, I never actually got the cert. I never actually got the cert. I should have. That would have opened some more doors. I have like a complete I consider that stuff now like my background, and I'd say I'm now more of a program operations project manager. I'm a really good generalist.
Man, have you read Range? Range.
Range.
By yeah, I got a copy of it somewhere around here.
Yeah, who's it by? Let me know when you find out.
Yeah, I got a copy of it around here. Right.
Yeah, I enjoy the project management stuff a lot more than I enjoy the networking stuff.
Copy. Or get you a link at least. See what it is.
I also enjoy working with the engineers as a project manager, again because I'm technical, and most of the engineers are just happy to be able to talk to me in their own language. I'd say that's one of my skill sets. I can talk to the C-suite in their language, and the way they construct sentences and develop narratives, and everything's always hunky-dory, and you don't talk about problems. You just say, oh, we currently have a challenge, that kind of shit. And then I can talk to engineers about how things are fucked up. and then I can talk to like the compliance department within their nomenclature, and then same thing with the support department. Like I'd say a good project manager speaks each department's language individually and translates for everybody.
Yes, that's primarily your job.
Right.
And a lot of sales guys think that they can be project managers. They can't.
Right.
They don't have the technical know-how. Period. Because like, dude, in order to like estimate a lot of that shit, you have to have done it at least once, dude.
Right.
If you deploy like fucking 1,000 systems, right?
Right.
If you pushed images, did the work, right?
Right.
You're gonna know what the fuck you're talking about.
Right.
Versus, jerk off fucking went to business school.
Right.
Something tries to manage things, but usually it's just telling people what the fuck to do.
Right.
And you don't know what to do to begin with, and you're just telling people to go do it. You're not gonna be able to tell when something's done right, when you need something else. You're not gonna see the gaps unless you have that.
Yeah.
And like, dude, so many do not understand that.
Right. Yeah. Above and Beyond says you'd be dangerous because at my job network, engineers will be like, oh, it'll take us a week to make these configs on the firewall. Then we all know it's a couple of clicks and configs. Oh, I know, man. Like I've seen engineers sandbag the fuck out of things. Oh, that'll take me a week. It's like, motherfucker, I know you get this done in 3 hours now. Come on, don't make me do it. I'll assign this shit to myself and get it done in an hour. But there's ways around that. Typically, if you can develop a semi-competitive culture, typically in a positive way. It's like who can get the most story points done, and keyword and meet the acceptance criteria, right? That's the key, right? Okay, you did the work, but did you meet the acceptance criteria? Because that's the fucking trick right there. And like I've seen I've seen so many project managers they'll like it would be fine if okay, so you build your scrum circle and people start estimating their story points, right? Okay. And then as long as you can have like one or two go-getters on there that like to get a lot of shit done, you can start making the other people feel bad. That it's like, well, Bob over here got 12 fucking story points done today, and you got these 3. Like, why is it that it's taking you so long? Now, like I said the other day, sometimes it's not because the guy's sandbagging. Sometimes it's because somebody from like compliance or support is constantly shoulder tapping the guy, and he can't get any time to concentration time to himself to actually get his actual work done. I've seen that happen so many times. Like, stop messaging him over Slack. You message me. I'll talk to you about it. We'll write down what's needed. We'll write the user story. We'll write the acceptance criteria. Okay, and then in the next stand up or the next sprint planning, we'll work it in. Stop derailing Bob every time you need something done. You're screwing up other people's work, right? We need Bob to focus on what Bob knows. And then that's typically when I end up going over and helping out the support department with their stuff. And then I find out that, like, one thing I found as a project manager is, like, you gotta figure out where all the communication back channels are, because a lot of shit at the company is really dysfunctional. And you have, one person from one department doing another person a favor because shit's fucked and they know it's fucked, and they're just trying to get their job done and stuff. Is that guy okay? Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, dude. I had a constant impediment of a person at my last gig, dude. His name was Thomas.
Yeah.
And that person was like the reason I couldn't get any work done. Like, that dude come up with like new ways to like break his computer. It was amazing. Dude, one time, like 100%, he was stealing like flash drives from me.
Yeah.
And I found one of my flash drives, right? And it was for some church presentation, right?
Right.
And the dude had been working on this church presentation for a while, whatever. It was done, right? And it says final, whatever.
Right.
So I knew it was the last one, right? So I deleted every other one. I grabbed that one, and then I put like a macro timer on it.
Right.
So that when the presentation will reach a certain amount of like minutes in there, it will just start playing videos that I stored locally.
No.
And then Thomas never grabbed another flash drive from my desk. The end. It was a happy story. Yeah, dude.
Oh my gosh. And then above Beyonce says, I'm sitting there as windows, and you're like, you lying son of a bitch. Yeah, I know. And then most of the time it's not like, okay, yeah, there are some lazy fucking assholes out there, but most of the time when they're sandbagging like that, there's not enough incentive for them to want to get more things done. So that's typically when I, as a project manager, end up having a conversation with the other managers, like, hey, let's change the incentive structure. We we need a carrot on the stick, and we need them to want the carrot. So, come on. If we can get all these things done and reach our targets, we're going to make X amount of money. Why can't we do X, Y, Z for that team? And it's easy for like the support department. You just take them out to a pizza party at a bowling alley or something. The engineers, you got to take them out to a bar somewhere and offer a little bit of an extra financial incentive and some bonuses and stuff. But that's all
party.
For the support
here.
for the support
Give
people,
them money.
man.
No, give them money.
I mean,
that's the best, dude. That's the highest motivational thing.
No,
I've ever found,
absolutely.
dude.
No, absolutely. The support department structure, like the support department where you have all the turnover and shit like that. You need to have a pipeline where the people that give a damn can advance to the point where they're in a senior position and they're making more money. But for the tier 1s and the tier 2s, you can't. You don't want to waste too many resources on them because of the turnover.
Kind of. So this is one thing that kind of found to be true. So the traditional promotion structure that in the U.S.
Right.
So you get to a point, right, in which if you're good and you can manage to promote through like the narrow channel, that's the goal. You get to a point in which you cease to be good at your job.
Right.
But you keep getting promoted while you're good at your job.
Right.
So the jobs that you were good at, you were moved on from. You were too good.
Right.
So you were promoted, and then you got promoted again, and you're good at that job, and then you get promoted again out of that job into another job.
You get promoted to get promoted to a level of incompetence, I think is the way I've heard it put.
Yeah, like dude, when I got promoted to sales, it was like, motherfucker, I don't want to fucking sell shit.
Right.
I don't want to talk to these assholes. I got promoted to sales, and I was like, okay, no, but yes, I'll take sales, but I'll take it as a technical sales.
Yeah.
And they were like, all right, we'll deal with that, and they had to pay me a little more.
Yeah. Well, they should, because you don't have to ask the technical. So one of the most annoying things about non-technical salespeople is they promise the world, and then they go over to the engineer or the technician who knows how everything fucking works, and they're like, I told him it would do this, and you just look at them like, it doesn't fucking do that. So if anything, you could at least sell somebody something that would, that actually would work and didn't need a whole fucking reaming job of like customization and shit. I've seen that happen.
Yeah, dude. Like half of so like I worked on the was like the Buenos Aires airport, the Lima airport, like some of the major airports, right? I got him gear. I explained how it worked. And I help them integrate. The majority of the people that you had like that, dude, that just had no fucking clue what they were doing.
Right.
Usually were the people that were in charge. And that's who you had to convince with you had to break it down, right? And if you were good enough at your job, right, you could break it down and explain it to like a kid.
Yeah.
But man, some of those, the older, more incompetent person that just is set on their ways and they don't wanna change. Dude, that was like the worst. And that happens too, dude. Like a lot of people get promoted, they get set in their ways, dude. Along comes a better way of doing things. Like like I don't know, like line management, and then fucking agile came about. There were a lot of people that didn't want to fucking switch. They were like, no. It's like, why?
I know.
Yeah,
I know. No, I've even seen it in the fintech sector. People still making waterfall charts. I'm like, what are you doing? Like you spend half the week fucking updating the chart because shit always falls behind.
Yeah. I don't know. There's always these people hold on to old ideas.
Right.
And generally, if people don't move around, they don't do other gigs. They don't stay how should I put it? Kind of on their toes, you know. Like, it's when you do something for long enough, you become too good at it, and you may be a little lax in yourself. So challenging yourself in other things that you're not good at is generally good. Like if you're, I don't know, if you're good at software, right?
Yeah.
You should go look at video editing or audio editing,
Right.
something that is completely not your shit, right?
Right.
And keep yourself kind of learning. Because like, man, if that doesn't help, dude, like having a general, knowledge of technology in general, as a project manager, you kind of need that. And there's a lot of assholes out there that, dude, they have no idea. Like they only know one side of things. Like I knew one guy that so he was involved in logistics, and all he knew was
Did you just see me?
Shit.
You need to watch me embarrass this guy with the hand of fucking Ragnaros. It took him 2 minutes to chase me down and kill me as a level 60 with the hand of Rag. Like, I would be embarrassed. That was fucking hilarious. He almost one-shot me, and then I pop out a shadow for him, desperate prayer, hit a health potion, shield myself, start running away, and I almost lost him too. I was gonna jump off the I was too far away, but I was gonna jump off the gorge and fucking levitate myself down in the gorge, but I couldn't. It would have been so perfect. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. That was hilarious.
No, you're good, dude. Like, no, what I'm saying is, like, you usually have a lot of people that just, they either stay at a job for too long, or they've been promoted into a job that they're bad at.
Yeah.
There's not like a billion reasons that people kind of,
yeah,
they lose incentive, or they lose the ability to be better.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's okay to take the demotion, go down back to the job that you were really good at.
Yeah.
And if you want to do that for a bit, that's okay. You're still productive, you're still like very useful.
Right.
You notice that you're falls behind. It's okay, not
Right.
the worst thing to take a demotion.
Hold on. What's the 5 hours 9 minutes? 5 hours 9 minutes 8/18 2025 level 60 hand of Rag had to chase me for 2 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, what a loser. Oh my god. I can't wait till I get leveled and geared up, dude. I'm gonna be a raid boss. This is gonna be fucking hilarious. Need more storage for police video. Boss had quit and I didn't know the backup storage system. They had me reach out to the previous manager. He had me delete important video footage. Oh my god. They had you delete stuff? Did you get it in writing that they were telling you to delete stuff? I certainly would.
I'd want that in an email, dude.
Yeah, I need email me that you want me on. Like, here's the list of stuff you told me to delete. Here's the email. Just say authorized, and I'll pull the trigger on this if that's what you want to do. Oh, it was an audio recording. Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah. And then Gus with the game ball got. So Gus said this earlier, but he came with the perfect quote. He said, "Management needs to have a talk with the Bobs. It's a motivational problem. I work my ass off. Initech ships a couple extra units. I don't see another dime. So where's the motivation? Gus with the Office Space quote. Man, I was running the wrong direction. I got turned around. I thought I was a lot further. I died right there. Oh, dude, I was thinking the fucking. I got turned around. I thought the gorge was south of me. It was north. Damn. Oh well.
I've gone back and forth to the kitchen 3 times now. My 3rd time, right? Grab a food every time I leave with us. So the ongoing battle with Steam and those payment processors keeps going, dude. Seems to be escalating.
I mean, all Steam needs to do is just become their own payment processor. Just fuck it.
Yeah.
Like
more and more people are talking about that. What if
they can make their own shit? Like they you know how they got the Square card readers and shit. Steam can come up with their own fucking thing.
That's exactly how like the Square dude basically just kind of did that, and then just kind of that was it.
Oh my god!
And dude, like it wasn't even that big of a deal to break in there. Like once the you know the Square space was created, if you will.
No, I get it, and it's like, you know, how when was the, like, until Square actually made those hardware upgrades, like the underlying technology of that, you know, magnetic card strip thing. When was the last time like the chips on the cards became ubiquitous in the early 2000s? So you're looking at damn near 15 years, and then for a major hardware upgrade or innovation to take place. So yeah, no, that industry was stagnant as fuck.
So like, okay, you know why we stagnated on technology here in the States?
Regulations?
No, because we let commercial interest take over.
Okay.
Right. So for a long time, right, the U.S. was like pushing technology, but it wasn't like it wasn't commercially viable, right?
Right.
It was just fucking pushing technology because fuck Russia.
Right.
It's fucking Russian fuck. Right? And that was the only reason, dude.
Yeah, we needed a Cold War. We need. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, that was the whole reason for the space race.
Dude, that was the whole reason Concorde even existed.
Right.
You know about that?
Yeah.
Concorde and no, you know what happened? Concorde was like getting a little too fast, and then Boeing couldn't compete, and then it was like, we banned supersonic flight to protect Boeing.
Right.
Yeah, that's the only reason that stopped, dude. Like we were on this tech race that was just escalating. Like right now, we could have like supersonic flight, supersonic transcontinental flight.
Yeah.
Right. It will save us gas too. We can't have it at this point.
But Boeing, the 747.
Yeah, we gotta protect them, dude. So like, we gotta shut that shit down. That's why it's illegal. There's no other reason, dude.
That makes sense. That's we could have some amazing air refrigeration units, but they keep downgrading that formula. Above and Beyond says the boss makes a dollar, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time. I like that. I like that rhyme.
Goddamn right.
Oh, I got another talent point. Okay, yeah, I guess we go 3 points in there, and then we'll get inner focus. So 3, that'll take me up to 56. No. That'll take me up to 55. 56, I'll get inner focus. Ah, it's a PvE build, though. Improved a power word shield. No. Oh, the last 3. No. So it should go inner focus and the last 3 points in meditation. Or inner fire because of the spell power. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so it'll be 3 points in the silent resolve. 1 in inner focus. 2 in inner fire. So that'll be what? 54. 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, and I'll have 10% mana regeneration. Okay, that won't be a bad shadow build at all. That'll actually be pretty sweet. Cuz that'll be 8, 12. So it'll be 30, it'll be 37% threat reduction, and I'll still do more damage. Okay. In fact, hold on a second. Let me see this. Wait, this is not a good place to do this. I'll load up the calculator after I get out of here. Oh, it didn't even tag him? Dodge. Gus says I'm like Finch, American Pie. I can't poop at work.
now what? Solid crystal leg shaft, glass web spider. Okay. So need 20 of those. Got it. I might run out of bag space. It's actually advantageous to pull a mob with Vampiric Embrace because if the mind, I get mana back on the first Mind Blast. So I'm spending 310 mana and I get 72 mana back on a normal Mind Blast hit, or like 100 if it crits. So I guess we'll just do that. We want to loot that. Here, let's get rid of the heavy stone. And let's want silk cloth. There we go. Okay. Actually, let's go back. Let's go clean up my bag some. Oh, actually, I know what I should do. Let's just go back to Ironforge really quick. Well, I'll tell you, it's a lot nicer to have my Hearthstone set in Ironforge instead of South Shore. Now that I'm done with Gilneas, and I can mine thorium and dark iron, being this close to Syrian Gorge is where it's at. That guy's still trying to sell Codex Shadowmend? So
what can I do for you? Here there. What's on your mind?
Oh, you got an auction house guy pet with him? Oh my gosh.
How are you? What's on your mind?
What do you got to do to get the auction house pet?
Well met.
Donate.
Okay. Or release a bunch of videos.
Or that, yeah.
In
That
fact, hold on. Let's actually look at it while you're here, because I want to make sure when I make my post, I'm gonna post like 15 shorts and two really good tutorial videos, and I want my credits. So I want to make sure I do everything the way they want it. Like, probably need to make sure it has a Turtle WoW tag on it or something like that. I just need to read the thing before I.
There's a few things about it. It has to have a certain number of views when you submit it for the reward, redeemal, if you will.
Okay, yeah.
Because they do want you to, like, you just not making it flop and just posting it.
Sure.
Like, it has to garner some.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't want people abusing the system. Yeah, I get it. All right, let's turn all this into. Can I run down and learn the survival oppression at any level on Ambershire? Yeah, no, I don't see why not. I mean, you'd have to make it so it's down here in STV, and it's like right around. It's like right after you cross over. There's like a camp right here. No, yeah, Nessing's Nessinary's expedition or whatever. It's right here. So, I mean, depending, like, if you go at too low a level, you're probably going to aggro some shit, and you might have to corpse run to it. But I'd say once you get to, like, Duskwood, I mean, you may as well, you take the south thing here, and then, come on, go to STV. Whoops. Yeah, I'd say once you get to Darkshire, then you can take that little road south to Stranglethorn, and you need to hit Nessinary's expedition or whatever, but that's where you learn survival. Make sure you have some money with you, because so you need to the guy sells the unlit pour torch, and then you need to, like, turn those into the torch, and like, I basically had to make like 50 of those things. And then once you get to 50, you can train the traveler's tent. So make sure you take enough cash with you down there to get the skills and level it up, but I don't see why not.
I would link you the NPC, but, like, unfortunately right now you can't do that.
Yes,
alternatively, you can go to Thorough WoW. Under professions, there's going to be a survival and gardening section. You can look at it there, and it'll give you most of the answers you're looking for.
Right.
You need to be in level to be able to go to Booty Bay as well. You got to go buy something from Booty Bay and bring it back.
Oh.
You got to have. I think it's like 20 silver. But it's more of like making the run than anything else.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the tent comes in handy. I mean, I didn't get survival until I was like mid-30s. I don't know what it's like on Ambershire, but there was always a tent right out front of Stormwind, 99.9% of the time. I think, like, I only ever went outside of Stormwind and there wasn't a tent like once or twice. And now I always carry. Do I have one on me? Do I have it? Yeah, I got one on me. And you can only carry one on you, by the way. So I tried to make more than one, and they don't let you do it. It's a unique, I think. Yeah, unique. Yep.
You can stack those in a guild bank, but I don't know where else. Oh, so much stuff. Fucking murder. Look at that.
Hey, while I'm making all this, let's see, what I'm making mithril. All right, so I got to make 40 more mithril. Let's actually watch. Let's see. Let me show you guys how bad this guy was. Here, let me go to my channel. And there's the stream. And then, where's my note? It was right after 5 hours, 9 minutes. Okay, so let's go. Here's... So it starts at 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, where is it? We're gonna find it. We're gonna find it. Here we go. Alright, hold on.
That's broken around.
Okay, here we go. Alright, oh, there it is. There he is. Alright, here we go. Check this out, y'all. Minding my own business. Here, let me mute. Sound. There we go. Return to game. Keep smelting. Okay, there we go. Alright, here we go. I'm going to turn the music on. Minding my own business. Alright, here you guys.
And generally, if people don't move around...
Zach, you watching this?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
They don't do other gigs. They don't stay, how'd you put it? Kind of on their toes, you know?
Here we go, look.
Like, it's when you
hand a
you
rag.
do something for long enough, you become
Level
too good.
60. Almost one shot me.
You know, you be a little lax in yourself. So, you know, challenging yourself in other things that you're not good at is generally good.
Still purging. Frost shock. Use the PvP trinket to get off of the frost shock. Still
Wait,
running.
I know that name.
Look at it. Oh, and I got him with the discombobulator ray. He didn't know what to do. He had no idea what to do.
I'm pretty sure that's the same guy I got killed by guards in Stormwind, in Elwind.
That's funny.
The coup. Yeah.
Look. Should it take somebody with the hand rag and a shaman with the hand rag and that gear? Should it take him that long to kill a level 53 priest? Seriously.
Honestly, you should have exploded when he approached you, but he bad. Like, dude, he could put a grounding to him, right? He could put, like, all sorts of shit, and, like,
right.
did it. Just bad at the game.
Just bad.
Like, what guild gave that? You know what? It thinks of fucking purchased accounts.
Right.
Because I also killed that asshole on my paladin, dude. My paladin is, like, 40-something. Like, I stunned him, I bubbled, and I walked away. Like, you an idiot? Yeah, that's the same dude. Storage Shaman, he's in Elwyn Forest now, but yeah, that's the same guy.
That's fucking funny. Okay, we got to get rid of that.
Not good.
Interest you on a pint? Well met. Aye.
Smooth stone chip.
Dude, imagine the guild that got that dude that...
I know, right?
Good for that. Like, we wasted thousands of gold. God damn it.
Here. I'll make that later. Let's just go to the bank. I think it's time to grab another bank bag slot. And I got enough money. I think it's time to do it. The quicker I have
all my bank stuff, the quicker, the more I can make money. Let's see, what do we got here? We got all that. So it's 50. Yeah, fuck it. There we go. Yeah, let's do it. There we go. All right, let me go get a traveler's backpack. Wait, let me make sure I don't have one in the bank. I don't think I do.
Talk to me.
Yeah, we're fine. Okay, and I do need to start mining a little bit more iron. So next time I run across iron, I'll start mining it again. Actually, is there more? Here we go. Container, bag, search. Okay, mooncloth bag. How many mooncloth bags are there? Oh. 18 slots, huh?
Not bad.
All right, I'll buy one of those for, yeah, all right, for 28 gold, I'll take it. And now I have a buttload of slots in the bank. A fucking truckload of slots in the bank. Oh, that's right. Let me auctions. How we doing? There's the salt shakers up there. No bids. Okay. What are arcane crystals going for?
How much is the Onyxia? I think the Onyxia bag got upgraded.
How many slots is it?
What's that looking?
The Onyxia bag? Those are 13 gold a pop.
20 slot.
Oh, it's a 20 slot. Okay, so the mooncloth bag's a 20 slot too. Let's put the shadow silk up there.
One. The one from Silver Up, that's also a 20 slot. It got upgraded.
Post it. Take spider silk.
Ooh. So the radio game, right, was playing Kitchen.
The mic.
Oh.
Get
the in-game radio was playing Schism, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it died.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know why it died, but it died. Come on, game, don't fuck me. Be more stone scale yields. Hey, next, can I ask for a favor?
Sure, what you need?
Can you COD me a stack of bright bubbles?
Bright baubles from the fishing
Yeah,
vendor?
yeah. From any vendor, really, if you can find them. It's just, yeah, COD me for, like, whatever they're worth.
Okay, bright baubles. Well, there's a tavern right here and reagents right here, so let me see.
How are ya? You got my attention.
No.
Oh! No, you know what it is? It's my fishing add-on Kill the Music, so I could hear the fucking bubble. Holy shit.
I've the finest wares in the
That made a lot more sense. My god.
Let's see here. Barmaid.
How are you?
Damn, I still missed fucking Schism, though.
Here, let me ask a guard where the fishing guy is.
Great to meet you.
I think the trade vendor will also have him.
There we go.
Safe travel.
Okay, that's where I figured. Just past the mage center. Yeah, you're right. You got it, Gus. You're right. That's where I'm headed.
The fuck is the Coastal Ripper? Yeah, it does damage. Okay, not nice. That's money. Not gonna lie, dude. Fishing for stone scale eels is so nice.
Yeah, I will level up fishing, I'm sure. Shiny baubles. You want 20 of these?
Yeah,
10?
please.
Is it a stack of 10 or 20?
I think it's a stack of 20.
Yep. Oops.
Second, oh, what's playing already? Dude, some of the shit that plays on the radio is fantastic, dude. They're playing fucking Mr. Crowley, right? And then right after that, it's like party rock.
Shiny baubles or bright baubles?
Those are bright, I think. Yeah, bright bubble.
Okay.
They should look like a 3-part system.
Right. Okay.
Very well then. Pleased to meet you.
All right, so it's 2. It's 20, so 40. So 50 silver. Okay.
You know, I just thought about it, dude. I know why people thought it was like so much faster when they first level on the Burning Crusade on their characters. Because they had 30 fucking bars of rest of experience, dude.
Right.
I didn't realize that, dude, until like now, because we're playing this. Like, yeah, dude, like, yeah, it's a level and a half that you're just going ham.
Right.
Fucking hell. It's gotta be the most difficult fucking spot to fish in here. Shit.
KROD. Okay, it's away. Just check the mail. Alright, let's get...
What's on your mind?
There we go. Look at that. I'll hang on to this now that I got the space. You don't follow StarCraft rules for stuff, do you? Oh, here we go. Here we go. There's 9 of those. And I already got 19 of those in the bank. Fuck yeah. Well, we've taken. This is how Nexius makes money off of mining and engineering, y'all. we're just gonna stand here and make some. And this is how you become an arms.
Right click.
This is how you become an arms dealer in World of Warcraft.
Yeah. It works, dude.
It does. It does. I make plenty of money. I just spent 50 on my second to last bank slot, and then 28 on a 18 slot bag, but it's fucking worth it. I got plenty of room in the bank now. And I'm basically gonna turn a bunch of stuff. Here, let's move these into there. And it looks like I'll have 1 solid stone left over, so we'll move that into there. There we go. Okay. Now these are all that's a quest item, that's a quest item. There's plenty of cloth. Do I need silk for anything? I need it for nades. Alright, let's move that over there. Let's move that right there. Here, let's do this. Let's move wool over here and linen over there. Yeah, let's move that silver contact in here just in case I need it. I still got 2 charges left, so let's make 1 of these. So give me 1 of those. Give me 2 of these. Give me 1 of those. Give me 2 of those.
Off with it.
There we go. Okay, so I need...
Here there.
Let's put that right there. Okay, so I'm gonna make that. Okay, I need an anvil for that. Okay, let me get... Well, I'm gonna go back to the auction house when I'm done, so let me just go make some more shit really quick.
Dude, people are apparently having a blast with the new dungeon, the new, like, level 20-something, 30 dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Goddamn.
I mean...
I'm gonna make another character, so it's just matter, but...
Yeah, Flame, I mean, I guess I could wear the 18 slot. I prefer it to be in the bank. I'm hanging on to a lot of stuff to craft things later, and I typically make it back to civilization most of the time. I haven't like run out of bags. I've run out of bag space in the bank, not on me, basically. Besides, this will keep me from storing so much stuff on myself anyway.
Yeah, I was guilty of that as an engineer, carrying shit around.
Right. Okay, so we're gonna make an extra wormhole generator. Okay, good. We got plenty of those on us now. Let's make...
Let's make 6 unstable triggers. That'll give me 16 unstable triggers total. $14, $15. We'll make 15 goblin saboteurs. And I should have a little bit of materials left over, and we can do it again. Do it again next time. Here, let's move these over there. Oh, let's make this the quest item bag.
Dude, you're designating bags.
It's
Some
my
advanced shit.
It's my
Like,
mini
this
game.
just goes into bags, dude. If I find it later, it's a miracle.
That's
Thanks to light. Oh yeah, dude. That's true. The OG Onyxia wipe video from YouTube got wiped out because of someone claimed it as gore.
Oh, good lord.
Some bullshit, dude.
Gore?
Yeah.
Okay.
They got reported.
Well, I'm sorry we ran afoul of the no fun police.
Dude, yeah, Google has been the no fun police for many years now. Damn, that time frozen bow is actually really good. It's 1% hate and 1% hit on it, but you lose 10 frost.
Damn.
Frost being binary, 10 is not the worst thing.
Okay, let's make 2 more of those.
Dude, I remember having to explain that shit to people, the concept of binary fucking spells. And it was like... someone was like thoroughly convinced that they were still doing damage with frost bolts when it didn't land. No, my man, no, that's not how it works. I mean, I had to have a lot of fucking very basic discussions with people, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, well, that's why I got so
good.
good.
A lot of people pressed buttons and didn't really read past that.
I agree.
And that's a horrible realization. You gotta keep in mind, I was trying to make these people fucking go through raids. So
Oh, no, I get it. I get it.
what a terrible realization to have.
No, I had the realization. I went to Blackwing Lair for the first time, and the Paladin Tigerheart, he was running the PvE side of things, and he's like, "All right, next we're gonna put you in. We're gonna put you in a group, and then when it's time to decurse the curse that comes up, decurse everybody. If you don't, we're all gonna die." And I was like, "Okay." So
that's not simple enough, right?
So yeah, so the fight starts. I'm doing my DPS, and then lo and behold, I see that we got some curses on us, so I decurse them, and then like time keeps going, and I notice that other people in the raid have yet to be decursed. So I just start decursing other people, and then we start dying because I was the only one doing the decursing, and then Tigerheart was mad. He's like, "Does somebody want to explain to me why Nexus was the only person not only decursing the people in his party, but in other parties?" And the response was, the add-on decursive broke, and we didn't know how to play without it.
There's a lot of that, dude.
Right. And that's when I realized. I was like, oh.
Oh man. I don't know, like dude, like there's some dude like I can tell you horror stories of like recruiting people and like talking to them, and it's like, yeah, no, dude, like I'm already trying to carry this group of people, like I can't do that.
Right.
Oh man, I just saw the 11 subs that went out. Holy Jesus, dude.
The what?
11 gift subs were given by.
Oh wait,
Beyond.
where? Oh, but hey, man, thanks. I hadn't even looked at chat. I was hyper focused on the thing. Thanks, Above and Beyond. Hey, Scoobs.
Yeah, that's huge.
When will I start running for Skullman's gear? Probably in 2 or 3 levels. I also want to get that mount.
Oh, that's Stratholm, dude.
Oh, Stratholm, excuse me.
Yeah. Stratholm is gonna be you're gonna be in there for a while. Unfortunately, Stratholm has a lot of gear for you.
Right.
But no worries. I also want Argent Dawn rep to be exalted. So.
Oh right, yeah.
Right
The Argent Dawn awards didn't look too bad. And the Thorium Brotherhood awards look pretty good too. They got a nice cloak.
Yeah, they did beef up those reputations. It's like, okay, so the only reason to get certain reputations was like get 1 or 2 craft items, and that was it. That's all they had.
Right,
like,
right.
That's all they offered. Cause, the point was to delay. Again, it's one of those like adversarial mechanics in which like the developers is against you by putting this time gate mechanic, right?
Right.
You had to get fire resist and other shit. And in the beginning, you know, like when no one's doing MC, getting those materials is a pain in the ass.
Right.
And then you make the gear, and then you can progress. There's a lot of bosses like that that are just a waste of time. It's a gear check, and that's all it is. There's no, interesting mechanic. You're not beating a boss. You're just your gear is beating the boss.
It's the gear is doing it, yeah.
Yeah, and I fucking don't like them. But man, that your first set of like resist pieces and like the certain amount of hit and all that is how like you had to just waste a lot of time gathering those items in order to be able to do some of the basic shit. I always hated that shit. Hated. Son of a bitch fucking stole my fish. We'll play that. Totally stole it. No, but dude, if I like, alright, so you remember I played on Nostalgia, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Nostalgia was like many years after like the game launched, right?
Right.
And you had all these people that really like, I don't know, like a lot of people play the game, but they don't really play the game. They play their own game.
Yes. Yeah, that's one way good. That's one good way of putting it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's okay. Like I'm not saying like stop playing that way. It's more of like when the rest of the population has to carry you, that's the problem. But so long as that's not happening, like you play your heart out. I don't give a shit.
Sure.
But yeah, dude, like going Nostalgia, I went through a lot of applications. I was one of the officers in the guild.
Yeah.
And then I was made the fucking guild leader against my wishes. It's always the same, dude. It's always the same. I don't want to fucking do it, and I end up doing it. It's like fuck. But anyways, like there's like looking for a warlock for like the longest time, right?
Right.
I forget who it was, but it was one of the warlock dudes that applied. And I started looking this dude up, dude, and it was so 4chan had a running guild on the salary, right?
Yeah.
And this warlock was the guild leader, and that was the dude applying, dude. He was applying to the guild, and the dude didn't fucking have a clue what he was doing. Like his spec was a mess. Everything was a mess about it. But the reason we declined that dude, I think, was because he had stolen some shit from his guildies, dude, and we were like, yeah, fuck you, dude.
Fuck that.
Yeah, like who the fuck wants to have like a piece of shit around? Like no one, dude. Like no one.
Right.
So
That was a problem back in vanilla. Like people would like be in a group, they'd be in a guild for, you know, like a couple months to a year, and then an epic would drop and they'd lose their fucking mind and just take the epic and then quit and join some other guild.
It's so stupid. It's like, all right, like
it's like they changed. They turned into fucking Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde when an epic drops, and then the greed just came out. It was like, ah.
Yeah, no, it's straight up Gollum, dude. Like,
yeah,
people like, like.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Oh, it's my precious, and then they just flip the fuck out.
No, yeah, no, dude. Why would they even have that many problems? It's like had the soulbound mechanic,
right?
So, but you know, the problem could only go so far, right? You only have the one person, and that's it. You know, if they stole whatever, like it reduced the problem to that person. But like, man, Dark Ages of Camelot had some people like just kind of tried to kill each other for some fucking story. It's like, dude, what are you doing? It's a game. Like, first of all, take fucking 100 steps back.
Right.
You're getting a little too, you know, fucking heated about a game. Maybe it's time to quit, you know, if you're getting that heated, right?
Maybe it's time to, like, I can see the image in my mind's eye now with the cat putting its paw on the human's hand that's on the mouse. It's time to stop playing.
Time to stop.
It's time to stop.
It's time to stop, as Michael said long ago. And yeah, like, dude, like, all right, so I played Shadowbane.
Yeah.
Shadowbane was hardcore. Like, you know, nothing in PvP that you can tell me you've ever done comes close to being that hardcore as that game requires you to be.
Sure.
Like, dude, at 3 a.m. we were calling like the U.S. or guys in the U.S. We're calling him at 3 a.m. like, yo, bro, the Koreans are attacking. 3 a.m. Get up. Like, dude, you know the level of commitment you have to like, oh yeah, fuck work, dude. I'm getting up at 3 a.m. to defend against the Koreans for my pixel.
Or the level.
When I realized what I was doing, dude, I quit.
Or the
like,
level.
What am I doing?
Or the level of patriotism.
That's true too. 100%, dude. It was like we called it like fucking block raiding, because like you had all these people that were from like the North American region, right? And they're like Canadians and Americans and Mexicans and shit.
Yeah.
And we're all together pretty much in the same guild, and we would all just kind of ban against like the Asian guilds, because the Asian guys were like, they were way ahead of everyone, dude. Like they realized that they could cooperate early on. They weren't fighting like us, like fucking idiots. And so they had really good stuff, right? But at the same time, if you die, you lose all your stuff in that game. So, you know, we would attack at their 3 a.m., right? They would attack at our 3 a.m., and it was like, this is shitty, dude. What am I doing? So yeah, so I quit that, right? And also played the Dark Ages of Camelot. By the way, Dark Ages of Camelot, the best fast travel system ever. So
what was it like?
So you didn't have griffins, you had horses.
Okay.
And the horses were ground based. And imagine that you're on your mount, and you get an 80-point dismount, so from point A to point B, right?
Okay. So it's a ride that you can get off anytime.
Yeah. And if there's enough damage on you, I forget what the mechanic was like. You had to be flagged. You had to be there had to be a few things going.
Yeah.
But you could get dismounted if something had to happen. You had to like be okay with it. You can get dismounted, right? You can get ganked. Shit. But at the same time, if you were, you know, running around a place, you saw a fight, you saw one of your, you know, someone from your realm. By the way, it's realm versus realm, but it's a 3-way fight. So you had 3 factions. So it was always kind of like contested all the time. Ah, motherfucker. Anyways, yeah, like the fast travel system was the best. But I started playing that shit, right? And Dark Ages also had a lot of weapons and shit that were just, you know, rare to drop, and when they dropped, they caused drama. There was this one 2-hander sword called Cloud Song, I think it was the name of the song.
Yeah. I remember you stole my fucking Cloud song. That was a meme.
Oh yeah, that dude.
Yeah.
That dude. Right? That wasn't on my server, but like, yeah, everyone heard about that guy. And dude, just like that guy, there were like a bunch of people that had their items stolen, get scammed, or they got fucking otherwise separated in a dishonorable way from their items.
Right.
Dude, like that game was brutal. I actually heard of a divorce in that game for like playing too much of it.
Oh no.
And the dude was like, "Yeah, I don't give a fuck." It's like, dude, what are you doing?
Smoking the crack. That's what he doing.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, dude. Like, no, man, this is that game, dude. Like, like as much as they come back to this game and I play it, dude, like if I have to choose between like a person in my life or the game, it'll be like, yeah, easy, dude. I'll fucking shut the shit down. I'll log out. But yeah, no, man, if you start caring too much about the pixels, man, and the pixels can be anything, dude. It can be like fucking, I don't know, like be like your.
It could be that. It could be a gacha game.
It could be a gacha game. It could be like, I don't know, fucking you could become obsessed with it, just about anything, dude.
Right.
Perspective, right?
Sure.
Dude, I knew someone that. Well, I'm not gonna say names, but I knew someone that made it very, very high on the rankings of the arena seasons.
Yeah.
And I knew that person broke off a commitment.
Oh no.
To rank up and get season. I think it was like fucking season 4 Gladiator or something. It's like by the season 4, it didn't matter who got Gladiator, right? Because you either got a season 1 or it didn't matter. You didn't get a season 1.
Right.
And at that point, it was like, yeah, whatever Gladiator, it doesn't matter. Like it's just you're fighting for fight, which is great. Like that's why you should.
Right.
But the only ones that anyone cared about was season 1, right? And this dude was like season 4 or some shit or whatever the fuck. He didn't make Gladiator when it counted.
Right.
And he wanted to make Gladiator. And he was so obsessed with that he didn't make it season 1, he didn't make it season 2, 3, etc. And then dude finally makes it, but it cost him pretty much all his personal relationship.
That's horrible.
And I know that person after getting that, I think it took him like about a month or two. The PvP effect took place, and they stopped playing.
Oh God, what have I done? They finally got the pixels, and then they were like, "Oh God, what have I done?"
Yeah, dude. I hope they fix their fucking relationships and shit. I hope they came to their senses. Like it's just a game. In the end of in the end of everything, it's just a fucking game, dude.
Nope, you can't get up that way. What is Heart of Obsidian?
Oh, thanks, sir, for the bubble.
Yes, sir.
Handy. Oh my god.
Oh, it's an elite
ammo
thing.
to continue.
Slay the Black Obsidian. Okay. Flawless.
And by the way, so like, I did a little circle, right? And I have 2 stacks of stone scale eels.
Yeah.
Those sell at about a gold each, so that's like 40 gold already.
Yeah. What level do I need to get my fishing up to do that?
I think like 220 something.
Oh my god.
Sorry, bro. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Fishing sucks to level. Sucks.
But you make money.
But like, dude,
because
you make
it
so
sucks
much
to
money
level. Because nobody else wants to do it. Yeah.
Dude, so like I've been fishing for a long time. I'm 292 fishing.
Oh my god.
I'm not even max. I should probably go and like fishing.
Hey Vari.
Hey. Fishing. What do you call it? The undead places. The Plaguelands.
Oh, okay. Are you gonna go for the fishing tournament?
I need to, man. I need to get off my ass and go do it one of these days. I may need an epic mount for that, though. They always lose it by, like, seconds. So. Oh no. No. Fuck. Why you put respawn here? Oh, oh my god. Second. Yep. For a good solid second, I forgot I have someone I can disenchant with now. So. Boom. That shield slam. And now I silence you for. Holy fuck! What? That is bug. So, Master Strike is a new ability for warriors. Seems to be bugged. And sometimes it just hits like a truck. Like at random. I don't know what makes it hit like that. But I just hit this this fucking Murloc for like half of its health. Hello, cat. How are we doing? Why are you on top of me? So the cat is like literally like her face. When she turns around, she like eats my microphone. There we go. Cat has repositioned herself.
Yeah, my roommate my roommate took off for vacation today, and I give it about 4 days before the smart cat starts realizing he's gone, and then starts getting a little clingy, like the other human's gone.
And I don't know how to feed myself, so bro,
you're
we're
the
best
new
friends now.
Yes, exactly. And it'll take about a week and a half for the dumb one to get there, but he will. Can I sleep in the bed with you? I don't get to sleep in the...
Yeah, I love the so the cats have figured out the door, but it didn't take long. But I love how my cat's like a bit of a brute when it comes to it.
Yeah.
And so you have two cats, and one of the cats is very I don't know, temperamental, I would say.
Yeah.
That's the word. You know, but very smart at the same time, right?
Okay.
So she'll get mad at something, start growling at it, and then still get it done. Right? And then here comes Misty, right?
Oh,
Misty's
shit.
a fucking brute. And the cat door thing, like most cats like paw at it, and they just kind of like they prod it. There's some exploration, right? That happens.
Yeah.
This fucking thing just tries to ram it the first time around, dude. Just fucking ran into it. And I was like, all right, I'm on the other side. She was like, like the whole cat like comes out the other side, paws open. She's kind of looking around. Yeah, she did that, dude. So now every time she makes it in, dude, she like, you can hear her come in. She gives it like a headbutt, dude. Like fucking ridiculous.
It's like, this is what I have to do the human superpower of opening doors.
Yeah. And meanwhile, the other cat just kind of like pops it open and then like squeezes in and then goes in like very, very stealthily. This one like, badonk, and then you hear her. Come in. Where are you pawing there? No. Leave that shit alone. Ow.
Now I have no idea if that warlock was good or not, but a level 60 warlock put 3 dots on me, and that was about it.
That sounds like a warlock with spell power.
Yeah, and then the succubus attacked me, and it resisted my silence, so I got seduced while the ticks were going. It's like, yeah, well, that's how it works.
Yeah,
that's how you play the class. When is yeah, I probably need to not be in Syrian Gorge on when do all the raids restart? Wednesday?
Fuck, hang on. I can check. Let me get to a safe place where I'm not getting. Come on, buddy. Like you're chasing me. There.
Where
Thank
am I
you.
going? I'm getting that.
You're chasing me halfway across the universe. Here we go. So 40-man raids reset in 1 day. Onyxia resets in 3. Karasan resets in 4, and the 20-man raids reset in 2 days.
Okay. Oh, the ledger. Oh, I fucking keep missing the ledger.
Man, that Stormroad Descent dungeon. People are loving it, man.
The what?
That new dungeon they added, people love it.
Oh, good. I'll have to get over there soon.
Well, you gotta go lower, basically. You gotta go lower level. Like, you gotta be like 30 in order to do it, so. Next character.
Where's the ledger? Ledger from Tanaris. Is it up here? Maybe it's in there. Hold on. Take the copy of Gold Steel Ledger and then find the items listed in it before seeking Crinkle, Gold Steel, and Tanaris. Gold Steel Ledger. Okay, maybe. Oops. Sell that. We can sell that. Send that to Nugget. Is there a ledger over here? Cold Steel Ledger. Okay.
Oh, yeah, no.
Maybe it's up here. Yeah, it looks like it's up this way. Oh, there we go. You're too far away. There it is, right there. Okay. Got it. Okay. Alright, now what? So, 3 more of those legs. And then one of those flame things. And then I gotta figure out how to get up to wherever the fuck that guy is. Okay. And then I think it'll be time to get the fuck out of here.
Okay, 20 out of 20 there. How do you... There we go. Huh. Oh, I got it. I figured it out, Playmage. I'm just trying to... Like, how do I kill the obsidian guy, though? Where the fuck is he? I don't know how to get up there.
Well, the vault. But I've got.
I guess let me read. Look at the Tanaris map. Okay. Where's the obsidian dude? Obsidian is in the pit of slags, kind of where you killed that elite yesterday. Okay. You told me to look at the Tanaris map, Playmage, and I'm waiting for the next, you were saying? Oh, maybe I head out over here. Okay. No, it looks like what I should do is go to Tanaris and head over to Tel Aviv. It looks like where there's plenty of quests. Let's see, I'll be 54? No, I'll be heading over there at 53. Zach, you been over to Tel Aviv yet?
Yeah, I'm there right now. I'm fishing here.
Okay. Do I just swim over there?
No, you can fly. It's the flight pad that everyone gets in the beginning.
Okay.
You can fly directly here. No? Wait, you are still dead. Okay, so I got all that Heart of Flame. He's not going to drop a Heart of Flame. I got to get... There we go. Here they are. Wow, is he still chasing me? What's that? True silver. Oh no, it does look like the magma elementals drop it. Okay, so I can kill those guys too. Again?
I'm just doing one of the last quests in Searing Gorge. You just gotta kill elementals till they drop stuff.
Hey, you should go south of that. Cut the Searing Gorge into, Actually, you might be a little low for that, but there are some new quests. There's some new dwarves down there to be talking to, doing their quest.
South? You mean in Burning Steps?
Yeah, they're by the bridge where you come in as Alliance, you know, the one that you ride north from. Red Ridge.
From Red Ridge? Yeah, I see it over there. Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
I could grab that. Ooh, maybe I need to grab that flight path.
And there's a flight pad there. And the new guys give you quests for the new dungeon that's also there that you can see on the right. Say 844 or something like that.
Okay, yeah, I think I'll head over there then.
Yeah, 'cause that place has like good loot.
Obsidian is in the pit of slags. Okay. I must consume a lot of content from the UK because when you say pit of slags, I'm not thinking about elementals.
Yeah, like I are.
Well, it's allegedly a 26% drop rate off of these guys, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah,
I like.
maybe.
Yeah, no, my part.
There we go. Finally got the thing. The last piece. Okay, so what is this? Rival presence. Hate-filled flask. Oh, that's a dungeon.
Alright, so we do Hate Forge Quarry. Overdue package. Now, is there an overdue package around here? No. Gold steels, balance.
Greetings. Light bless you.
Okay.
Man, someone was like complaining that bartender wasn't around. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Dude, there was like a level 40 fishing here in Philippines. I just killed him. He's like, GG. Why did you kill me? Like, dude, you're occupying a thing that's worth money.
Right.
Like, what do you think I killed you? Killed you for money, dude.
Tell him you need to rank up to private so you can use the PvP trinket.
Dude, I still need to buy that on the pallet. I'm so frugal.
Right.
It's such a piece of shit, dude, because I get the free mount, right? But I've just been saving all my pennies. Absolute scumbag. It's great. Yes, ma'am. Can do.
There we go.
I mean, chastised for my language. Man, I should really get some fishing gear. I might finish leveling this 300.
Nope. Later.
You do now.
You do now.
And you get experience out of doing battlegrounds too. So you can legit level in PvP. I figured people were gonna get bored pretty easily, like at the start. Just the population in that new realm, dude. I imagine like Moonblade is just a fucking disaster.
Yeah, trying to level seems like it would be, you could make a 40-man raid for Hogger though,
Dude, no, like I'd get the fuck out of the popular areas like immediately. Fuck that. And I would definitely use some of the new areas as they level up, because like they will offer better stuff. This dude, okay, so this dude swapped to his level 60 mage, came all the way over here, right, and forgot that you get unflagged after a while.
Yeah. Now he's talking shit.
He is talking shit, but I'm like, dude, like, if I start this, alright, this new ability lets me silence. It has a 30-second cooldown. I also have, like, I have another silence, too. Like, do you really want to do this? I'm protection. You know how long it'll take you to kill me, and I will bleed you out by the time I'm done. So, yeah, mate walked away after talking shit. Like this, if this was like pre one was it 118? I think when they added diminishing returns.
Yeah.
Like that'd be cooked, right? I mean,
Right.
just fucking crossbolt me and like. But there's diminishing returns. You can do that until like
Only for
down,
so
like,
long.
3.
Yeah, he's got to burst you down, otherwise the fight goes in your favor. Yeah.
Yeah, and I happen to have 5,000 HP, so it's gonna take a while for
That's
that
quite
to
a
go
bit.
away.
Yeah.
The rust anchor? No way. Yeah. The anchor. I like the way that thing looks. Did Amber go down? Okay. Yeah, people are asking when it's gonna come back up.
Oh, so then they come over to this server.
Yeah, dude,
Anniversary
like,
Classic
like,
Realms. No, this is Turtle WoW. I think I think it's safe to say it's in a league of its own. After I kill this guy, I gotta jump up and take a quick bio break. I'm sitting here squirming in my chair for an hour.
So, dude, like, I linked the thing from the World of Boss, and I have like a bunch of level 6 Whisper Me. How do you get that? That's what I'm talking about. This game having like too much content for the WoW.
Did you link it to me?
No, I linked it in World Chat, and like a
Oh.
couple people were like, "What is that? Where does that come from?"
Oh, here we go. Anchor the Wave Cutter.
Yeah. Put it on.
Okay, two-handed mace, int and strength, so it's pally weapon. Pure chance to hit by 1, increased damage and healing done by 32. That's pretty big. Inflicts 200 frost damage to enemies in a cone in front of you. Reduce in movement speed for 20 per. Do you have that?
No.
Okay, you should get that, and then let's go to Battlegrounds and laugh at people.
It's brutal, dude. Like,
yeah.
No, hang on. You think that's bad, dude? Look at this. Okay, look at that. And imagine putting down your flag carrying through it.
When struck, has a 10% chance of dealing frost damage and reducing the attacker's attack and movement speed by 5% for 12 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Oh my god! You need to get.
Dude.
We need to get that and put it on your druid. You need to run the fucking flag.
Dude, it's horseshit, right?
No, it's amazing. It's amazing, is what it is. We need to get it.
No, dude, yeah.
I can't wait till I find some BS like that for my Shadow Priest. That's what we got to do. I got to find. I know.
There's a bunch of stuff like that.
I can't wait. All right, let me take a quick bio break. I'm squirming in my chair. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Where's the? There we go.
I like to think that while I'm all of on board. Oh wait, no, I not my but my coat cut out. So my coat it,
You know, Zach, I am really looking forward to when I get level 60 and geared because, you know, I'll still be flagged. And there's a bunch of there's a bunch of pussies that wouldn't fight me. But if I kind of go a little bit off the beaten path and sit down and then mark myself as AFK.
Oh, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't wait. I'm going to bait people into it. Little pussies.
I did that in Plagueland, dude. Yeah.
Right.
It's, dude, it's like, all right, so first, people are not gonna openly fight you unless they have some sort of advantage.
Right.
And when you give them the opening, dude, like, so, well, I don't know if Owen even is around anymore in the server, but like, I have heard from him that people were like baiting with that. Like one person would sit out there, you know, sit down and go AFK in the middle of like a road or something.
Yeah.
The people will be close by, just kind of waiting.
Right.
And then
for the Zerg ball to come around the corner. Yeah.
Yeah, come beat your ass.
Right.
Like that. Good old fun.
Yeah. Well, I have enough daggers. I can now complete the quest forging the shaft. Should I mean, do they know that this place is screwed up, or should I submit a GM ticket? Because like,
honestly, for anything you find, you should submit a ticket. Certain things are just broken, and again, there's so much content, dude.
Right. Help request.
Sometimes you just, you know, yeah.
Request GM assistance. Describe your issue. I found a bug. I'm in the slag pit in Searing Gorge.
Yeah, do you have coordinates?
Well, it's everywhere. Anything in Searing Gorge. In Searing Gorge. And all of the dark iron dwarves, and slave workers. Even the Incendisaur.
Oh, yeah, you gotta get
will
the scales for that
evade.
quest.
Yeah, will evade unless will evade unless you run up right next to them, right in front of them, in melee range. Then you can kill them.
That's terrible.
They don't. They when you aggro them, they don't chase you. They just stand there, as if they're a little off on the Y coordinates. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
If they're slightly off on the Y coordinate. Are they going to know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
Like they can't, like they can't path to you. Also, sometimes I see the mobs from down in the slag pit glitching up to the top of Searing Gorge. I guess that's it. That's it. Just wanted to report it. Love the game. Love the server. Love the game. Much love. Next. There we go. Okay, I found a bug. I'm in the slag pit in Searing Gorge, and all the dark iron dwarves and slave workers, even the Incendisaurs, will evade unless you run up right in front of them in melee range. Then you can kill them. When you aggro them, they don't chase you. They just stand there. They just stand there. They seem slightly off on the Y coordinate, like they can't path to you. Also, sometimes I see the mobs from down in the slag pit glitching up to the top of Searing Gorge. That's it. I just wanted to report it. Thanks. Next. She's having a good time.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. I think you've also helped me crack the code as to why it's a 7-minute flight path to go from Stormwind to Searing Gorge. Because I don't have that flight path in Burning Steps.
Ah.
I just realized that because I've never been over there. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so I have been instructed to submit it via the bug tracker. So this is going to be turtlewow.org/bug-tracker. Okay, this is me giving back to the community. Here we
go. Let me log in. Okay. The username does not exist. Okay, let me try it again. Okay. Oh, you log in with your account to this one. Okay. Alright, now bug tracker? Okay, typo inquest, 2 bugs I encountered, spelling error. So let me just do new report, your character, Father Nexius, submit, title, mobs in slag pit are evading and won't path to you. Okay, describe the issue. All of the mobs in the slag pit of... Here, can I share my screen again? Yeah. In the slag pit of Searing Gorge will evade unless you run right up on top of them so they can melee swing at you. This is for the slaves, the dark iron dwarves, and even the incendosaurs. I also sometimes see mobs from the slag pit glitch to the surface of Searing Gorge. This only seems to be for the mobs in the slag pit. All of the ones on the surface are fine. How to reproduce? Go to the slag pit and try to attack any of the mobs at range. They will begin to evade and stand there until you run up next to them in melee range. At which point you can begin to do damage. How is it supposed to work? Mobs are supposed to path to you when you aggro them and start swinging. These just stand there. My priest, Father Nexius, light be with you. There we go. Here, let me actually get... I get a screenshot. They want a screenshot? I get a screenshot. Go. Save. Desktop. Screenshots. Save. Delete. Close. Okay, there we go. Choose file. Screenshot right there. Boom. Bombs in slag pit of Searing Gorge. Or evading won't path to submit. Choose file. Images must not be greater than 2 kilobytes. 2 megabytes. Okay. Scale this down so it's 1.8 megabytes. Scale this down so it is under 1.8 megabytes and let me download it. I guess I gotta be specific. Wow, ChatGTP does just not want to work today. Alright, fine.
Man, people were talking about ChatGPT kind of having a lot of issues lately.
Yeah. There we go. I'll do it my damn self in fucking Paint. Here we go. Here, let's make sure. Properties. There we go. Oh. Okay.
Good shit.
Yep. Submitted. I'm doing my part.
Doing your part. Hell yeah, dude. What's up? Not gonna lie, dude. Like, just doing that is more than enough to help with the server. Report one or two things, dude. You're already doing more than 99% of the server.
Right. Yeah. And it's
People
been this
just
way
play
for
here.
yeah. It's been this way for 2 days. And oh, here we go. Oh, there's all right. Now I can't even.
Oh, for Obsidian, you gotta have the quest for it.
Yeah, Heart of Obsidian. I have to get the Heart of Obsidian. So, right, that's where he is. At least I know where he is.
Let me know when you have to do that. That might need like a tank in there.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take you up on that. He missed with his net. Should mind see these guys. There we go. I think I can get out this way. Oh,
man, what the fuck? Shifting cloak got upgraded.
Really?
So it used to be like a straight like dot percent, right? Look at what it looks like now.
That's the. Oh, there we go. You have a 2% chance when struck of combat, increasing your chance to dodge by 20% for 6 seconds or until you dodge. Damn.
Yeah. But
That
it's
is
a
an
2%
upgrade.
chance you're gambling, right?
Right.
So it's, it can be both a downgrade and an upgrade.
Right.
Oof. Thorium, thorium, fish.
There we go. Here's the outside. Oops. Oh, that's right. They're immune to psychic scream. Okay.
You're gonna have to do a fucking shred of hope.
Now, what is rival presence here? Oh, that's the Hateforge Quarry thing. I don't know where the overdue package is. Let me check one more time. Let me go get that. It's actually worth some money.
Oh, no, it's still a bad.
Drop true silver too. That's funny. Oh, it's a true silver deposit.
You should be seeing gems out there, by the way.
I saw one of
You get
them.
him?
Yeah, not yet. I was too. I am finally 300, and then with your with the +5 on the mining pick and my gloves, I can mine one of those when I come across it.
All right, right on.
So I'm ready. I'm definitely ready.
Yeah, dude, because like those are used for like fuel crafting, right? And some of that stuff you use yourself. You need enchants yourself. So it's kind of handy to be able to go get them. Oh, man, I gotta work in like a few minutes. I don't want to work again. Thankfully, it's the last day of the week, so. Oh yeah, dude, some dude's car caught on fire yesterday.
Oh no.
Yeah, homeboy was like, "Nah, it's all good. Like, I'm good." And then some dude like approached the car. He's like, "Yo, bro, your car's on fire." He's like, "I guess I'm not good. I'm getting out of the car." I was like, "Holy fuck, dude, that was funny."
That's great.
I couldn't laugh though. He was just like panicking a little bit, but like still managed. Like, dude, like people panic, right? People panic all the time, but not a lot of people like do the thing.
Give you the play-by-play.
Sit there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like this dude, he recognized the danger, managed to get out like within seconds. Like that's incredible, dude. Well done. Come on, let me swap weapons. Asshole. Why can't I not swap weapons? What's those items can't be? Oh, is Sarah about to go down?
Is it? I don't know. No, I'm doing okay.
My inventory's full. My inventory's full, that's what it was. Had so much shit, I can fucking swap weapons. That's incredible. Let's go. Alright.
Alright, well this took a lot longer than it needed to, but oh well.
one of my buddies wants to get his ass kicked. So he's got a Golf R sale, right?
He's got a what?
A Golf, Volkswagen Golf.
Okay.
And it's an R edition, right?
Okay.
And he wants to get like one of those vanity license plates, right? It's just a for sale thing. It's not a legal plate, but it says hard R for the car.
Right.
And I was like, dude, no, don't do that.
Oh.
And yeah, the dude was like, I wasn't thinking.
But you could do it for the lulz.
I guess so, but he's Korean, dude. Like, he would get his ass kicked for no reason, dude. He's sitting out there like...
It should be hard L.
What happened?
It should be a hard L.
Well met.
I'm glad you get that.
Oh.
You should tell him that.
Give me 100%. Let me get this last fucking...
Oh, and they gotta drop that.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I guess I get one more.
Alright, so now I have to kill these elites. This is what Vor was doing the other day. Damn, he was really far ahead of me on this question. She's losing it.
Yeah, like, from what I've gathered, they're fighting some sort of face hugger type enemy, right?
Yeah.
Aliens, I assume. Like everything they're talking about, you know, it's like, what if a comedy troupe found aliens? That's what I'm fucking hearing, dude. Very violent comedy troupe.
What did I aggro?
Ah, yeah, dude. Should have been, well, the middle of the night, right? But someone couldn't understand why, what's it called? Wayland Yutani was a bad corporation.
Oh no.
You know, like that scene where like Ripley finally gets access to like go ask Mother what's going on.
Right. Crew expendable.
Crew expendable.
Right.
Like, yeah, bring back the alien. Fuck the crew.
Right.
Like that doesn't matter. It's like, oh.
That's why the android flipped the fuck out.
Yeah, I mean, well, no, the android was doing exactly as programmed.
Right.
Follow the program, you know. So yeah, I mean, as creepy as it was, like it's like he even said, like, you know, like you have my sympathy.
Right.
It's like, you know, for what it was worth, he didn't feel anything. He didn't feel one way or another about him. It was just like he was a tool there, and doing what, you know, what he was supposed to do. Which is why I think people don't understand what's his face's character. Was it David? His name?
Yes. Yeah, that was the one in the new ones. Yeah.
Yeah, and people don't understand why he like killed and dissected the doctor.
Right.
Because she has a horrible ending. She escapes with the head of David, and then at some point she lets him put the head in the body.
Right.
And that's the end of her.
Yep.
And all you see is like the grotesque like experiments that he has left of her.
Right.
And you know, and that's like literally that's how like the corporation has programmed this thing to operate without like, you know, any sort of like checks or morals or anything like that. It's just like tearing this person apart, like just to see what makes it tick. You know, it's like, oh,
right.
man,
Just for the research.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, you got to take away the evil out of that. It's not evil. It's just this machine.
Right.
And it somehow makes it worse.
It does, yeah.
Oh man, rip Joe Rogan.
What happened to Joe?
I don't know. Every 5 to 10 minutes, he dies in war chat. It was like rip Joe Rogan. It's like what? Okay. Wait, are we shit posting or shit posting? You know who I'd love to meet again, dude?
Who's that?
Fucking Mike Tyson.
Oh yeah.
I got to talk to him for like 2 minutes when he was off a plane here in Houston, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I think that dude just lives high on edibles, dude. We're some shit happened. Basically, like the dude had to wait for some shit.
Right.
And he was like super chill about it, dude. Like he didn't give a fuck.
He was chilling.
And yeah, he was just chilling there, dude.
I've done that back in the day. Oh, I got an 8-hour plane ride ahead of me. Let me eat one of these brownies right before I get on the flight. Here we go.
Yeah, dude. Homeboy was just.
Excuse me,
back,
stewardess. Could I have some water?
Someone whispered me just now. He really died.
Oh my gosh. Rule number 1: don't trust TWOW World Chat.
Yeah, dude. Joe just passed away in a hunting accident. He was out hunting with Brennan Shaw. Shaw read Joe some of his new material. It's special, and Joe died of cringe. More to come.
Joe died of cringe.
Goddamn.
Just, yeah.
Nah, man, like, I don't know, like a few years back, right? Like, Joe Rogan was like the comedian to be, like, you know. Nowadays, like, man.
Oh yeah, I
same shit, dude.
I saw him in like 2020 when he was touring with Dave Chappelle. It was a great show.
Yeah, like back in the days, right?
Yeah.
Like when he was actually writing some shit. But like, dude, I think that's the tail end of the stuff he was writing in 2018. I don't think that's any new material he has.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's just kind of like, I don't know, like the dude. It doesn't feel like the dude has written anything new in like 4 or 5 years. Like it feels like very dated material, you know?
Right.
What can I do for you?
I forget who it was. I was calling out some of these acts
Go with honor.
recently. Oh, Mark Maron was calling him out. He was saying like, yeah, you know, you guys are putting down these groups of people that are already down, and you not come up with any new jokes. You're still using shit from like the 70s, 80s, 90s, and like, where's your new stuff? You know?
Right.
But he's right, dude. Like a lot of these guys like found it easier to get that Russian money, right? Rather than actually like do the gig, be comedians.
Oh, there it is.
Dude, like the Joe Rogan friends, like the people that he brings about that are supposed to be funny.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, dude. This guy's a fucking clown. And she's not making me laugh. Bad, bro. Like that dude, Brendan Shaw.
See you around.
He's like one of those MMA guys, right? That Joe Rogan was like, alright, you can be a comedian, whatever the fuck, right?
Right.
Nah, dude. Nah. This shit stinks, dude. It's fucking terrible. The other guy that he was promoting for a while, forget who it was. It was some other rich kid. Pretending to be poor and whatever, growing up poor and shit.
Right.
Forget who it was, and it was like, dude, you don't know any of that shit. You're just stealing someone else's material. You heard somewhere.
Sure. I mean, that's a big thing in comedy, is people stealing each other's material.
Well, like that always kind of got you, like, like banned.
Gallagher's entire show was stolen from some other guy that basically did what he did.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You know, like, you have very few comedians that are still writing their shit. That are not fucking, you know, like, yeah, a lot of these comedians, you know, they don't talk about it, but they don't even write their stuff anymore. You can, you know, you can go online, you can get a service, and they can write it for you, and then you can tweet. And that's why a lot of these comedians kind of sound the same. Fucking wild, dude. But like, the gigs on Fiverr, in which you will find someone famous, like hiring you for some shit through like some other company. Yeah. I forget who. I think it was like Tony Hinchcliffe. That dude has some shit that was like straight up. Some dude on Fiverr was like, "Yeah, I got paid to write this stuff, and I wrote this, this, and this." And the dude had the proofs, you know, like when you write shit.
Yeah.
And well, and not only that, but like the production company for that dude was responding to his email. He has the you know, he has the receipts.
Right. So hire people off Fiverr. Got it.
Yeah, dude. And then you know, like pretend to be funny. There you go. There we go. Alright. I think I'm done fucking farming. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stacks of stone scale needles. That's a lot of money.
There we go.
Oh.
Okay. Alright, that's one.
Oh, those quests are a pain in the ass. I hate them.
Alright, that's one. There's 2, 3. And that must be 4. Okay.
I can't believe I got those fucking goggles on my my paladin.
Oh, the rare drops?
Yeah, dude, I'm still kind of mind blown about that. Post. Come on, game. Fuck me. Strike system is only for dwarves. For no, sorry.
Gnomes. There we go. There we go. So I got that one, I got that one. I need to go over on this side. Okay, so I got that one, got that one. It's those two. Looks like we're going around. Don't mind if I do. Yeah.
Come on, back to get banned.
Yeah. So I see the GM saying, "Remember, it's strictly prohibited to discuss politics." That's typically the line. Is they're standing at the line. They're getting ready to cross it.
Let's just go in there and talk shit. How far up can I go by file?
Oh shit. Oh fuck. This isn't good. Okay, yeah, keep evading. Okay, there we go. Oh, am I still gonna be in combat? Oh, okay, fuck it. Let's get out of here. Alright, where are we going? We're going back there?
I got Derek.
Okay, I am ready to get done with these quests and get the fuck out of here to the other area. Oh, I knew it.
Do we know where we're going?
What's going on in the background, right?
Yeah.
Nope.
Do you have to explain that to any of the callers? Just be like, oh, don't worry about it.
Well, no,
It's one of my coworkers.
They finished at like roughly when I
Right.
started. So, ooh. What? Dude, look at that thing.
Make yourself immune to fire
Immune.
for 6 seconds. Seems good. Seems like a good way to ruin a mage's day.
Yeah, 100%. Man, It's kind of stuck.
Be careful. Hey there.
Okay.
Have a good one.
I think we're done. Oh my god, what is that? Oh, he turned into a dragon. Oh, he was a dragon the whole time. I guess that's why he kept trying to call me mortal, but kept correcting himself.
What can I do for you? See you later.
Okay, so I got the Board of the Black Dragonflight. Well, what happened?
Alright, man. Time for me to get out of here.
Take it
I'll
easy,
catch
man.
you
Later. See you later.
See you.
So what? Do I need to hit accept? What's going on here? Received item. There it is. Here we go. Okay. Well, I can't look up what that thing does right now, so oh well. Okay. Okay, I think we're gonna head back to... Let's see, I have to go to Blackrock? Yeah, and I gotta get down there. Okay. Let me clear up my bags and we'll finally move on over to the other area. I got, at least I got a level today. Maybe I can actually turn something in. Iron. There we go. I'll be able to do a turn in.
Interest you in a fight?
Iron. There we go. Continue.
Off with you.
Okay, 28.
You got my attention.
Wow, you only get 28 for that? What, Reputation, Thorium Brotherhood. Wow. You have to turn in a buttload of it. I think oh, it didn't take the solid. I can get rid of those. Oh no, I gotta take that to Tanaris. But I don't know where to get the overdue package from. Hey Dupster. I don't know where to get the overdue package, gold steel balanced flame bridge. I don't know where to get that. Alright, well I'll have to look it up later. Cause I can't actually look it up right now because they have the database shut down because they don't want people looking up the new content yet. They want to simulate the vanilla experience. Oh, I forgot to change it over. I was editing a video for a long time and doing some work there. I updated it. Thank you, sir. Let me update it over there too. There we go. Save. All right. Thanks for the reminder, man. I updated the channel categories. You're the man. Okay, we are pretty much done with everything we can do here for now. So we're gonna go to the other area and get the flight path so it doesn't take me 7 minutes to fly here from Stormwind. Fucking lava spiders. Doesn't that sound horrendous? A giant lava spider? Like, talk about things I wouldn't want to run into. Like, the world of Azeroth seems pretty cool until you remember that you have to fight giant lava spiders. And then it's like, you know what? You know what? No. I don't want to do Log Horizon on oh, is he not gonna grab that? I'll grab it. I don't want to do Log Horizon in Azeroth. Oh, we'll take the huge emerald. There we go. And that's something for... That's some sort of item for later, I guess. Do I only need 20 of those? Yeah, 20 of those, and I got an extra one. I can delete that. There we go. Okay. Now maybe if we're lucky, we can mind control somebody into the lava. I doubt it, because I'm only level 53. I don't think we're there yet. Hey, Zach. What? No, I got 20 of them right here. I had an extra one. I got rid of it because I had an extra one. Yeah. Okay, now. Ooh, what's that? Dark Iron Legacy. Oh. Oh, can I do that now? Oh, let's go check that out. Yeah, I know. I appreciate you checking out the stream while you're in between calls. I hope you have a slow night. Okay. Here's the tomb. Oh, is this the thing I have to come to when I'm dead? Do I have to kill myself? I have to kill myself, don't I? Or is it further down here? Oh, is it that guy down there? No, it's further away. Speak with, and you're interested in obtaining a key to the city. Well, I'm interested. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. 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 Well, I guess I'm dead now. Oh, I gotta run all the way back? Oh my gosh. Where's Vor when I need him? Vor would know what I'm supposed to do. I can't believe I fell off. The Blackrock Depths quest? Okay. I guess I could get the key. I got distracted. Oh, I don't even know. I was just like, I got done with virtually all the quests here that I can do for now. And I was heading down to Burning Steps to go over here and get the flight path, and there's a bunch of quests over there that I can do that are level appropriate. And I can get the fuck out of Searing Gorge. Because I'm sick of this place. So while I was going through Blackrock Mountain, the add-on was telling me there was a couple of quests I could get. And I think one of them I have to get while I'm dead. So this might actually work out. I think you have to be, I think Zek or Vor was telling me about it. Like you gotta get the quest when you're dead. So I gotta go back there. And I gotta walk across the chains and then go to that tomb again. Because there were a couple ghosts there, but it said like, you do not belong here when I talk to them. So maybe I can finally talk to them. Because I'm dead. Okay, let's not fall off. See, I was trying to get this thing. Dark Iron Legacy. Because I want to be able to smelt Dark Iron, so... Oh, see, there we go. See, he's right there. Okay, yeah, I was right. Dark Iron Legacy. Yeah. You will find Drake right beyond the Ring of Law in the Hall of Crafting. Kill the miserable cur and recover the Iron Fell. Take the Iron Fell to the shrine. Place the hammer in the rightful place. When it is done, the compartment which will Iron Fell. Okay, so then there's the Shadow Forge key. Okay. Okay, good. We got that quest. So now we're ready to do it. Okay. Yeah, I got plenty of room on my quest log. I might have to take the res penalty. Oh no, we're okay. There we go. Is he gonna hit me at half health? Maybe I can mind control him. now. I gotta go all the way down there. He is to draw on the statue after feeding him, if I can recall correctly. Okay. Man, I haven't been down here in a long time. So that's to one of the instances. I know that. And I know that because there's a meeting stone right there. Okay. Oops. Oh, I wasn't. Why didn't it why? I thought you could only cast it on yourself. So why didn't levitate cast on me? Can I cast it on an enemy combatant? I can't cast it on my oh, maybe it's because I was taking damage from the dots. That's probably what was happening. Because I think if you're in yeah, that's probably what it was. Yeah, I'm used to slow fall. Slow fall don't do that. I think it does. It's just he was a level 60 with like tier 2 and tier 3 gear on, and I'm a level 53 with some greens. You know what I mean? It's just how it is. It's they should have all their fun now, because when I get to level 60 and I get geared, I'm going to be broken. Broken. Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna have to... Where did I fall? I might have to go back up the bridge and then fall down. Oh no, a level 56 fell and died there. How do I... Oh, we gotta go this way. There we go. Come on. There we go. Oh, now it shows me the map. Okay, so I've jumped off of here. There we go. Okay. And now I should be able to levitate. And I think I can levitate over the lava too, right? Because you can levitate over water. So I think levitate will keep me from going in the lava, won't it? I guess we're about to find out. Here goes. No! No! Oh, if I keep jumping. If I keep jumping. I gotta keep jumping. We're doing it. We made it. We made it. Fucking clever usage of game mechanics. You just gotta jump out of the lava. Enough. You just, as long as you're not in the lava for too long, you jump out, you cool off, and then you go back into the hotness. That was great. I want it. Oh good, these guys aren't elite either. What? Oh my gosh. Okay, are we back? At least. Okay, at least we don't have to corpse run all the way from there. So that warlock doesn't have anything better to do, apparently. Imagine how bored you have to be to chase a level 53. Like you waited for me to do the corpse run back. Had to go through Black Rock Mountain. Had to go all the way through Black Rock Mountain, get my corpse, res, swim through the lava, and then he wanted to chase me down after that. Like, God, man, I know at least I'll be doing more productive shit than that in the game. Jumping out of the lava. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, Drake Dog wannabe. I guess you said it, Doopster. Okay. Now let's see. If he doesn't have anything better to do, and he keeps camping me, I'll need to corpse run 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe he can kill me 4 more times before I make it over to where I'm actually trying to get to. That's the prediction.
Okay, we made a lot more progress than I thought we would. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, camping. Yarpri says camping low levels questing is crazy weak, which is true. Which means they probably actually really suck at the game, because if they were any good, they'd actually pick on somebody their own size. This person doesn't want a challenge. They want a power fantasy. You're at that level where they get easy honor. Yeah. Well, no, that's what it boils down to. Easy honor. Like that's all it is. It's like, oh, I have a hard time dueling people. I can't watch when I hit 60 and I've got some gear and I'm running around flagged. How many do you think that guy would actually flag himself to fight me? If I'm running around with anathema and tier 2, tier 3 gear on, do you think he would have flagged himself to fight me?
How are ya?
What do you think? Yes or no?
See you soon. Well met. Hello. Be good. What's on your mind? Be good.
Doubtful, yeah. Yeah, doubtful. He'll probably go for the 49s. Depends on what his gear is. Well, I mean, he looked like he was wearing tier 2 or tier 3 gear. But, is this the type of person to want a fair fight? It's like, what would I have, let's say he doesn't actually flag himself. Would he be the person I would have to, I can't wait till I'm 60 and I'll sit in the road and I'll sit down like this, and then I'll flag myself AFK and just wait, and then he'll attack me. So we'll see. I don't know what the meta is on the server. I'm sure we'll see. Well, here, I could tell you what it was. You guys tell me. Where is it? Okay. Vanilla WoW, Warlock, Epic, Tier, Gear. Okay. So I think it was the Nemesis raiment. No. No. Not Fellheart. It wasn't the Fellheart. So it's definitely not tier 1. Why did it search for that? Warlock. Classic, epic, gear, sets. There it is. Okay, so Dread Mist, no. Fellheart, no. Nemesis, yes. So tier 2. So let's confirm. Let me reload this one. Oh wait, this was... Here we go. Let's back up. Oh wait, we're going too far. Okay. Is that where I died? Is that the first time? Yeah, because that's me resurrecting my corpse because I fell in the lava. There it is. Yeah, look, see? See, there it is right there. There's the shoulders. And there's the helm. So, tier 2. So that's, yeah, Nemesis. I'm curious to see. Improves your chance to crit strike by 1. Increase damage and healing done by 25. What's the 3 set? Increase damage and healing done by more. Okay. Your pet gains 20 stamina and spell power resistance against all schools of magic. That's pretty good. Reduce the threat generated by your destruction spells by 20%. And it's basically stats plus damage and plus healing. Increased damage and healing done. Equipment. Alright, so there's some more crit. Ooh, those legs are nice. And it's got fire and nature resist on it. Frost and shadow. Oh, that's interesting. Frost, fire, nature, shadow, arcane. It's just like I'm surprised to see that many different spells. I don't honestly don't even remember. Yeah, Dubster says, Imo, if he had full or close to full tier 2, he should go fight a fair fight. Yeah, well, you got to get, you know, got to get his honor kills in somehow. Okay. Let's continue to the flight path. Oh, I'm so glad they put these little torches here so I know where the path is. This better not be Horde. Okay. Here we go. See, look at that. There we go. Okay, now it won't take me. See, now, oh, that's the connecting path. That's what it is right there. Okay. So I can go from Stormwind to Ironforge. Oh, there's no way to go. You gotta go to Storm. You gotta go to Stormwind to Burning Steps. That's a long-ass flight path. Look at that. There's no way to go from Stormwind to Searing Gorge. You have to go around.
Safe travels.
Oh, I get it, Your Priest. I'm going to take advantage of the fact that there's no D-ranking. I'll spend a lot of my time in Battlegrounds. I'll probably climb the ranks pretty fucking quick, honestly.
Be good.
I wonder how long it takes to get queued up for Battlegrounds here.
How are you? See you soon.
There's another one. Yeah, this is the place to come.
Good luck.
Okay. Oh, there's another one. Look at all these quests. Look at this.
Can I help you? You have a great day now.
Alright. Ton of quests. Griffin Master. All food and drink. Don't mind if I do. You sell anything besides? Nope. Okay. Let's put that back on. Oops. Alright, that's a quest item.
See you around.
Is there a mailbox around here? No. Okay. Alright, what's the... Okay, see, that's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Now we can get some more questing done. Instead of running all the way over here and then killing 2 things and have to run all the way here and kill 2 things and then run all the way over there and kill 2 things and go back and turn the thing in and then go back over here. Fucking hell. The Blasted Lands. Flight path. Wetlands, Grim Reaches, Lochmadon, Badlands, Searing Gorge, Northwind, Burning Steps. Where the fuck are the Blasted Lands? What the fuck are the Grim Reaches? This has got to be a new thing. Why am I always running in place? That's annoying. I think I remember doing quests over here. Okay, at least there's a lot of thorium and true silver. And I just gotta kill a bunch of orcs. Some of the dragonkins. Okay, so it looks like I should... A black drake. So it looks like I should make my way over here, kill these things. Kill the things here, because there aren't... There's like ogres and stuff over here to kill. And then make my way over this way. What are these? Okay, I should kill these in this area because they're not anywhere else. And then make my way over here. And then circle back when I'm ready to turn stuff in. And that should get me everything I need. Oh! Oh, there's quests up there. Okay, so we need to... In fact, we should probably get those first. Alright, tell you what. Yeah, good luck, Doopster. I'm gonna go AFK really quick. I'm gonna take a quick bio break so I can be settled in. And I got another hour and a half or 2 hours of questing in me. And then I can't take it no more. I'll have a lot better time when I'm not leveling up and I'm actually starting to get gear. Leveling for me has always been so tedious. Okay, I'll be right back.
Here, let's there you go. Now it's all cinematic. There we go.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, I think I'm gonna relog really quick. Okay, because yeah, see, for some reason, like I'm stuck. Oh, is it finally stopped? Okay, being stuck in that. No, he's doing it again. Let me relog. We'll see if this fixes it. Welcome back, Doopster. There we go. Okay, hopefully this fixes it. Was it you, Doopster, that was telling me about all the animes? Not you, okay. I'll know the name. Maybe it was Scoobs. Okay. Oh no, I'm recalling a conversation from a couple of nights ago. I know we was talking about Turtle WoW stuff, but I think I might have gotten you conflated with a conversation from a few nights ago. Yeah. Okay. Do I have to kill? Oh, that's right. The first thing we're gonna do is go. Somebody already killed that thing. We're gonna go up here and get those quests over there, up in the north, before I start killing anything. I remember questing over here back in the day because I remember those fucking things. Okay, and they're only level 50. Okay, so it was a really good idea to come over here. Okay, thanks, Zach. Yeah, Sand Gorge was okay, and then it got annoying. I need it. I want it. 90 ogres in a cave. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, Vor was trying to figure out how to get to Loch Modan, or how to get, not to Loch Modan, but through Loch Modan. Okay, that's right, we go over this way. What's that? Come on. Oh my gosh. There we go. What have we here? Why did they give me quests if that guy's red? Am I gonna aggro shit? I'm gonna be pissed. Okay.
Time is money, friend. Be good.
Talk to me.
Okay.
Glad I could help. Hurry back.
Baladash, Malanore.
What are these Librams for? Oh, is that like a paladin thing?
Salama Ashalanore.
It requires 30 gold, a black diamond. Yeah, this is like
Remember
paladin
the
stuff,
sun
ain't it?
You got my attention.
What's the name of the card game?
Interesting.
Oh, good. We got a goods vendor here. Deadly scope. You know what? I'll go. I'll take that actually.
Glad I could help.
What is that? Deadly scope. Devices. Deadly scope right there. Aquamarine, thick leather, mithril tube. Enchant a gun to do +5 damage. Okay. Alright, now look at all the crazy stuff we have to do. This one, Vora said this one. This is aura farming. We just look off and be all majestic and shit. Okay, that's a war reaver. Ooh, I know. Are there rare mobs around here? There's a couple. Yeah. Yeah, you can... I think you might be able to link in the Twitch chat. If you can't, like, just tell me what to search for on Google. Don't tell me to search for the blue waffle card. Oh, I still got the message up. Should I get that mithril? I'm gonna go get that mithril. The mithril. Come on, solid stone. That's not solid stone. That wasn't solid stone either. Mithril's good. Solid stone is better. Solid stone is what we need for my arms dealing business. What is going on? Am I crashing? You might be crashing. People aren't walking around. They're not walking around. I can't mount up. Okay, let me try to reload. Logging in the game server. Oh, it's down. It's down. We can give it a couple of minutes. Let's see. Maybe there's some news. Oh, wow. Oh, mods. Another update. Okay. Active players worldwide. 44K players online. Well, I guess I know why we're having server problems. Oh my god, look at that. Dude, I would hate to have to try to level up there. I'm so glad I started earlier. Could you imagine? I mean, I thought it was crowded when I was doing it. And there was like a 20th of the amount of people there. Not even a 10th, a 20th. Change log. High elf. Servers died. Okay, cool. I was thanks for the confirmation, Flame Mage. Here, I do know what I'll do. Okay, I gotta get the thing so I can have the two specs, because I need a PvP spec and I need a PvE spec. Now, let me think at my PvE spec. So we're doing blackout because blackout. Reduce threat. Reduced resistances. Obviously improve psychic scream. Improve mind blast. Mind flay. Shadow weaving. Silence. Vampiric embrace. Vampiric touch. Shadow form. And obviously those. Okay. So that leaves us with 15 points left over. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. And then 2 points into Blessed Concentration. Silent Resolve. Well, so that's only if I get hit with the crit, though. So I probably don't actually want that. Reduce stun, fear, and silence effects by an additional percentage. What if we put 5 in a Silent Resolve? And then take 1, 2, 3. And I'm thinking the improved inner fire will also increase the spell damage, which is why I'm choosing it. And then 10%. I think that's going to be the PvE spec. And I'll burn through mana like a fucking mage, but that's why I call him a shadow mage. I think that's going to be the PvE spec. $26 spell power. Oh, I've got as soon as I hit 60, we're definitely going to have a talk. We're going to have a nice long hard look at my gear. And then I'll work with Zek as to like what I need to do and where I need to go to start gearing up. Like that's what actually interests me, is working out the list of the pieces that I need and like what pieces do I need to get before I can do the dungeon to get the other pieces that I actually want. I know that's going to be a thing. Like it's too bad. It's too bad we got kicked out. I was going to take a look at Atlas loot, and like Strathholm apparently has a bunch of is there a loot table for Strathholm? This is WoW Classic. Here, let's search. Strathholm loot table classic. Wow. Drops. See, that's really good. Damage and healing done by 29.
That's really good too. Stamina, intellect. Oh, but it's frost spells. Never mind. And that's a frost staff too. So where are those filtered out? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Shadowcloth pants. Wild Heart. Magisters. Lightforge. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is what Zek was talking about. I'll have to take the Lightforge stuff and swap it out for shadow stuff. Oh, yeah. Let me see. Whenever you play a Runeblade card, if you played another non-attack action card this turn, create a rune chant token. When you play an attack action card, attack with a weapon, destroy rune chant and deal 1 arcane damage to target. Oh, so you stack up damage. Okay. The base hero, kind of like Commander or something. Okay. Oh, that looks cool. Legend story. Is it? It's based off It's based off of an anime. Oh, there's an update. Oh, it looks like maybe they pushed out an update. Let's try now. Let me sign in. Oh, there we go. I just had to update. I had to run an update, Flame Mage, and then I was able to... Yeah, Gus. So in Turtle WoW, this isn't in Classic WoW, but in Turtle WoW, the first, like the tier set, the first 2 tiers, like the tier set, the Lightforge set, and then whatever the name of the other, like, priest set is for Molten Core, it's all healing stuff. But the devs in Turtle WoW made there's a place where you can swap out your healing set for a shadow set, because Shadow Priest didn't get a lot of love early on. So they fixed that shit. So there's, and I'll have to ask Zek about it. Zek and Vor both know. But there is apparently a way to like switch your gear from like the healing set to the damage set. That's what I was told. Oh, I guess I'm gonna mine this true silver now. Well, I don't know what it was I thinking. Here. Shadow Crouch, see, that's Rogue. Oops. That's a reminder for me to eat. Devout. There it is, Devout. That's the name. So, I think there's, I don't know if, I mean, this says increased damage and healing done. That's what I need. That's what's best for the Shadow Priest. Because the damage, I do damage, and then with Vampiric Embrace, I heal. So the damage buffs the amount that I get healed, and then the amount that I get healed is also increased. So, yeah. So there's Devout, Bracers, Gloves. Okay. Okay, so there's Book of the Dead. Oh, that's cool. So where does the chest for the devout stuff drops in what, BRD or something? .5 is virtuous, then the MC gear is prophecy. Okay. And I probably don't need to get the full fucking set, but like I definitely need when I hit 60, I need to start, running stuff, so I'm at least wearing all blues. I'm getting there. Getting there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to ask Zek about it again. And they're not showing. Let me read the message actually. See if you go to database. Hello everyone, as usual with every patch we delay updating our online knowledge base with the new content to preserve the spirit of exploring the unknown. However, in this patch a significant amount of content has been reworked and we don't want to have misleading information online. So for the release weeks we've decided to disable the knowledge base entirely. Seeing Azeroth game like it's 2004. Out of range. Oh, there we go. Does it work? Invalid target. Okay. I don't know what that thing's for. I guess I'll find out. You know what? It's getting late. And I'm actually getting kind of tired. I got up mad early today. Mad early for me is like 8 a.m.
Welcome.
Interest you on a pint?
Oh, yeah. Here, we'll send that to Zach so he can do. No, let's send that to Flame Mage. There we go. You can disenchant it. And then we'll send that to Nugget. And we'll send that to Nugget. There we go. Now I will smelt everything that I can. Okay, I think I've probably got. We're gonna pick it up in just a second, but I've probably got 20 gold waiting at the mailbox for me. And I'll start hanging on to this dark iron ore. We'll smelt the true silver. And I'll turn that solid stone into solid blasting powder, because that's where my money's at. Well, I made 5 salt shakers. There's 2 up on the auction house, and none of them have sold yet, sadly. So we'll see. I needed to make them to level up anyway, so. And I think, what am I going to make next? A dimensional ripper to Everlook, and an ultra safe transporter to gadgets in. Requires gnomish engineer. Oh. Oh, that'll take me to. Okay. So I guess it'll be Everlook. That's okay. There's the master engineering trainers there. So I just need. I'm used to having gadgets or gnomish engineering. So I took goblin engineering because I don't need a mind control cap. Okay, we can sell that. We can do that. That's all quest stuff and gear. Okay.
What can I do for you? Hi.
All right, let's go see how much money we made.
Shave, shower, and brush teeth. Maybe that's lately a win. Oh, that's good, man. You gotta pat yourself on the back when you get things done. Okay, so I've got 41. I got 42 gold basically. So let's pick everything up. Okay, so I'm 64 gold. So I made 22 gold. Sitting, selling stuff on the auction house. Alright.
What's on your mind?
Now let's see here. Put the blasting powder right there. There's some iron bars. Here's some more mithril. There we go. There's a bunch of dark iron. There's a stack of dense stone. I don't need any more heavy stone right now. I don't really need those. Let me put that in the bank. Put that in the bank. Put that in the bank. Put another stack of there. Stack in there. Okay.
Off with it.
Okay. Post. We'll post that one. That should sell good, shouldn't it? Okay. That's not bad. Spider meat. Oh, that's really low. $10.9. It'll vendor for more. Oh my god, you put it under there for 75. It vendors for more. You fools. You foolish fools. What about the heavy stone? The only thing that sucks about this thing is you have to wait. And what is all this? Auction buyout. What is this guy trying to do? Tank the market? What do they sell for? Oh, okay. That's fine. Okay. I could use major healing. I wish I had my warlock already leveled up. Then I could make myself my own damn potions. There, I'll take 4 of those. And then the mana potions are expensive. Well, at least they're less than... They were 2 gold 2 days ago, so... I'll take 3. Need to be prepared. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, that's right. We were gonna vendor the spider meat.
Well met.
There we go. Okay. Okay, I've got a survival tent on me, so I don't really need to go to Stormwind right now. I think what I'll do is we will take the flight path back to whatchamacallit. Badlands? No. Burning Steps? Yeah. Yeah, Burning Steps. I was in Searing Gorge, so I want to go to Burning Steps. Okay, so if I land over there, and then tomorrow when I sign in, I can just pick it up and just start questing. That way I can hit the ground running. Oh, I can buy food and drink there, because there's a vendor there at the flight path. And I basically got 2 empty bags for stuff.
Great to meet you. Be good.
You know what? I think we're gonna go get us another 18 slot bag. I mean, it's only 2 more spaces. Nah, screw it. We can wait.
How are you?
We can wait. So that's Searing Gorge, and that's Burning Steps. Oh. Oh, it's quicker to go from Elwind anyway. And I need to be queuing for dungeons and stuff, too. Yeah, so I need to start queuing for Hateforge Quarry now that I'm 53. Okay. Yeah, screw it. Let's go. Yeah, man. I'm looking forward to getting back there. I had to I still do some maintenance exercise stuff, and I'll actually do that on stream tomorrow. So I need to get in the habit of doing that on stream. Just a bunch of calisthenics. I had to, as soon as my roommate will get back, and I'll start driving Uber. And I'll be able to afford my hormone medication again. I cut all my expenses, and that the medicines, I only have to pay it every like 3 or 4 months, but it's a couple $100. So as soon as I'm able to afford it again, I'm going to go back on the testosterone replacement therapy, and I'm going to go hard at the gym. Until then, I'm just trying to eat right, and do enough exercise to kind of maintain. My testosterone levels are so low, I don't think I'll be able to get on a bunch of muscle. Not until I go back on the hormone therapy. I called my doctor and told him what was going on and stuff, so we'll get that figured out. And then the next couple of days, I need to start filming some IRL episodes. So my roommate, he got a drone, and then we also have this, which is like a 3D camera. It's got like an eye here and an eye here, or a camera here and a camera here. And I'm gonna start the first IRL episode or two. I'm just gonna go down to the beach and like I'll just fuck around with them and see how they work, and make some content out of that. And then when he gets back, we're gonna start going around to all the places here in Puerto Rico. Like there's these crystal caves, and we're gonna go. There's like if I get my license here, if I get my driver's license, that means I'm a resident, and then I can capture 3 lobsters a day. So we'll actually go diving and so can he. So we can go out to where the lobsters are and go diving, and we can catch 6 fucking lobsters, bro, every day. You can't spear them, because if it's a female, you got to put it back. So if the female's pregnant, so what you got to do is you got to catch the lobster in a net and then look under its tail. And if there's eggs there, you got to let her go, right? But if there ain't, then you can eat that sumbitch. Yeah, dude. So we're going to get that figured out. Yeah, well, Scoobs, the problem is, like, I had, thanks for asking. I had cancer, and I had a testicle removed because I had testicular cancer, and my body just doesn't produce testosterone. Like my testosterone level is supposed to be somewhere between like in 600 to like 1200 range, and mine is in like the 108 range. Like I'm on the left side of the bell curve, sadly. The cancer just kind of ruined my ability to create testosterone. So that's why I went on the hormone therapy, and I'm going to go back on it as soon as I can. I've kind of gotten I was like really down and depressed for maybe until like a couple of weeks ago, because I was like crashing for not having the testosterone levels that I'm used to, but I've kind of balanced out, and I'm doing okay now. Yeah, Scoobs, don't worry about it, man. I'm just being honest. I just struggle with a couple of things, and I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you do. Man, we've all got struggles, right? I've got a plan to turn things around, and I'm going to execute. In fact, I'm doing it right now, hanging out with you guys and building the channel. And I just talked about how I'm going to start making some IRL content. A lot of people will start asking for that. And I'm in a much better place now anyway, so I can actually make some IRL content. For a long time, when I wasn't making any content, I was pretty fucking miserable. And I certainly didn't want to make any content because I knew that would come off in the videos. So I like hanging out with you guys. I'm happy that I got this computer and I'm making stuff again, and I'm going to be overjoyed when I get this pre-skewered and I can make some old school PvP videos. And then tomorrow I'm going to try to start the live stream a couple hours earlier. So instead of starting at like 5 o'clock, I'm going to try starting at like 2. Maybe even like noon. I don't want to promise nothing. And then where is it? We got, so excuse me, I was so hungry I had to eat something. We are over the target, boys. So we got the TWOW tutorial series, episode 0. This is basically installing the game and getting it set up and installing two of the like really helpful add-ons, and that's basically ready to go. And then here's the hotkey tutorial, and it's gonna be 25 minutes long and 2 seconds, and I've got the script's finished, and then this is me narrating. Further expanding with key modifiers when we use control as the key modifier. So all I got to do is add the music and then the visuals on top of all of this, and then I'm going to release this video and the other video, and then we'll post it to so Turtle WoW has like a creators program, and the idea is that I do such a good job on this. These guys are like, oh my god, this is amazing, you're really putting in effort, like let's show this to everybody else, or like maybe they put it on their website or whatever for new players. So that's the goal. Let's hear. Above and Beyond says, yeah, we got issues. I've got a nice job and family, but I struggle with ADHD and OCD, hidden battle every day just to leave and return to the house. Should throw it on TikTok. Yeah. In the next couple of days, I'm going to create a TikTok now that I've got enough shorts. Let's see here, view channel shorts. Yeah, there we go. I got a nice catalog of shorts now. You guys, if you haven't, a lot of it's really good. If you guys haven't seen all the shorts, like go through there, check it out. hit it with a like, throw a comment on there, whatever. All that stuff helps me out with the algorithm. And they're doing pretty good. They're getting more views than my long form content right now. So hopefully that turns around when I upload the tutorial stuff, and again when I actually do the PvP videos. But we're like 2 or 3 months away from that at the rate this is going, because I got to get leveled, I got to get geared, and then I got to start recording the videos, right? Start recording the footage to put it all together. So we'll see. If anything, I could do some stuff in Battleground. Like, we'll get it figured out. I feel like, the game hasn't even really opened up for me yet. Like, I'm only level 53, right? So, and then, there's a ton of other like not just WoW. Like, there's plenty of other content that I want to make. Like, once I get done with these two, I need to go back to working on the generative AI stuff, because I need to put this GPU to work. So I want to teach myself how to get some of the AI stuff working to help with special effects. And then probably somewhere in there I'll probably do a video. Like Raziel asked me to play some Factorio. I'd be happy to do that. I need to make a video on Duelist. It was a game that I had a lot of fun, and then I guess it didn't make a lot of money, so they I think Namco bought it and still didn't make a lot of money, and then they pulled it off of Steam, and I was really sad because I enjoyed it. And then it's back, like they released it open source, so I want to make a video introducing everybody to this. And I have some wombo combos in this game. Like, it's a lot of fun. So yeah, that and the WoW stuff, and if I can make enough to get by doing this kind of stuff, I'll be happy. I'll be fulfilled. I really will. I don't need a lot of shit. I don't need a fancy car or any of that kind of stuff. It'll be great if I can make videos that can help people, and I'm do the same thing with the IRL stuff. Try to lead by example. Try to keep my ass working out, eating healthy, living a healthy lifestyle, not being a douchebag about it. All right, y'all. I'll tell you what. It's been great hanging out. I'm gonna go ahead and get to bed a little bit, 30 minutes early today, so I can get up earlier. I will see you folks tomorrow. Like I said, I'll probably start streaming early afternoon, and then I'm gonna get that tutorial video across the finish line, get all that stuff released. So, yeah, thanks, Sharp Priest, Dubster. Yeah, man, it's been really good hanging out with you. Above and Beyond, thank you so much for everything. Thanks again for gifting all the subs, man. I just saw you gifted a ton more subs tonight. So kudos to you. And then I got you. You'll definitely be getting a shout out in the credits and stuff of the next video. So Scoobs, good to see you. Scoobs, were you the one recommending all the animes? I'm trying to remember who that was. Yes. Okay. Okay, good. I got I need well, I'm on episode like 7 or 8 of Dr. Stone. So I think I'll get that one across the finish line. And then I tried episode 1 of, what was it, Fate Zero? I don't know if you told me about that one. I think it was Flame Mage told me about Fate Zero. And I don't know if I'm watching the right one. But it was pretty fucking crazy. Let me pull it up. Come on. What is home row? Can you believe I'm trying to make a hotkey tutorial? Fate Zero. Now, was I watching the right one? I think it was this one. Yeah. Yeah, this is the one. When did this come out? 2011? Seems about right. Is this the first one? This better be the first one, because it's the one I watched the first episode on. It's pretty wild. Oh, and wait, what happened? Scoobs, didn't you just say yes? Why is there a chat missing? Am I tripping? I think it's time to go to bed. Didn't Scoobs say yes? Okay, you didn't know what? Okay, well, I thought it was Scoobs who told me. Oh, I know what. Above and Beyond said yes, sir. And I'm tired, so I misinterpreted that as Scoob saying yes, sir. Okay, all right. Well, tell you what. Let me go to bed. I'm tired. I'm rambling now. I'll see you folks tomorrow. Thanks for everything.